Galw'r aelodau I drefn yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau i'r Prif Weinidog a'r cwestiwn cyntaf David Rees.
Diolch, Lewis. What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the take-up of STEM subjects in Wales?
Well, GCSE entries were up across all individual science subjects last year. That increase is encouraging because we know that more young people will be equipped with the science skills and knowledge they need to progress to study post-16.
Well, thank you for that answer, First Minister. This week is actually British Science Week, which reminds us of the importance of science, engineering and technology to the Welsh economy. You were with me last week at the Carter Works, where again they highlighted the role they had for apprentices and they want to take more engineering apprentices on. But there's a take-up reduction in girls taking science subjects and engineering subjects. What can you do to actually encourage more young females to take up science, take up engineering, so that they can be involved in the agenda in our economy for engineering, science and apprenticeships, graduates, to actually take us forward?
Well, we know we need to ensure that greater numbers of young women go into STEM subjects. We are working to address the actions that were identified in Talented Women for a successful Wales. Improved gender balance in STEM is being highlighted in work on curriculum reform, in professional learning provision and through enrichment and engagement programmes. The National Networks for Excellence have also been tasked to consider gender equity, and we know teachers have a big influence on young people's study choices, so it's essential that our schools are supported to enhance girls' experiences of STEM learning.
Darren Miller.
Diolch, Lewis. First Minister, I was intrigued to hear your response there because, of course, you didn't mention the positive contribution that the further education sector is making to encourage STEM careers and STEM learning. Will you congratulate me, for example? Will you congratulate Coleg Cambria, rather? And me for raising it. Will you congratulate Coleg Cambria, for example, for the excellent work that it is doing in promoting STEM careers? It's got some fantastic work going on with its chemistry students, which are encouraging people to be ambassadors for jobs in the chemistry industry. And in addition to that, it's doing some great work with science and maths societies that host competitions and bring in speakers to enthuse young people in order to take advantage of the STEM careers that are offered in North East Wales and elsewhere. What work are you doing with the further education sector in particular to promote vocational routes into STEM careers?
Well, I will offer him congratulations if any are due. I'll also offer congratulations to Coleg Cambria, because we know that FE is hugely important, particularly when it comes to looking at apprenticeships. And we know that we need to grasp everybody in terms of the talent they have available. No talent should be allowed to go to waste. It's important as well to engage girls before they go to the FE College. So that's why it's so important to look at ways in which science teachers particularly can make sure that girls feel they are fully part of lessons. It's why we're talking to physics teachers about how they can make their lessons more gender inclusive, so that they are ready at 16 to look at science subjects in FE College and then move on to apprenticeships. But certainly I'm happy to join him in offering a word of congratulations, of course, to the work that's been done in Coleg Cambria.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wrth gwrs, un o'r problemau sydd falle'n gwneud y sefyllfa yma'n wath yw methiant eich llywodraeth chi recriwtio ddigon o bobl mewn i gyrsiau ymarfer dysgu ar gyfer rhai o'r pynciau STEM yma. Mae adroddiad blynyddol diweddara Estyn yn dangos yn glir bod dim ond 3/4 y target ar gyfer mathemateg a chemeg sydd wedi gyrraedd o ran denu bobl i gyfrestru ar gyfer cyrsiau ymarfer dysgu yn y pynciau yna. 2/2 yn ffisig a ffryn hanner y target wedi gwrdd o ran bobl yn dod i ddysgu bioleg. Felly pa obeth sy'n yna i ysbrydoli cenhedlaeth newydd o safbwynt y pynciau STEM pan bod ni'n methu hyd yn oed recriwtio'r athrawon i dysgu nhw?
Wel, mi'n wir i weid bod cefnogi y proffesiwn dysgu. Mae hwnna'n rhywbeth sydd yn holl bwysig i'r newidiadau sy'n mynd i gymryd lle yn y byd addysg, ac wrth gwrs ni yn sicrhau bod y gefnogaeth sydd ar gael ar hyn o bryd ynglyn â'r safon o ddysgu, o fathemateg, gwyddoniaeth a thechnoleg yn para i wella ymhlith y gweithlu ynglyn ag athrawon. So na, mi'n wir i weid, tra bod ni'n symud ymlaen i'r cwricwlwm newydd, bod ni'n deall bod yn holl bwysig i sicrhau bod yna ddigon o bobl ar gael mwyn dysgu, nid dim ond gwyddoniaeth gwrs yn ysgolion Saesneg, ond beth sy'n weithiau yn fwy anodd, dysgu trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg ynglyn â'r gwyddoniaeth. Newn ni ddim cyrraedd y targed yr enghraifft o filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn canol y ganrif hyn, os ni'n gwneud gwrs hefyd yn sicrhau bod yna ddigon o athrawon gyda ni mwyn bod ni'n gallu ehangu addysg trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg.
Cwestiwn 2, Mandy Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on further devolution to Wales in light of powers that will be transferred back from Brussels following Brexit?
Well, I mean, the UK government language on further devolution on new powers is not quite accurate because those powers would come to us anyway. Our immediate priority is to protect areas which are already devolved, such as agriculture and environment, and has been well documented. We do not agree with any attempt, without agreement, to remove powers from this National Assembly as they come here from Brussels.
Thank you for that answer. First Minister, you and I both agree that the powers currently resting with the EU should come to Wales in their entirety. For this to happen, the UK and Wales must be out of the EU single market. Will you now, finally, outline your government's position? Single market membership or full control over devolved areas?
Well, I'm not sure I've been particularly silent about what the government's view is. Our view is quite simply this. We need to have full and unfettered access to the single market. There's a debate as whether you can be a member of the single market or not. What's important is that our businesses are able to access the single market in the same way as they do now. Surely we don't want to see barriers put up between ourselves and our single biggest market. So from our perspective, what we have said is that where powers would return from Brussels, they come here naturally. That's what would happen in the constitutional sense, and they shouldn't be diverted down towards Whitehall unless and until there is agreement between the governments, plural, of the UK to do so.
David Melding.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, after having so closely allied yourself with the Scottish Government, can you assure this Assembly that when you meet the Prime Minister tomorrow, you will not be deflected from seeking the most constructive option now available to Wales?
Well, as it happens, the Scottish Government and ourselves are as one on this, because the challenge we face is exactly the same. We have offered a way forward. We understand the UK Government's view that there needs to be no disruption to the UK's internal single market. We understand that. There needs to be certainty for businesses. We understand that. The difference is this. We want to create that certainty through agreement and not by imposition. And that's where we need the UK Government to be, to recognise that there is no one government in the UK that controls Brexit, but there are different governments who will be representing their different nations. And ourselves and Scotland have been in the same position, and we have jointly put forward suggestions that we think would help to create the certainty that everybody wants to see.
Steffan Lewis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wrth gwrs, cyn ni siarad am bwerau newydd i Gymru ar ôl adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, mae mater fach o bwerau yn cael ei tynnu yn ôl o Gymru yn y cyfamser, rhywbeth mae Llywodraeth San Steffan wedi cyfadde y bydd yn digwydd dros y penwythnos. Nawr, ni wedi gweld gwelliannau Llywodraeth San Steffan i cymal 11 y mesur, i ni'n gwybod y bydd gan Llywodraeth San Steffan yr hawl i ddod â gorchmynion newydd i Senedd San Steffan, heb ganiatad y Senedd hon, fydd yn ymyrryd gyda materion sydd wedi datganoli, a hyd yn oed gall y gorchmynion yna troi mewn i ffurfio rhannau o fframweithiau Prydeinig yn y dyfodol eto, heb caniatad y Senedd yma. A fi wedi sylwi bore yma bod iaith y Llywodraeth yma yng Nghymru wedi dechrau meddalu ynglyn â'r materion yma, a hoffwn ni cael sicrwydd gan y Prif Weinidog nad yw e ar fi'n cytuno i gyfaddawdi y bydd yn ddirywio ar cyfansoddiad Cymru.
Na, bydd sefyllfa ddim yn ddibryniol i ni, a fe nes i drafod hwn gyda Nicola Sturgeon ddo. Ni yn gwmws yr un lle, sef, dwi ddim yn ddigonol bod y pwerau yn aros mewn un lle, a wedi gweld y pwerau hynny yn cael i ddefnyddio mewn ffordd sydd ddim oles i Gymru na'r Alban. So felly does na ddim gobeith o gwbl i ni i gytuno unrhyw beth bydd yn rhoi unrhyw fath o ganiatad yn ei llaw rhydd i Lywodraeth San Steffan i newid cyfreithiau ailradd heb unrhyw fath o ganiatad gan Gymru na'r Alban.
Cwestiwn nawr gan arweinwyr y pleidi. Arweinydd yr wrthblaid Andrew R.T. Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, in relation to ambulance response times, with the new categories, the Government does seem to have made progress. But we do know over the last couple of months, across the United Kingdom, ambulance response times have been under pressure. Recently, in the press, there have been examples of extreme waits that patients and people have had to wait for ambulances. I cite a gentleman in Dinas Powys who waited 16 hours to receive an ambulance. I cite an example yesterday in the South Wales Evening Post where a lady was taken to hospital after such a long wait for an ambulance and returned home, only to find the ambulance turning up 20 hours later in West Wales. And in my own region, yesterday in Cowbridge, a lady waited 10.5 hours for the ambulance to turn up on Sunday and getting admitted to A&E at 1:15 in the morning on Monday morning. I hope that you can recognise that there are these cases out there. I don't look to you to comment on those individual cases because I appreciate you can't do that. But does the government recognise that there is a real issue when it comes to certain waiting times across the whole of Wales for the Welsh Ambulance Service to respond to? And if you do recognise that, what measures are you putting in place to address those deeply distressing wait times that families, patients and indeed the paramedics and operators of the ambulance service have to deal with?
Well, I have no reason to doubt the examples that have been cited by the Leader of the Opposition, and those examples need to be investigated, of course, and investigated fully. Could I say that the ambulance response times model was devised by clinicians? It is designed to ensure that those who are most in need of an ambulance get an ambulance. We know that ambulance response times have improved greatly over the past few months, and indeed now for more than a year. But there will be examples that he has detailed which need to be looked at to see why such a situation has arisen. It is right to say that there's been a great deal of pressure on the NHS and indeed on ambulances across the UK over the past few months particularly. And of course the cold snap of last week did have an effect, particularly on admissions of strokes, where there was a substantial increase in the number of people who had had strokes because of the cold weather. So what we do, of course, is to look to ensure that individual cases are looked at. When it comes to the actual model that's used, it is a model that was devised by clinicians.
I made the specific point when I opened my remarks by saying that there has been progress on ambulance response times in certain categories, but it is undeniable that week after week we are seeing cases, both in the press and reported here in the Chamber, of extreme waits that are hugely distressing to the paramedics, the teams who manage the ambulance service, and importantly the patients and families who have called for the ambulances to come in their hour of need. The issue that I highlighted with you from the constituent in Cowbridge that I highlighted, actually on Wednesday, or should I say on Monday morning at the Princess of Wales Hospital, they were actually using the bereavement room to stack trolleys with patients on because the pressure in A&E was so great. Now, we highlighted to you over the weekend that over the last 3 years, the equivalent of 1,000 nurses have been lost to the Welsh NHS from FOI information that we've received from the local health boards. If you haven't got the staff on the front line, how on earth are you able to deal with the patients coming through the front door and the increased demand on the NHS so that ultimately the 999 service can respond instead of being parked in car parks around the country?
Well, I can say to the Leader of the Opposition that more registered nurses are working in the NHS than ever before. For example, since 2014, the number of nurse training places commissioned has risen by 68%. That, alongside our international recruitment campaign, demonstrates our commitment to ensuring the NHS continues to have a high-quality workforce. We are aware of cases where nurses have left the profession. The reasons around that are varied and complex. Numbers will fluctuate year on year, but we know that, as I said, there are more registered nurses than ever. We are investing this year £107 million in education and training programmes for healthcare professionals. That has resulted in a 10% increase in commissioned nurse training places over the course of the last year. So the nurses are there, but I think we have to understand that, of course, when it comes to A&E admissions are affected indirectly by delayed transfers of care, for example. Where people are unable to leave a hospital when they are ready to do so, and therefore able to I put it in a way that's perhaps harsh, vacate a bed, then that of course means that pressure is relieved all the way through the system to the very front of the hospital in A&E. So it is hugely important to recruit healthcare professionals. I've illustrated how we're planning to do that, but also of course to focus on moving people through the hospital when they're ready and out of hospital when they're ready in order to make sure there's space available for others who need those beds.
My first question highlighted the dilemma, the crisis that some people do face when they ring for an ambulance here in Wales. And that was my very point. The system isn't allowing the flow of patients, so that instead of being parked in hospital car parks with patients on, the ambulances are out in the community dealing with the 999 calls that are requesting their help. I've highlighted that from FOI requests from the LHBs, these are their own figures, that 1,000 nurses have been lost to the NHS here in Wales through not being able to retain the nurses within our service. The health board that is under your direct control, Betsy Cadwaladr, has lost 493 nurses in that period. They are the highest number of nurses not being replaced out of all the 7 health boards here in Wales. It's not unreasonable, First Minister, to put to you, that, and has been put to me that over the last couple of days, in particular by this family from Cowbridge, has the Welsh Labour Government run out of ideas when it comes to addressing the pressure points within our NHS? So can you give me something to go back to my constituents and many other people in Wales to understand what exactly is the timeline for seeing progress in the Welsh NHS, so that these 10, 12, 14, 16-hour waits are not a regular occurrence within our ambulance service?
Well, if we look at the figures, we see that ambulance response times have improved, and he's acknowledged that. We see improvements in delayed transfer of care, we see improvements in terms of diagnostics, we see improvements in terms of referral to treatment times, but there will be occasions where some people are affected adversely. And they need to be looked at very carefully and investigated, and lessons learned from those occasions. I have to say that the financial pressures on the NHS are always considerable, and they are financial pressures that exist across the whole of the UK. And we have to make sure that there is sufficient funding available for the Welsh NHS. And we're in a position where fairly soon the NHS will consume half of our resources. And we have to, as political parties, I believe we have to look very carefully, and the Parliamentary Review, in fairness, has done this, as to how we allocate resources to the NHS in the future, how we remove logjams, if there are any, and how we develop an NHS that commands public support across political parties.
Arweinydd Grŵp UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
All members will have been horrified by the recent nerve agent attack in Salisbury. The general consensus of opinion appears to be that the exchange in the House of Commons yesterday by Jeremy Corbyn and the Prime Minister fell well below the level of events. Chris Leslie, a former Labour Shadow Chancellor, said it wasn't appropriate to make party political points when our country is potentially under attack. Another Labour MP, John Woodcock, said it would put our national security at significant risk if we were led by anyone who didn't understand the gravity of the threat which Russia poses to this nation. Does the First Minister think that Jeremy Corbyn is such a person?
Well, I'm not here to answer for anybody else anymore. I'm sure he's not here to explain how it is that Nigel Farage thinks that a trade deal with the US is possible in 48 hours, which is what he said yesterday. This is a hugely serious matter. We have people who have been badly affected. We have a police officer who was badly affected. Fortunately, it seems on the road to recovery. Of course, there needs to be a full investigation, and the investigating authorities will have the support, I'm sure, of politicians not just in Westminster, but of politicians of all sides here in this chamber.
I noticed that the First Minister sidestepped the question, but Nicola Sturgeon has said cool heads are certainly required, but also a firm response. Russia simply can't be allowed to launch attacks on our streets with impunity. Does the First Minister agree with that?
Of course I agree with that. I mean, I don't know what he's trying here to suggest that in some way I do not accept there has to be a full investigation, or do not accept there's any Russian involvement. Of course those factors come into play. But it's hugely important that there is a full investigation. I know that on a non-partisan basis there is support for that both in the House of Commons and indeed I'm sure here in the Assembly. It cannot be right that people are injured or worse as a result of the use of what appears to be a military-grade nerve agent. Whoever was responsible for that needs to be brought to justice.
Well, I thank the First Minister for that very reasonable reply. One thing that I did agree with Jeremy Corbyn on as a result of yesterday's exchange was this. He said there must be a robust dialogue with Russia on all issues dividing our countries, both domestic and international, rather than simply cutting off contact. If that is true of Russia, it is perhaps even more true of our relations with the United States. The United States is our most important ally. And although the Secretary of State has changed in the course of today, Rex Tillerson said recently we stand in solidarity with our allies in the UK, and that what happened in Salisbury was a really egregious act, and he was extremely concerned by Russia becoming more aggressive. There's no reason to believe that the policy of the American administration will change with a new Secretary of State. Does it not, therefore, be incumbent upon all senior Labour politicians to have the closest regard to our interests with the United States and our diplomatic relations with them, and to stop the puerile name-calling of the President and others in his administration with whom they happen to have political disagreements? It's the interest of Britain which should be first and foremost.
Well, I have to say that I do not approve of the methods of the President of the US and the way he communicates. I think it is the office of the presidency of the United States of America is one that should command respect even amongst those who did not vote for the current president, and I'm not sure the current president is in that situation. I am troubled at the fact that Rex Tillerson, as the Secretary of State, was supportive of the UK and was wholly supportive of the Prime Minister's position, and he has been sacked as a result of it. Now, that does trouble me. What does that mean in terms of what support will come from the US government for the position of the UK government in terms of this horrific attack? And there are many questions that are asked as a result of that. I have never taken the view that we should in some way cut off our ties with the US. I was there a fortnight ago and spent time both in the US and in Canada. My view is that we should reach out to all democratic nations and entities, including the European Union, of course an entity which he is less keen to keep ties with.
Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, can you outline the role of Assembly members, the role that we have in terms of scrutiny of the South Wales Metro Plan and the next rail franchise?
Well, it's open up to members, of course, to scrutinise the government's plans in a normal way.
Well, the comparison of the South Wales Metro to the Loch Ness Monster by one of your backbenchers sums up how many of us feel about it. Your government won't explain what's going on and people want clarity. You won't even publish the invitation to tender document, and that's something that's been done by every other country that makes up the UK. And it's now been confirmed that Transport for Wales believes that the electrification of the Ebbw Vale line has been, and I quote, discontinued from further consideration. Can you confirm that you no longer have any intention to electrify the Ebbw Vale line by 2023?
Well, the Ebbw Vale line was not included in the original spec for electrification. That does not mean, of course, that there won't be more frequent services on the line. That will happen. Now, when it comes to the Metro itself, as I'm sure members are sick of me saying, the Metro was something that I first mooted many years ago in, of all places, Bedwas Rugby Club. There is a map that's been published, including different phases of how the Metro will be developed. It's not simply a question of upgrading what is already there. It does mean looking at, for example, new light rail links, particularly where there are existing heavy rail lines that are not in use. It does mean looking at the way buses interact with both light rail and heavy rail. And we've shown our commitment, of course, by making sure that we have control of the track itself, to make sure that we're not in the hands of Network Rail, over whom we have no powers to direct. We fully intend to move forward, and we've allocated money for this purpose, with better trains, more convenient trains, a reasonable price, an integrated network, and, of course, more frequent trains. And that's exactly what the Metro will deliver.
This sounds to me very much like a reverse gear, First Minister. Your original business case included the Ebbw Vale line. It said, and I quote, "The case for electrification of the Valleys Line rail network is first and foremost on the basis that all lines are included from Ebbw Vale to Maesteg, and with the Vale of Glamorgan line included." Now, the documents published by Transport for Wales are based on the latest available information, which was published in November 2017, 2 months after the final invitation to tender. So I ask you, First Minister, what information did Transport for Wales receive which led to them stating that the Ebbw Vale line, the Maesteg line and the Vale of Glamorgan schemes have been discontinued?
Well, they've been discontinued because there will be more frequent services on those lines, as we've said. For example, you look at Maesteg. If you look at Maesteg, for example, I mean, if you want to ask me about trains, then good luck. If you look at my stake, for example, a twice-hourly service is what is being proposed. Well, that means two to Cardiff, well, that means one to Bridgend, one to Cardiff. Of course, the problem with my stake is, of course, that the main line electrification has gone west of Cardiff. Now, that adds significantly to the cost of electrifying to my stake. Originally, when we looked at the Metro plans, the UK government had said it would electrify Swansea. Now that has disappeared. But let's be quite clear about this. Two things to emphasise here. Firstly, whatever is the method of traction, there will be a better service and a more frequent service. And secondly, to suggest, as suggested last week, that you can divorce Cardiff from the rest of the Valley lines, clearly doesn't work. Many people come to work in Cardiff from the valleys. That means when they get to Cardiff, it's hugely important they can get around Cardiff properly and get around Cardiff in the easiest way possible. And that means, of course, integrating the system in Cardiff compared to with those of the valley lines. Again, let me be absolutely clear. There will be more frequent services. There will be better services. Some lines will be electrified first. The business case for others we looked at in the future. We can't electrify them all at once. We're looking at the lines in developing electrification as time goes on. But the point Plaid Cymru is trying to make is this: that somehow there's been, and I know they're not listening. Somehow there has been a move away from providing people in the South Wales Metro area with a better train service. That's not the case. The trains will be better, more frequent. In the first phases, some will be electrified. There will be a rolling programme of doing that. People will be able to catch buses that connect with train services. They will be part of an integrated network in a way that's never been possible before. The Metro will happen. It will move forward along the lines we've suggested, along the plans that we've suggested, and the people in the South Wales Metro area will get a better service.
Question 3, Mark Isherwood.
What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the economic benefit that heritage railways bring to Wales?
Well, we fully recognise the economic value of all our heritage railways, and we've helped support the extension and development of a number of heritage railways across Wales.
Thank you. Well, writing in last November's edition of the Heritage Railway magazine, its editor, Robin Jones, referred to the Llangollen Railway big push into Corwen Central, as well as to the Bala Lake Railway extension, highlighting the multiple economic benefits to local councils and others that heritage railways can guarantee. What action will you therefore take to ensure better understanding at all levels of government and business activity of the benefit that heritage railways, such as Llangollen Railway, can bring to the areas they serve?
I couldn't quite hear most of the question. You mentioned the Llangollen Railway, I think, at the end. Well, the Llangollen Railway is hugely important, not just in terms of the tourist attraction that's there, but also as a mode of transport, but the apprenticeships that I saw when I was there. They're a maintenance operation for a number of other heritage railways as well, and they, of course, are able to provide employment opportunities. We often think of heritage railways as employing mainly volunteers. Well, that's no longer the case, and particularly what I saw in Llangollen. We know that heritage railways are an enormous tourist attraction, marketed, of course, at one time as the Great Little Trains of Wales. Well, Llangollen is a standard gauge line as opposed to a narrow gauge line. We know, of course, that the Snowdon Mountain Line is hugely important and a massive tourist attraction there. We see, of course, the link between the Festiniog Railway and the Welsh Highland Railway and the way that's been done. So, from our perspective, we have funded heritage railways in the past. For example, the Welsh Highland Railways had 420,000, Snowdon 300,000, the Llanberis Lake Railway 400,000 for a line extension. So, we do understand how important heritage railways are, and we'll look to support them in the future.
Cwestiwn 4, Sian Gwenllian.
Wnaeth y Prif Weinidog ddatganiad am y papur gwyn ar ddiwygio Llywodraeth leol.
Wel, ddweud si pan i'r aelod pan ofynodd i yr cwestiwn tebyg wrthnos diwetha, mae'r dull gweithredu o ran cryfhau Llywodraeth leol yn cael ei ystyried, a bydd ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol a gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn gwneud datganiad maes o law.
Ydych chi'n sôn bod fi wedi gofyn wrthnos diwetha pam nes i ofyn am hyn am yr bedol mae'r Llywodraeth chi wedi wneud. Fe ddudwch chi nid yw'r sefyllfa wedi newid ynglyn â'r ffordd ymlaen. Roedd hyn yn awgrymu i mi nad oeddech chi'n ymwybodol o ddatganiadau diweddar eich ysgrifennydd Cabinet Alun Davies. A mae hyn yn rhyfeddol i mi ac yn awgrymu nad ydych chi'n cymryd llawer o ddiddordeb mewn Llywodraeth leol, sef yr rhwyd sy'n cadw ein pobl mwyaf bregus yn ddiogel, a 2, nad oedd unrhyw drafod wedi bod yn eich Cabinet chi am y newid cyfeiriad presennol. Felly, fedrwch chi'n goleuo ni ychydig bach mwy na ydych chi wedi gwneud yn barod ynglyn â'r cyfeiriad fyddwch chi'n gymryd fel Llywodraeth?
Wel, fel un oedd yn gynghorydd ar un adeg cyn dod i'r lle yma, fi'n gwybod faint mor bwysig mae Llywodraeth leol a gwaith, wrth gwrs, mae aelodau yn wneud yn lleol i gynrychioli i cymunedau. Ond gai ddweud, un peth sydd ddim yn ei newid yw allai'r system presennol ddim parhau, fel mae ar hyn o bryd. Yn ail, mae'n holl bwysig i sicrhau bod cydweithio rhanbarthol yn dal i ddigwydd. Mae hwnna wedi gwneud gwaniaeth mawr yr enghraifft i addysg, lle ni wedi gweld gweithredu ynglyn â y myfyrwyr yn gwella yn fawr iawn dros y blynyddoedd diwetha, ond mae yna ddadl i gael, wrth gwrs, ynglyn â beth dylai'r ffordd mlaen i fod yn y pen draw. Allwn ni ddim sefyll lle i ni, ond na beth ydy'r ddadl dros y misoedd nesaf, beth felly yw'r cyfeiriad o'r ymlaen, a wrth gwrs mae hwnna'n agored i aelodau i roi i fynegu ban amdano.
Nick Ramsey.
First Minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government has said that local democracy is all about participation. The usual pearls of wisdom we've come to expect from my friend Alan Davies. Alan Davies has also said that he wants councils to pilot innovative ways of voting which reflects people's busy lives, something which I would certainly agree with in principle. Of course, in practice, when you alter voting systems, it does open up the possibility of greater fraud. So how are you going to make sure that the new system of local government elections that follows on from these reforms doesn't open the door on a greater amount of fraud that we can't keep track on in the same way we can with the current voting patterns?
I think on the issue of electronic voting, the issue of security is an important one. We don't have a situation in this country where people have to produce ID when they vote, and I hope that never has to happen in the future. So when it comes to postal votes and when it comes to people voting in person, I think we have as robust a system as we can get. Now, in principle, I favour the idea of electronic voting, but I'm not convinced that the security yet exists to make sure that system is robust, and I think that's where we need to go. So I wouldn't object to electronic voting in the future, but I think the public would need to be reassured, especially in the present day, that there will be no prospect of systems being hacked, or indeed any prospect of somebody impersonating another voter. And that, I think, is where the work needs to be done over the next few years.
David Rees.
First Minister, as you've just identified, local government reform is under consultation at this point in time, or will be under consultation. But the boundary changes for ABMU were premised upon one local authority saying they wanted to change to suit their services better. Do you think it's now wise to actually go ahead with any changes with that boundary change, whilst we await the consideration of reform for local authority, and therefore should it actually now be put on hold whilst the local authority reform is considered?
Well, I mean, the consultation has ended. We will look, of course, at the responses to that consultation, and that will form part of our thinking in terms of local government.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, I'm sure that one thing that every AM in this chamber would agree on is the need to increase people's engagement in the democratic process and increase turnout at elections. And I know that one idea that's being considered as part of the Welsh Government's package of reforms is electronic voting. In framing my supplementary today, I wanted to cite an example where electronic voting had improved turnout, but actually looking at the experiences of Norway and Estonia, electronic voting actually had little effect in increasing participation. Instead, it was noted that we need to emphasise why voting is important. What are the First Minister's reflections on this evidence, and how best can we highlight the reasons why political participation is so crucial?
Yes, it's difficult to know, without looking at fully at the evidence, why that situation occurred in Norway and Estonia. I think what's important is to offer people as many methods of voting as is reasonable, to give them as much chance as possible to vote. We have historically, in this country, voted on Thursday. Not always, as the member on the D side knows. But, for example, other countries vote on the weekend. The reason why we never had votes on a Sunday is my grandfather wouldn't have voted on a Sunday, bluntly. Sabbatarianism. I'm not sure we're in a similar position to that now. So I think we do need to look at whether weekend voting is the way forward. Of course, there are some people who are working on a Saturday or Sunday, but flexibility there, electronic voting, postal voting. It's important, I think, that we look at as many means as possible of enabling people to vote as long as those means are secure.
Question 5, Julie Morgan.
What plans does the Welsh Government have to improve access to women's health services?
Well, we expect Welsh Health Boards to provide a full range of safe and sustainable health services to women, taking account of NICE guidance and waiting time plans.
Thank you for that response. More than 3 out of 4 abortions in Wales, nearly 80%, are medical rather than surgical procedures, which involve taking 2 doses of tablets within 72 hours of each other. Currently in Wales, both of these tablets have to be taken in a clinic, whereas in Scotland, women are now allowed to take the 2nd dose of misoprostol at home. Would the First Minister agree that women in Wales would be better off if they could take this 2nd dose at home, avoiding unnecessary medical appointments and also the risks of travelling often on public transport after taking the 2nd dose?
Well, I can inform my friend the member for Cardiff North that clinicians have approached the Welsh Government about this issue. We are considering the evidence, in particular, of course, about the possibility for more efficient service and, of course, safer, improved outcomes for women before committing to any future plans. She is right to point to what is happening in Scotland. There is a judicial review, however, in Scotland that is ongoing that challenges that policy. Obviously, we're taking an interest in that. So what I can say to her is that we're looking at the Scottish situation, looking to see in terms of safety whether that should apply to Wales, and of course looking to make sure that the judicial review, looking to see what the outcome of the judicial review actually is.
Angela Burns.
Presiding Officer. First Minister, over the last decade, approximately 70% of women who've been called forward to have breast test screenings have actually taken forward that invitation and have had the screenings that have sometimes saved their lives. However, there is a hardcore 30% that we are unable to reach to persuade them of the benefit of taking up this kind of screening. Do you think it would be an appropriate time now, after a decade, that we actually conduct some kind of survey to try to understand what the barriers are to that 30% accessing what could be potentially a life-saving screening service, and how we can then address their concerns so that we can have a better uptake for this very vital element of women's health?
I think the member makes a perfectly sensible suggestion, and one which needs to inform the work that we are doing with public health teams, health boards and primary care clusters to improve the screening uptake. She is quite correct in the figures that she quotes. More worryingly, Breast Test Wales have observed a gradual decline in uptake since 2007, which is a worrying, not quite a long-term trend, but enough for it to be concerning in terms of our trend over the past 9 years. More than 110,000 tests are conducted as part of the programme. There need to be more, and examining why women don't take the opportunity of going through screening has to be an important part of making sure we go past that 70% figure.
Question 6, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch Llywyd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the future roles of community and town councils in Wales?
Well, an independent review is looking at the future role of community and town councils and what needs to be in place to enable them to play that role, and it will be reporting later this year.
Over the past 7 years, I've had many concerns raised with me regarding the functions of community town councils, and in that time, also I've raised them here, but there's been 2 other reviews, so we're now finding ourselves in the middle of a review going forward. Now, the Wales Audit Office has found 65 community councils have not even yet adopted a code of conduct for members, 99 unable to provide evidence that they maintain and publish a register of interest, 81 failed to comply with statutory timetable for publishing audited accounts, 260 submitted annual returns that were incomplete or contained simple errors, and 108 do not have a website and have not made other arrangements to publish information. And we know that 81% of town and community council seats last year were uncontested or vacant. Now, I and many others consider community councils to be a very important level in our 5 layers currently of democratic governance. How can we be assured, First Minister, that you will actually show some, sort of involvement in this, and that this review will actually deliver a new way of moving forward for our community councils, so that our residents, our community councillors, can be assured that all those relevant processes are in place in terms of transparency, democratic accountability and financial probity?
Well, as somebody who was once a community councillor some time ago, I know how important community councils are. I think there are several issues there that the member raises which will need to be looked at as part of the process. First of all, we have a lot of community councils. There are 700 of them. They vary wildly in size. Some represent barely more than 100 people. Others, many thousands of people. I don't think it's realistic for us to expect the same of all of them, given their differences in size. For example, Barry Town Council, compared to Merthyr Mawr Community Council in my part of the world, is an enormous difference in size. And there are some parts of Wales, the Rhondda, for example, where there are no community councils at all. So, as part of the review, I think it's hugely important to look at numbers, to look at capacity, to look at how we can give more powers to town and community councils. It may be asymmetric because of their size, the size difference, and how we can empower them in the future. All that is forming part of the review that's moving forward. I think I'm right in saying there's one, and the member for Monmouth will enlighten me on this. There is one, I think, community council in Monmouthshire where literally 1 in 8 of the population have to be on the council in order for the council to have a full quota of members. That's what I've been told. Well, in those circumstances, it is hugely difficult to have a situation where all seats are contested. And it's right to say that in a vigorous democracy, not necessarily on party political grounds, but in a vigorous democracy, we want as many people to stand for community councils as possible.
Mick Anthony.
Well, First Minister, in Taffrili and Pontypridd, of course, we have 6 very well-run, exemplary community councils who have put forward this submission towards the consultations underway. That's Llantrisant, Llantwryd-Fardra, Pontyclun, Pontypridd, Taftswell and Nantgarw and Tonnerevil. And they put forward a number of recommendations in terms of how they see the role of community councils development. And I'll only ask you about one of those, because one of the things they suggest is that well-run town and community councils could well be a very effective facilitator for local heritage, sport and cultural projects. Do you think this is an area that we should be examining with regard to community councils, endorsing, supporting and upholding the local community, the local heritage, where they have real grassroots knowledge?
Well, absolutely. I think active and activist community and town councils are a hugely important part of our democracy. And local knowledge can't be underestimated. I mean, for example, when I was a community councillor, we had people on there with an encyclopedic knowledge of the local footpaths. And we were responsible for them, and they were maintained as a result of that. And that was very well felt in the community, because they could see the footpaths being maintained. So it is important to see what we can do. First of all, to have consistency in terms of the sustainability of community and town councils, and then look to see what powers they can be given, as I said, because there are going to be big differences in size, to see what powers are appropriate for whatever size of community or town council there might be.
Question 7, Jane Bryant.
First Minister, give an update on Maternity Network Wales.
Well, since its launch in 2015, the Maternity Network has brought together health professionals to work on 3 priority areas: reducing stillbirth, improving the quality and safety of services, and working in partnership with women and their families. And there are plans this year to align this network with a neonatal network.
Thank you, First Minister. Stillbirth can have a devastating and long-lasting impact on families. The Safer Pregnancy campaign launched by Maternity Network in March last year has sought to reduce the risk of stillbirth. A study conducted by Emma Mills of St Willis Hospital's Clinical Research and Innovation Centre found that interventional care led to a marked decrease in stillbirth rates. Emma was instrumental in bringing the study to Gwent, and stillbirth rates dropped between 25% and 50% in the first year. The stillbirth rate in the Nyren Bevan Health Board last year was 4.3 per 1,000 births, notably lower than a national average of 5.8. Can the First Minister commend the work by Emma Mills and ensure that this work is disseminated to all health boards across Wales? And can he join with me in praising the excellent support provided by midwives and volunteers such as SANS, who help families from the early hours after a baby's death through to the weeks, months and years ahead?
Well, we know the causes of stillbirth are multifaceted, with some factors still not clearly understood, so the work done by Emma Mills and others is vital if we're going to achieve a significant reduction in stillbirths. There is collaborative work involving the maternity network, SANS and maternity services across Wales, and that has resulted in a range of interventions being taken forward. Early indications do show a reduction in the numbers of stillbirths. Early signs yet, but they seem to give us a picture that is improving. One thing I think is important as well is it's important that people who experience the effects of a stillbirth, to have bereavement support services available to them. I've seen this, with my own eyes, where people do feel that they have lost somebody. They do not see it in terms of a stillbirth, they see it in terms of a child. And hugely important then that bereavement services are available. It is now part of the core part of maternity services in Wales, and that is something I think it's hugely important for those who suffer so much as a result of experiencing stillbirth.
Mark Reckless.
Is it right for women so often to be guided to midwife-led birthing units as a default option rather than to consultant-led labour wards?
Well, the women around me on the front bench have all said yes to that. They're more than happy to be in the hands of a midwife. And midwives, of course, are fully qualified to deal with the vast majority of births. Where there are occasions when births are more difficult, then of course mothers are usually planned. Actually, this is usually planned. Mothers are taken to maternity units that have more specialised services, but midwives provide us with a fantastic service.
Question 8, John Griffiths.
What further steps will the Welsh Government take towards a more preventative approach to ill health in Wales?
Well, prevention will continue to be central to our approach for improving and protecting population health. What does that mean? Well, looking at programmes such as smoking cessation, immunisation programmes and healthy schools and workplace programmes.
First Minister, a few weeks ago, Sophie Howers, Commissioner for Future Generations in Wales, gave evidence in facing scrutiny to the committee I chair, the Equalities, Local Government and Communities Committee. She mentioned that she's proposing to Welsh Government that new money for health should be earmarked for the preventative agenda and subject to joint work between health and non-health bodies in an attempt to get the health service in Wales onto a more preventative and proactive footing in accordance with the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. There seems to be a consensus that we do need to get onto the front foot in preventing ill health, in also, of course, meeting day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month health pressures that people rightly expect to be met. Would you support that proposal to use new monies in that way?
I don't think we can use all new money that way because, of course, there are pressures elsewhere in the NHS. Sensibly, of course, I don't disagree with what he's saying. Prevention is, as they say, is better than cure, but we do also have to deal with the pressures that are put on the NHS, particularly pressures in acute services, and look to fund them. That said, £88 million has been allocated in this financial, or the last financial year rather, to Public Health Wales to provide, this financial year, I beg your pardon, provide a range of measures aimed at preventing ill health. That means smoking cessation. We know that smoking is a significant factor in ill health, particularly as people get older. And quite often where people stop smoking, the effects are still there. It depends how long they've been smoking and on them as individuals. Screening, we've already mentioned screening in the chamber, how important screening is to prevent and detect the early stages of serious illnesses. Vaccination, childhood immunisation, that's hugely important. And also active travel, being able to give people the easiest opportunities to be able to walk, to be able to cycle, and it's good to see authorities such as, if I can put in just a plug for Bridgend here, investing in cycle routes to make sure that people are able to cycle from the town centre in Bridgend all the way up Yogmore Valley and the Garrow Valley on the cycle routes that exist there without ever having to go on a busy road. And being able to encourage people to be active and to maintain that habit of being active is hugely important in terms of prevention. And I know with him I'm preaching to the converted.
Akanola Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, First Minister, the number of people living with diabetes in Wales has almost doubled in the last 10 years. Gwent has the highest prevalence in Wales, with research showing that 8% of the population of Naibevan Health Board area is living with diabetes. Can the First Minister confirm that the National Obesity Strategy covers both prevention and treatment, and will he commit his government to particularly targeting funds at diabetes hotspots such as South Wales East?
Well, the member will know, of course, that the Public Health Wales Act does give clear legislative focus to action to address the priority public health issue of obesity. which of course is such a cause of type 1 diabetes. The obesity strategy will, type 2 diabetes I think, I'm right in saying. I'll be corrected by the medics in the chamber. Our obesity strategy, or indeed fellow lawyers, our obesity strategy will bring together all the work the Welsh Government supports to tackle what is a major public health challenge and put it on a statutory footing. A strategy development board chaired by the Chief Medical Officer is overseeing delivery, and a consultation will be launched in the early summer.
Nidog, ar eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes. A dwi'n galw ar arweinydd y tŷ, Julie James, i wneud y datganiad.
Diolch, Llywydd. There are no changes to this week's business. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found amongst the meeting papers, which are available to members electronically.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. Leader of the House, could I ask for a statement on the Welsh Government's support for fair trade? It's currently Fair Trade Fortnight, as I'm sure I can see Jeremy Miles' ways nodding vigorously. And I was pleased to offer my own support to the initiative by attending a fair trade breakfast in Abergavenny Community Centre in my constituency last Friday. Breakfast was extremely well supported by members of the public and also by community groups such as Abergavenny's Love Zimbabwe, set up by Dave and Martha Holman, Martha from Zimbabwe. This is a great community event, I know, which many other AMs support as well, which brings together communities across Wales. I'd be grateful if we could have an update from you on how you're supporting that. Secondly and finally, some time ago, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure's predecessor, Edwina Hart, committed to, during the last Assembly, a trunk road review. I wonder if we could have an update of where we are with that review, or I should say, the follow-up to that review. As part of that, I seem to recall she said to me that she would be looking at the potential de-trunking of the A40 through Abergavenny. And I know that there was supposed to be a meeting with the local authority about that. I'd be grateful if we could hear from the Cabinet Secretary on whether any progress has been made in that area in making our roads through that particular town centre a little bit safer.
Yes, on fair trade, absolutely concur. It's a great initiative and we're very supportive of it indeed. Indeed, Llywydd, I'll indulge myself by saying that if it weren't for fair trade products, my family would be very scarce of presents at Christmas, as I'm very keen on supporting the fair trade movement. And indeed, it's a very important part of being one of the advanced democracies of the world that we support people who are not in such a good economic position as ourselves with good, fair work practices in order to make sure that they have a better standard of living, and we, of course, have the huge enjoyment of sharing a lot of the creativity and productivity that that brings. I will certainly make sure that the Government brings forward an update on where we are with our support for fair trade, and Llywydd, I think the Commission has a fair amount to do with fair trade. We have events on the Commission estate quite often as well, so I'll make sure that we have a look at how we can bring more of those events forward in the future. In terms of the trunk road review, the Cabinet Secretary is due to make a statement on transport matters general during the summer term of this Assembly, and I'll make sure that he includes some of the specifics that you mentioned in that statement when it comes forward. Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Llywydd. Just to remember, of course, fair trade is not just for Christmas, but for Easter chocolate as well. Can I ask for two items from the Business Manager? First of all, it's widely reported in the press this morning that the terms of the inquiry led by Paul Bowen QC regarding the actions of the First Minister around the dismissal of Carl Sargent from the Government have now been agreed. However, I haven't seen any letter or statement made to members yet. I'd be interested to know what the timetable is for informing members that the terms of inquiry, if indeed they have been agreed, that they are agreed, and the timetable for the inquiry as well. I'd be particularly keen to know whether the inquiry would include in its terms of references not only the First Minister's actions, but the actions of people acting on behalf and at the behest of the First Minister, as I think that's a very important element when we examine how the whole Government approached this issue. So I'd like confirmation of what the next steps are in terms of informing members around that inquiry. The second matter has arisen today, as it happens, in the House of Commons as well, which is a response by Greg Clark on the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, who said that it was twice as expensive as Hinkley C nuclear power station. It's obvious that Greg Clark doesn't know his own department's budget, otherwise he'd know that he spends an awful lot of his own money on cleaning up after nuclear power stations, which isn't reflected in the electricity price at all the subsidy that's looked at from the point of view of the tidal lagoon. But also, Claire Clark's figures do not take into account the Welsh Government's own offer of capital support for this project. Now, we don't know publicly, of course, how much the Welsh Government has offered, though it's said to be considerable or substantial. We don't know how that is going to be progressed, but we do know the Welsh Government is interested in getting an innovative development off the ground, embed the tidal energy industry here in Wales, not just for the lagoon, but for the industry going forward. So in order for us to perhaps illuminate Greg Clark and others who are tardy in coming forward with a decision on this, could we have a government debate, not only on the tidal lagoon, but on the opportunity of the whole technology for Wales, led, of course, by the government's own interest in this matter? And I also note that Greg Clark also said to the House of Commons today that he thinks the best way forward is to recognise the constraints, whatever he quite means about them. And then he says, I've committed to do that with colleagues in the Welsh Government. However, we haven't heard actually whether there are serious discussions currently taking place between the Welsh Government and the Westminster Government at the senior official level regarding this substantial offer that you have made. There was an initial discussion. However, I'm keen to understand whether that's now ongoing. In effect, is Westminster taking you seriously? And are they seriously engaging with the offer that you have made? And I think we've all come to a position where we don't care which government takes credit for getting this off the ground at the end of the day. What we want to see is dialogue and commitment from both sides, and I think Welsh Government has shown that, to be fair. But we want dialogue and commitment from both sides. So can you confirm that talks are now taking place, that there's serious engagement happening? And, as I say, perhaps table a debate so that we can all, in the past, over a year ago, we joined together in our support for the lagoon. It would be good to reinforce that once again.
Yes, in terms of the QC-led inquiry, the member has the advantage of me, I'm afraid. My understanding is that those are being agreed with the family, and I'm sure that once the family are happy and so on, we will be updated. But he appears to know more than I do, so I'll make sure that the Chamber is updated as soon as we're in a position to do that. In terms of the tidal lagoon, I have to declare an interest slower than say, obviously, I'm a Swansea Assembly member, and I'm absolutely enraged by the comments that were made today in the House of Commons. They are misinformed. The government is ignoring its own report by Charles Hendry into the efficacy and efficiency of stimulating a tidal lagoon industry here in Wales. Clearly, it's about the energy. We have made the offer to support it, but also, clearly, it's about the industry that goes with that and all that comes from having the start of a worldwide industry here in Wales. We have been having a robust conversation with Westminster, although it has to be said it's robust on our side and not so much on theirs. The First Minister is, in fact, seeing the Prime Minister tomorrow, and we'll be sure to get him to raise the remarks made in the House of Commons today. But I would like to take this opportunity to say that they're clearly not taking into account the fact that this is also a pilot project. And that it can't, the Hendry report made it very clear that looking at it only as a contract for difference and not as a pilot project was clearly erroneous. And we'll be making those points again very forcibly. I also think that the Cabinet Secretary is nodding that it would be very useful to have a debate around the whole issue of renewable and baseload renewable energy and its importance in world energy markets.
Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Llywydd. Firstly, I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary Economy and for the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport to provide a statement indicating how the Welsh Government is going to support medium-sized businesses in Wales to grow into large businesses. We know that in Wales we have a very few large companies, and when companies become medium-sized, they either sell or stay medium-sized, where in more successful areas of the world they continue to grow. Can I also raise the tidal lagoon, as it's mainly in my constituency? Does the Cabinet Leader of the House think that we'd ever had nuclear energy if the same rules which now we have to meet for the building of the tidal lagoon had been set for Calder Hall in the first place?
Yes, in terms of SMEs, we're committed to supporting entrepreneurs, micro and SMEs, as well as social enterprises, and that's why we're investing £86 million up to 2020 to ensure that entrepreneurs and businesses in Wales have access to information, guidance and business support through the European funded programmes, through Business Wales and through Social Business Wales. We're including business support advice from Business Wales and investment for medium-sized entities through the Development Bank of Wales. We have a bilingual business support service launched in January 2013 and refreshed in January 2016 to make it easier for Welsh businesses and aspiring entrepreneurs to access the information, advice and support they require to start and grow their businesses. We've also enhanced the dedicated relationship management to specialised targeted support such as succession planning, and we're also looking to ensure growth and stability. Mike Hedges is quite right. There are two bits of growth. The first initial commercialisation and getting together of the business, and then when a business gets to somewhere just underneath 30 employees, when they need an injection of cash to grow up that next stage. So we'll be concentrating, looking very much on how we get businesses through those two crucial growth rates, and more importantly, make sure that they don't offshore at that point, which is a big issue for lots of countries around the world, so that we have good access to equity investment for our businesses of that sort. So we have a large number of schemes in place to do just that, as well as to commercialise some of our excellent scientific research here in Wales. Yes, in terms of the tidal lagoon, I mean, it's just one of the frustrations, isn't it, that a different rule is being applied to the tidal lagoon than has ever been applied to any other viable energy scheme. And yet the government isn't prepared to take forward the Charles Hendry suggestion of applying a completely different funding model if they think that it's such a risky pilot. We've made that point repeatedly to them. I make it again here in the Senedd. This should not be being regarded as simply a scheme that needs a contract for difference. This should be regarded as a scheme which is a pilot of a worldwide industry that the British government ought to be supporting.
Mohamed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, I would like to ask a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy and Transport on the potential benefit of Welsh waterways on tourism in Wales. The Canal and River Trust has announced plans to reopen a disused part of the Monmouthshire and Brecon Canal between Five Locks in Cwmbran to Barracks Hills in Newport. This is a forecast to increase visitors or tourists from abroad to visit the canal from 3 million to 4.5 million. An increased number of visitors would spend from £17 million to nearly £25 million. That's a great benefit to the area. Please, could the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on what Welsh Government is doing to capitalise on Wales' historic waterways as significant tourist attraction, please?
Member makes a very good point. I was delighted to see that a new section of the Monmouth or the Mon and Brec, as it's affectionately known to canal aficionados. And again, Llywelyn, I seem to be declaring an interest all the time as a business manager, but those of you who know me will know that I'm a complete canal boat buff. So I'm very fond of the Mon and Brec Canal and have had very many happy family holidays on canal boats in those parts. So we're very, very delighted to see the announcement of a reopening of a new section of the canal. And indeed, one of the tragedies of us not looking after our history back in the 19th and beginning of the 20th century was the filling in of many of the canal routes when people didn't really understand what benefits they brought across many communities. And so I've fought a worthy battle in my own patch to keep the Neath and Tennant Canal running, and I'm very delighted to see that that investment being made. The Canals Trust is to be applauded for it.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Alla i ddechrau drwy hefyd gefnogi sylwadau Simon Thomas a hefyd Mike Hedges ar y morlyn llanw ym Mae Abertawe. Mae'n hen bryd i'r prosiect yna gymryd lle, ond yn sylfaenol arweinydd y tŷ yn ogystal â diolch i chi am eich datganiad, mi fyddwch chi hefyd yn ymwybodol fod yr ymgynghoriad ynglŷn â lleoli canolfan trawma difrifol De Cymru wedi cael mis dwytha. Mae hyn yn benderfyniad pwysig iawn yn enwedig i drigolion de-orllewin, gorllewin a chanolbarth Cymru. Mae'n addadl gryf, fel ydych chi'n gwybod, gan fod ysbyty Treforys mewn man canolog yn Ne Cymru. Taw yn y fan hyn y dyla'r ganolfan drawma gael ei leoli. Oherwydd pwysigrwydd y penderfyniad yma i Abertawe a holl de-orllewin a chanolbarth Cymru, byddwn ni'n ddiolchgar beta'r ysgrifennydd cabinet dros iechyd yn fodlon dod â dadl ger bron y siambr yma, mwyn i ni fel aelodau etholedig gael cyfle i drafod y mater ac i drafod gweledigaeth y Llywodraeth yma ar gyfer safle ysbyty Treforys fel canolfan meddygol rhanbarthol.
Yes, the member's quite right. The very important consultation on the siting of the new service for major trauma in South Wales has just closed, and I was very anxious to make sure that a very large number of responses was received by the Government. The Cabinet Secretary will be bringing forward a statement on the outcome of that consultation and the content of the consultation responses shortly.
Julie Morgan.
Diolch. People in Cardiff and in several other cities around the UK received Islamophobic letters yesterday about a so-called Punish a Muslim Day, inciting violence and verbal abuse. And I understand the police are treating this as a possible hate crime. What can be done to reassure people in Wales, as Cardiff was one of the places mentioned? Is there anything the government could do, either to issue a statement or something to reassure people who are perhaps now afraid to go out because of the fears of this so-called Punish a Muslim Day?
Yes, it's an absolutely appalling campaign. The letter is horrific. Counter-terrorism police are investigating it and taking it very seriously indeed, and calling on all recipients to hold the letter and the envelope and handle it minimally to preserve evidence and to get the police involved as soon as they possibly can, so that we can have the best chance of catching the perpetrators of this just absolutely appalling communication. They should contact their local police force on 101 or contact Tell Mama via their website or on 0800 456 1226. Llywedd. We take Islamophobia and hate crime extremely seriously. We're working with all 4 police forces and the Hate Crime Criminal Justice Board Cymru. We have robust systems and legislation in place to investigate the hate crime, and we will be pursuing this one vigorously, as it is a particularly appalling example.
Mark Isherwood.
Diolch, Clyde. Could I call for a single Welsh Government statement providing an update on the Integrated Autism Service following the Welsh Government's publication of the 1st of March 2018 evaluation of the Integrated Autism Service and Autistic Spectrum Disorder Strategic Action Plan interim report. The findings in this include weaknesses and inconsistencies in both assessment and diagnostic services for adults with autism and in support services for adults and children with autism. It says the focus upon co-production and prevention is expected to help improve effectiveness and reduce demand, and integration is expected to help maximise synergies and create more seamless services. However, evidence of the impact and efficiencies generated by integration remain weak. And a final quote, success requires a co-productive approach involving staff, service users and carers in the design, implementation and evaluation of the service. But there are concerns that the top-down approach has stifled this. Well, recognising that people living in the autism community, whether they are on the spectrum or their families, carers, are the real experts in their own lives. And although each is unique as an individual, as everybody else is, only they can truly deliver effective autism awareness to help public sector providers and others see the world through their eyes. I call for a statement accordingly, because this report is significant and merits proper scrutiny by this House.
Yes, it's a very important report. The member quite rightly draws attention to the need for co-production for all services affecting individuals and their families. The member knows that I have a nephew who's on the autistic spectrum, and so I'm very well acquainted with many of the issues that he raises. I'm sure that the Minister responsible will be looking very carefully at the report and will be updating the Chamber on the Government's response in due course.
Sian Gwenllian.
Mae yna beth pryder ynglyn â'r amserlen ar gyfer craffu ac yna pleidleisio ar y rheoliadau ar gyfer safona'r Gymraeg yn maes iechyd. Da ni wedi bod yn disgwyl dros 2 flynedd bellach ers i'r Comisiynydd y Gymraeg gyflwyno'r rheoliadau i'r Llywodraeth yn y maes iechyd. Mae hynny wedi digwydd ac maen nhw wedi cael eu cyhoeddi pythefnos yn ôl, ond mae'r amserlen o hyn ymlaen yn dyn iawn. Da ni angen i craffu nhw yr wythnos yma a wedyn cynnal pleidlais yn fan hyn yr wythnos nesaf. Mae yna gonfensiwn, ond nid rheol, bod disgwyl i'r rheoliadau gael eu cadarnhau gan y cynulliad o leia 28 diwrnod cyn y dyddiad dod i rym, gan olygu cynnal y ddadl ar bleidlais o leia 28 diwrnod cyn y dyddiad hwnnw. Y dyddiad sydd wedi cael ei roi ar gyfer i'r safonau yma ddod i rym ydy'r 9 ar 20 o Fehefin, sydd felly yn rhoi ffenast o bron i 2 fis ar gyfer eu craffu nhw yn iawn a chael tystiolaeth gan ystod-eang o arbenigwyr a defnyddwyr gwasanaeth hefyd. Felly, gai ofyn i chi, fyddwch chi fodlon ail ystyried yr amserlen bresennol mwyn sicrhau fod y safona pwysig yma yn cael eu craffu mewn ffordd trwyadl ac effeithiol?
Yes, the member makes a good point. I understand that there was an extensive consultation when Alan Davis was the Minister in charge of this. The scrutiny timetable is short. We are having some real business timetabling difficulties in the Senedd at the moment, but I will discuss it with the Cabinet Secretary for Health and indeed with the Llaeth and business managers next Tuesday to see what can be done in view of the members' comments.
Jane Hutt.
Leader of the House, can I welcome again the statement made by Jane Bryant, the Chair of the Standards Committee last week on the Respect and Dignity and Respect policy, and can you clarify whether a date has been allocated for the debate on the policy for all members to support? And will the Leader of the House consider funding a Wales-wide survey on sexual harassment as proposed by Sian Gwenllian as part of a national conversation on sexual harassment, which also Jane Bryant welcomed last week in her statement, response to her statement? And secondly, can you clarify with the Environment Minister whether the environmental impact assessment has been instigated, which she agreed would be required for the latest planning application for the biomass incinerator in Barry? Residents were severely disturbed over the weekend by noisy pre-commissioning work at the incinerator with a plume discharge. And has the biomass company replied to the letter of the 14th of February from the Welsh Government regarding the environmental impact assessment requiring response by March the 7th, 2018?
Yes, taking those in reverse order, the developer, I understand, has responded to the letter issued by the Welsh Government. Officials are currently considering the representations made before a final decision on the need for an EIA is made. Residents who've been affected by the activities that Jane Hutt has mentioned several times in this chamber are advised to raise their concerns with the Vale of Glamorgan Council, who will be able to investigate them. In terms of the statement by the Chair of the Standards Committee, I don't think we have a definitive date, but we are considering that as part of the government timetable for the next term. We're now only a week away from the Easter recess. I have actually commissioned a study into sexual harassment and misogynistic hate crimes via the Police and Crime Commissioners of Wales. When we've had that back, we will be looking to see what we can do in terms of a wider survey around sexual harassment. And I'll be working very closely with the Chair of the Standards Committee to make sure that we can factor that into any of the actions that we take in the future.
Thank you. And finally, Adam Price.
Diolch i'r Pwylywydd. Ydyn ni'n gallu gael datganiad gan yr ysgrifennydd cabinet dros addysg ynglyn â'r anghydfod o fewn yn prifysgolion ar hyn o bryd? Bydd nifer o aelodau y cynulliad wedi mynychu'r rali oedd wedi cael ei gynnal prynawn gan aelodau o'r Undeb Colegau Prifysgol, ac mae'r Llywodraeth wedi mynegu cydymdeimlad a chefnogaeth i'w achos nhw. Ond gyda'r anghydfod nawr o bosib yn mynd mewn i benod newydd gyda, fel digwyddodd yng Nghaerdydd y bore yma, canghennau lleol yn gwrthod y ddel ddiweddara. Ond yw'n amser i Lywodraeth Cymru symud o weid i wneud a falle cynnig yr enghraifft, cyfarfod brys o'r holl is-gangallorion yng Nghymru yn un ariannu'r sector, felly mae modd i ni ddylanwadu arnyn nhw a gweud beth am dangos mwy o arweiniad na maen nhw wedi wneud ar hyn o bryd, a wneud yr un peth wedyn ni ar draws y Deyrnas Gyfunol trwy gynnull cyfarfod o'r gweinidogion addysg ar draws Prydain.
Yes, I mean, it's very much to be regretted that we're still in this situation. The Cabinet Secretary for Education has stated her willingness to facilitate any such meeting, to host it and to do anything necessary to bring it together. I'm sure she'll be able to restate that commitment in the light of what happened at Cardiff this morning, and I'll be sure to ask her to do so as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Leader of the House. Item 3 on our Women's Gender is a statement by the Minister for Environment on designated landscapes, and I call on the Minister for Environment, Hannah Blythe.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Back in June 2017, this Assembly debated the role of areas of outstanding natural beauty and national parks when members spoke with passion about what these landscapes mean to them and to their constituents. We agreed unanimously that our designated landscapes should play their part in the sustainable management of natural resources to protect nature and support vibrant rural communities. During both that debate and preceding reviews, the future protection of these areas under this government has been called into question. Today, I can confirm unequivocally that all the existing designated landscapes will be retained and their purpose of conserving and enhancing natural beauty will not be weakened. I welcome the thorough and thought-provoking reviews and reports from Professor Marsden and his panel, and Lord Ellis-Thomas and the Future Landscapes Working Group. On behalf of both myself and my predecessors, I wish to place on record today my thanks to them and all stakeholders for their significant time and efforts. Designated landscapes have been in a state of review since a draft policy statement was consulted on in 2013. Today, I want to begin answering some of the key questions on the Government's position and to give this Assembly the opportunity to gain a sense of my priorities. In the coming months, I intend to publish a policy statement which will bring the review process to a close. Withdrawal from the European Union brings considerable uncertainty, but with it comes the opportunity to improve our land management and the resilience of our landscapes. It changes the context for our designated landscapes and how we must now interpret the findings of these past reviews. The Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs has set out the Welsh Government's principles for future land management support, and there is an important role for both AONB partnerships and national park authorities. They need to play their part in supporting farmers and other land managers to remain on the land, as well making a key contribution to the priorities within the natural resources policy. If we are to address the environmental challenges we face, we must recognise that designated landscapes must do more to identify, safeguard and realise the benefits from the public goods they protect for all the people of Wales. And when I say for all the people of Wales, I mean for all the people of Wales. I want to see a more diverse and wide-ranging cross-section of Welsh society feeling they have a stake in these nationally important landscapes and recognising the benefits we derive from them. I've been able to see first-hand how this can happen. The Clwydian Range and Dee Valley AONB sits on the edge of my constituency, and with Welsh Government funding, they have supported the Active Woods project. This partnership with the Alzheimer's Society and Macmillan has used woodland activities across Denbighshire, Flintshire and Wrexham to improve the physical, mental and social well-being of vulnerable people who would otherwise have had the opportunity to engage with this landscape. This is only one example of the wide range of opportunities that can be realised and the importance of our environment's contribution to our health and prosperity as a nation. All parks and AONBs can and must do more to reach out beyond their traditional audience and realise their full potential. It is in this context I have considered the proposals in Marsden and Future Landscapes, and I have based my consideration on 3 principles. First, any proposals must not undermine the standard of protection given to these valued landscapes and should provide for greater parity for AONBs and national parks. Second, any change should reduce the administrative burden on authorities and partnerships, letting them focus energy and resources on delivery. Third, this should support continued development of effective collaboration. The weight of comment triggered by the review has been on whether there should be a change to the statutory purposes of Wales's designated landscapes. This has led to a significant debate on the place of the Sandford Principle. The Sandford Principle, which applies only in national parks, gives primacy to the conservation of natural beauty in the event there is a conflict with the promotion of the enjoyment of the park's special qualities. The debate has focused on the continued relevance of this principle in the context of our legal framework within the Environment Wales Act and the principles for sustainable management of natural resources. There has been widespread support during the review for the Welsh ambition on the sustainable management of natural resources within the legislation which is recognised as world-leading. Designated landscapes are best placed to take this forward in their areas. The designated landscapes have a diversity of natural resources. They also have considerable expertise, experience and extensive connections with communities of interest, including people who live and work within their boundaries. However, no consensus has emerged on whether it is necessary to change the purpose of parks or AONBs to achieve this. Whilst I do not discount the symbolism of a new economic purpose, I have seen insufficient evidence that the existing purposes are a barrier to practical delivery. For that reason, and given the uncertain context, I am not prepared to pursue a change of this nature now without broader support. Therefore, I intend to retain the existing purposes of national parks along with the Sandford Principle and retain the existing purpose of AONB. This doesn't mean there is not a need for park authorities or AONB authorities partnerships to pursue activities which supports the social and economic resilience of communities in their areas. They should, and there is no barrier to them doing so within their existing purpose. That said, there is a need to improve the connection between the existing purposes, including biodiversity conservation and the framework within the Environment Act. To achieve this, I am minded to introduce legislation at a future opportunity to require the park authorities and AONBs to apply the principles of the sustainable management of natural resources, in particular when preparing their statutory management plans. I also wish to strengthen the status and scrutiny of the management plans, requiring the plans to identify the special qualities. I believe this approach will align the parks and AONBs with our legislation here in Wales and the international obligation from which it is drawn, in a way which brings them fully on board with the contemporary understanding of ecosystems and landscapes, whilst recognising the enduring value of their original purpose. It will strengthen the importance of the special qualities and decision-making across all activities in both national parks and AONBs. With a difficult financial settlement to manage, I am sympathetic to the argument put forward by the park authorities to reduce administration costs, and I intend to remove some of this burden so far as is consistent with good governance. In addition, I will support their efforts to maximise their revenue from appropriate commercial activity. Our national parks can do more to reach out without compromising their principles. Parity for AONBs with national parks broadly exists in terms of planning policy, but is lacking when it comes to status, profile and resourcing. Both Marsden and Future Landscapes observe this. Whilst I acknowledge that flexibility of governance and partnerships in AONBs may be a strength, there is also a potential weakness in terms of the stewardship of these equally valuable landscapes. I intend to continue the discussion with AONBs on what can be done here. My intention in the next few months is to set out the detail and improving delivery and accountability in ways consistent with the Environment Act and the National Natural Resources Policy in Wales. The process of the review has ingrained a new way of working between parks, areas of outstanding natural beauty and stakeholders, where they now share a much greater understanding of the challenges and priorities which they can help to address by working together, particularly bringing their collective experience to bear to halt the decline in nature whilst recognising the need for economic resilience in our rural communities. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am committed to ensuring areas of outstanding natural beauty and national parks are valued for their natural beauty by our people, our communities and our country, and that our designated landscapes deliver rich ecosystems, vibrant and resilient communities and opportunities for outdoor recreation for all the people of Wales. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Paul Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank the Minister for her statement this afternoon. I'm pleased to respond to this statement as a member whose constituency lies in the heart of the Pembrokeshire Coast National Park area. Wales's designated landscapes are beacons of natural beauty and conservation. They host millions of visitors, promote and protect our culture, help foster more cohesive communities and play a significant role in creating a more healthier and resilient Wales, as outlined in the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. Therefore, it's crucial that their management and oversight is considered carefully and that the Welsh Government moves forward in conjunction with these landscapes and the communities within them. Now, today's statement rightly recognises that designated landscapes have been in a state of review since 2013, and so it's important that the Welsh Government now brings forward plans to manage these landscapes. It is disappointing that the Welsh Government statement only confirms that another statement will be published in a few months' time. Therefore, my first question is to ask the Minister, why is this process taking so long? And does the Minister agree with me that the constant reviewing of designated landscapes in recent years has done nothing to help them plan and coordinate their activities for the medium and longer term? Of course, I'm pleased that the Minister has at least confirmed for the time being that the Sanford Principle will continue to be applied across all designated landscapes. The concern over the removal of the Sanford Principle has been overwhelming from stakeholders, and so perhaps the Minister could clarify the permanency of the Sanford Principle so that those stakeholders can be confident that the Welsh Government won't revisit this matter in the near future. Now, today's statement also refers to the option of introducing legislation at a future opportunity to require the designated landscapes to apply the principles of sustainable management. Therefore, perhaps in responding to this statement, the Minister will confirm what timescales she is currently considering to introduce legislation and whether she intends to bring forward primary legislation or enact other regulatory measures to address this issue. The Welsh Government's consultation last year also considered enabling governance arrangements to better reflect local circumstances, including a wide range of delivery models such as partnerships and shared or delegated responsibilities. Of course, designated landscapes must engage with a level of community consultation and representation, and it's important that any new governance arrangements work for each individual area and are not just a one-size-fits-all approach. In light of the views expressed by stakeholders on this specific issue, perhaps the Minister could tell us what initial plans she has to facilitate this local engagement further, and perhaps she could confirm whether the Welsh Government intends to implement a system of directly elected National Park Authority members as a way of strengthening local democracy and accountability. Today's statement also recognises the need to support National Park authorities to reduce their administration costs insofar as is consistent with good governance. Therefore, I'd be grateful if the Minister could explain how she intends to go about reducing these costs, particularly if the Welsh Government is intending to bring forward legislation in the future which could add more burdens on national park authorities. Now, the Marsden Review also recommended actions in relation to the economies of national landscapes. For example, it recommended that national landscapes needed to better understand their local and regional economies, and especially their tourism economies, which is something I wholeheartedly agree with. In my own designated landscape area, the local tourism industry currently generates in excess of £570 million per year and underpins the economic viability of so many local services and businesses, which in turn are important to the sustainability and well-being of local communities. Indeed, that supply chain of business activity is an essential component of all designated landscapes, and so, therefore, perhaps the Minister could tell us a bit more about her vision for the economies of designated landscapes and also how her vision fits alongside other flagship government policies and programmes. I'm pleased that today's statement recognises the challenges that leaving the European Union could have on our designated landscapes and the opportunities it may present too. So my final question, Deputy Presiding Officer, is to ask what assessments have been made of the impact of Brexit on Wales's designated landscapes and whether the Minister would be willing to share any new data with members so we can better understand the Welsh Government's direction of travel. Therefore, in closing, Deputy Presiding Officer, can I once again thank the Minister for her statement and reiterate that moving forward, the Welsh Government must work with our designated landscapes and not simply seek to impose change for change's sake. The importance of our designated landscapes are critical to our health and well-being, our education and our economy, and I look forward to hearing more about the Welsh Government's vision for designated landscapes as these policies develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you for that wide range of questions. You started by recognising the national park within your own constituency as of Pembrokeshire, and I was very pleased as when I came to preside committee to visit all the national parks, which is quite a hardship to go on visits, but the first one was Pembrokeshire, and when I was there I saw the role that tourism played in that, and also the health and well-being and tough walkability projects, as well as the educational perspective of getting local schools in as well. In terms of just your last question, perhaps one of your first, is you talked about the length of the process, and I think a lot of that is related to actually where we found ourselves in terms of exiting the European Union, and in terms of that we know there's going to be challenges as well as opportunities in terms of land management. In terms of what I'm keen to do now in terms of this process, is, like I said today, is draw a line under it and actually to provide stability for the national parks and the AONB so we can work together to actually take that forward and actually enhance the nature we have at our fingertips. In terms of the assessment on the impact on designated landscape, as you could imagine, this is looking at in the whole in terms of the impact of exiting the European Union on the entire environmental portfolio, and my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary, as well. It's a large piece of work, and designated landscapes forms part of this, and we'll obviously be more than happy to update this place and the member in due course with any information and data we have in terms of the impact of exiting the European Union does have on our designated landscapes. You're absolutely right in terms of the importance of one size not having one size fits all and recognising the different unique qualities of each of the landscapes and making sure it works for the local community. In terms of into directly elected members of the board. At this point, as you said, there's financial pressures on the designated landscapes, and I've been minded not to bring in any proposals that would further impact on them financially. But we are also looking how we can actually make sure, in terms of actually, I'm keen to make sure that our designated landscapes reach out, like I said, for the whole of Wales and for different communities, and at the same time to make sure that they are representative of those communities too, and that our boards, all boards of public life in Wales, are representative of our diverse communities and our local communities as well.
Thank you. Simon Thomas.
Diolch Brylywydd, hoffwn i ddiolch i'r gweinidog am I datganiad, gan ddweud bydd llawer, dwi'n meddwl, yn croesawu'r ffaith bod yn ymddangos o leia sefydlogrwydd yn y maes yma o hyn ymlaen. Dwi'n nodi bod yn 5 mlynedd ers dechrau trafod dyfodol tirweddau donededig, ac ni wedi benni lan 5 mlynedd wedyn, heb ddim byd wedi newid o gwbl, dweud y gwir, a hyd yn oed dim 1 o 3 prif agymhelliad Terry Marsden yn cael ei gweithredu fel hyn, a mae'r gwaith caled, mae'n siŵr gen I Dafydd Ellis Thomas yn edrych yn fwy fel prentisiaeth ar gyfer darpa'r aelod o Llywodraeth yn hytrach na unrhyw beth sydd wedi arwain at newid yn y maes yma. Does dim byd wedi newid. Does dim byd wedi newid o gwbl. Ond y droi at cynnwys datganiad gan y gweinidog heddiw. Mae hi, wrth gwrs, wedi dweud y bydd na datganiad polisi I ddilyn. Dwi'n gobeithio bod sech hynny yn gallu derbyn beth sydd yn ei datganiad hi heddiw. Mae wedi cadarnhau bod y gwyddo Sanford yn aros, bod y gwyddorion didol y parciau cenedlaethol a'r ardaloedd haddwch eithriadol yn aros yr un peth. Felly, gawn ni jyst gadarnhau hynny, ac os yw hynny i'w sefyllfa, mae'n rhoi golau gwyrdd I bobl gweithredu o hyn ymlaen. Mae wedi sôn sech hynny am deddfwriaeth posib ar gyfer sicrhau bod parciau cenedlaethol a'r ardaloedd haddwch eithriadol yn rheoli adnoddau naturiol, yn gynaladwy drwy cynlluniau statudol nhw. Does gen I ddim wrthwynebiad o gwbl hynny wrth gwrs, ond ai deddfwriaeth benodol fydd hynny, fel sydd wedi cael ei gofyn amdano gan y cynulliad yma yn y gorffennol, neu ydy hi'n cynnwys hwnna mewn deddfwriaeth ehangach Llywodraeth leol, gan fod parciau cenedlaethol yn fath awdurdod lleol enghraifft. Felly, ai dyma y ffordd drwy'r cyd gweinidog Alun Davies y dylwn ni chwilio am y deddfwriaeth hynny. Mae hefyd yn bwysig jyst cael ateb gan y gweinidog ynglyn â sut mae hyn I gyd nawr yn plethu gyda'r ymgynghoriad ehangach a'r reolaeth gynaladwy o'n adnoddau naturiol, yn enwedig mynediad. Achos mae mynediad yn bwysig iawn o'r ymgynghoriad yna, ac wrth gwrs mae mynediad I tirweddau donededig yn fan hanfodol o parciau cenedlaethol a'r ardaloedd haddwch naturiol. Felly, sut mae'r mynediad yn ffitio mewn I hynny? Ac mae rhaid nodi, os ni am gweld y tirweddau yma yn perfformio fel mae'r gweinidog yn dymuno I wneud, nid yn unig ar gyfer cadwraeth, nid yn unig ar gyfer bioamrywiaeth, ond hefyd ar gyfer twristiaeth a datblygu economaidd, mae rhaid cael adnoddau priodol I wneud hynny. Mae'r arian ar gyfer y parciau cenedlaethol eleni, ar fin y flwyddyn ariannol sydd ar fin dechrau, isa mae wedi bod ers 2001. Nawr, does dim modd I chi gofyn I parciau cenedlaethol gwneud y gwaith yma o datblygu eu hadaloedd nhw, os nag chi'n fod nhw'n busoddi yn yr hyn maen nhw'n cyflawni. Wrth gwrs, un o'r atebion I hyn yw bod y parciau cenedlaethol a'r ardaloedd haddwch eithriadol yn cydweithio nes at ei gilydd mwyn cael mwy o werth am yr arian, ond mae rhaid I chi busoddi hefyd. Felly, beth sydd gyda chi gweinidog I sicrhau bod yr arian yn mynd I fod yn digonol I weithredu eich cynlluniau. A'r pwynt olau dwi eisiau gofyn yw, mae'n amlwg o edrych dros Gymru gyd bod yna partneriaethau eisoes yn ei lle sy'n llwyddiannus iawn, sy'n gweithio gyda tirfeddannwyr preifat, parciau cenedlaethol, cyrff statudol. Mae partneriaeth mynyddoedd dion yn fyfanfath I yn dod I meddwl, ond mae'n nifer o rai eraill byddai aelodau yn gallu crybwyll. Am ha ffordd byddwch chi'n sicrhau bod y partneriaethau yma hefyd yn gallu ffynnu o dan y drefn newydd chi wedi gosod allan heddi.
Diolch am eich cwestiynau. do want to start by reiterating my gratitude for the work of Lord David Ellis-Thomas on this. You did start by saying then, 5 years later, and it started 5 years ago. It's in fact prior to me actually even being an Assembly member. But you said nothing has changed, and whilst nothing has changed at the statutory level, yeah. You say all of this is no change, but actually, arguably, we have seen change in terms of actually what we've seen happen in practice is the national parks and the AONBs actually work together much more collaboratively and in partnership. And like you said, that is something that's going to be very, very important going further. My second external meeting with the minister, as a minister, was with the national parks. And they said themselves to me then, and have reiterated that since, that actually they have seen the value of that collaborative and partnership working. So hopefully that's what we can continue, both in terms of sharing expertise, but actually trying to work some of the challenges around funding as well. I actually missed one of the responses to my colleagues over there in terms of the Sanford principle. I can't read my own scribbles now. I'd just like to place on the record here we don't expect to visit a review of the Sanford Principle or revisit the statutory purposes and offer stability to our national parks and to the AONBs. What form the legislation could take, obviously there's a number of options, as you said, and that's what we'll look at going forward over the next couple of months. It could be something standalone, or we could actually look at how it fits into area statements, how we could look at even the plans for Valleys Landscape Park. In terms of the sustainable management of natural resources, and you raise the issue of access, and I said there's two parts of access, really, is the literal physical access to access our parks and AONBs, for the actual, making them more accessible in general to more people across the communities of Wales, and both are equally as important. And you'll be well aware that we had an overwhelming number of responses to the SMNR consultation, over 16,000, and I found that a summary of responses I expect to be published by the end of this month.
Thank you. Neil Hamilton.
Presiding officer, I can give a broad welcome to this statement. There's very little in which anybody could disagree, and I'm certainly very pleased that the Minister has confirmed that the Sanford Principle will be at the heart of government policy in relation to national parks and areas of outstanding national beauty. After all, what's the point of designating areas as being of outstanding national beauty or as national parks, if not to give precedence to the principle of conservation? That was the founding principle upon which the initial legislation was introduced with all-party support and has been sustained even to this day. But I would like to make a plea in this respect, which I've made before and will no doubt make again. Everybody appreciates that sometimes policy objectives of governments are in conflict with one another, and we can't preserve national parks forever against all change. But although I fully understand that the government is committed to the principle of renewable energy and that wind farms are a big part of that, I would make a plea for the principle of proportionality to be observed with the Sanford Principle in mind, inasmuch as the contribution which wind can make to the government's overall policy in the national parks is relatively small. But once a wind farm is built for 25 years or more, it's there, a blot on the landscape. Only, I think, eccentrics could regard windmill farms as an enhancement of the natural landscape. And so if the contribution of wind farms to the achievement of the government's overall policy objective in relation to renewables is relatively small, but the damage done to the other policy that the government is committed to, which is preservation of beauty in the countryside, etc., then I would just hope that the government would lean in favour of the latter rather than the former in order to give practical expression to their commitment to the Sanford Principle. The second point that I would like to make is in relation to the opportunities that come from our leaving the European Union, referred to in the bill, in particular in respect of improving land management and the resilience of our landscapes. And in this respect, I'd like to draw attention to the problems that have been created by the Habitats Directive in relation to the wilding of the hills of Wales, as a result of which we've seen a catastrophic increase in most predators and declines in, sometimes towards extinction, of many vulnerable prey species. Leaving the EU does give us an opportunity because the environment is obviously one of the devolved issues of greatest importance, gives us powers here, as we hope, to take a very different approach to the one which has been adopted hitherto. In particular, we've seen a rise in rank and unpalatable grasses infested with ticks, and as a result of unburnt mature heather, that also becomes infested with heather beetle. So out-of-control bracken has also created sterile landscapes that are unsafe both for tourists and walkers, and also vectors of Lyme disease. So I hope that as a result of the opportunities which are now presented to us, that the government will come forward with a plan to address these issues and to recognise that the natural landscape that we want to see is not likely to come about without some human agency as well, and the government's policy in this respect is going to be of vital importance. Reforms to agricultural policy generally are inevitably going to focus upon the farmer's contribution to land management, and we're moving away from blanket subsidies based on area, and they will in future be supplied for the beneficial things which farmers do in the countryside. So I wonder if the Minister could make some statement on the wilding of the hills and the opportunities which are presented to us to improve land management in our wild areas.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and may I thank the member for his broad welcome and his questions. By talking about the Sanford Principle again and the policy objective in conflict, well, we know the Sanford Principle only applies when there's irreconcilable conflict between the existing purpose of national parks, but actually when we're looking in things in the whole and the round and our commitment to renewable energy, but also we have our commitment to the sustainable management of natural resources, and that's the context in which we will look at this in. And in terms of, you said about human agency, well, actually, a lot of our natural landscape has been influenced by humans over hundreds and thousands of years. So in terms of looking actually, to addressing the decline in biodiversity and our natural habitats, well, of course, is a central feature of our natural resources policy and our sustainable management of natural resources. And as I said in the statement, will be part of our policy direction going forward, how we best align the designated landscapes and our work there with our ambitions in terms of the sustainable management of our natural resources across the whole of Wales.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I also welcome the statement on designated landscapes by the Minister. I am very pleased that the Minister has confirmed unequivocally that all existing designated landscapes will be retained and their purpose of conserving and enhancing natural beauty will not be weakened. I also welcome the acknowledgement of the importance of outstanding natural beauty and the national parks, and I join with everyone else in welcoming the retention of the Sanford Principles. I have, however, two questions. What action is being taken to protect the areas of national beauty and the national parks from invasive non-native plants? And in 2014, the Welsh Government considered merging the 3 national parks into one. Will the Minister rule this out and confirm a commitment to local control and management of national parks?
Thank you. May I thank the member for his 2 questions and for his interest in this issue and his commitment, because I know your constituency is very close to an area of outstanding natural beauty, just as is mine. In terms of invasive species, it is actually very soon, it is Invasive Species Week next week, I believe, when we're looking at how, and again, that's going to be part of actually how we take forward and align us with the Environment Act and the Sustainable Management of Natural Resources, and actually not only sustain our biodiversity initiatives, but actually we need to halt the decline, and that's a fundamental part of that and part of the Welsh Government's commitment in that area. In terms of, you mentioned a merger of the 3 national parks.
In 2014.
Thank you for the help with that one. There's my understanding there are no plans to merge the national parks.
Thank you. Nick Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Minister, for considerable length of time now in this chamber, national parks have been central to the idea of sustainability, the vision of the Welsh Government and the Welsh Assembly, part of the constitution of this place. And I'm pleased that the Sanford rule is being followed through. 2 things I wanted to ask you about. Firstly, in terms of the Brecon Beacons National Park, in my time as an Assembly member, we managed to achieve to get that geopark status some years back to make sure that the western part of the park was open to tourism in the same way that the eastern part was. That was immensely successful. And secondly, the Dark Skies Initiative, which I brought forward to this chamber in a short debate, I think, after bumping into Cardiff Astronomy Club in front of the Senedd. Some years after that, we then achieved dark sky status for the national park, which drew more astronomers into that park from across Europe. Both of those initiatives were far from incompatible with sustainability and with the Sanford Principles. In fact, the two went hand in hand. So what are you going to do to make sure that, following on from this statement, and much of which I agree with, you will be encouraging that type of tourism which does work hand in hand with the Sanford Principles and does meet all of the Welsh Government's targets in terms of sustainability?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. So I never thought I'd say the words. I absolutely agree with Nick Ramsey on this one. Nick, the two initiatives you mentioned, I was actually at the Brecon Beacons National Park just last week, as the geopark, and also the dark sky status, which we know actually some of the AONBs also have as well, which is, and it's actually, looking at how, and it's why I said the parks to reach out, and there's massive opportunities there to align the tourism opportunities and eco-tourism and to attract new visitors to our parks, but at the same time actually making sure we sustain and manage them for the future. So that is definitely something, when we said, we may not be changing the purposes of the national parks through AMBs, but that does not mean, in fact, they'll be actively encouraged and work with them to make sure that we can actually look to identify and actually share best practice. That's one of the things from the collaborative working and the partnership working we've seen as part of this process, is that the opportunities to not only share resources, but also to learn from one another and to see actually what we can do. And actually one of the things when I've been visiting the parks, the acknowledgement now of the kind of need to evolve in terms of what our offer is, but at the same time staying true to those principles of protecting the natural beauty of our parks.
Thank you. Jonathan Saunders.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Again, without sort of sounding too repetitive, I'd like to thank you for your considerations. The one thing that's stuck in my mind on this is not only have you listened to Assembly members, but you've listened to the genuine and general concerns out there. Of course, I have Snowdonia National Park within my constituency of Aberconwy, and there you've had, conservation, but we've seen economic development as well. But overall, the overarching principles of the concerns raised with me was about sustainability, conservation, and those kind of things going forward. Now, throughout these deliberations, a lot of representation was made by volunteers, members of the public, and indeed the Snowdonia Society, who in themselves are a valuable resource. And I just wondered how you intend to move forward, working perhaps with our national parks and with these groups that really do give their time on a voluntary basis, and they are so knowledgeable, actually, and the evidence that they provided to me was able to inform me to make representations on their behalf. So I'd like to sort of put that on record, the gratitude to the people who've written in, our societies that work really hard and want to work with government and want to work with us as AMs. It's how you will feed that in and actually value and work with that valuable resource.
Thanks. You spoke very eloquently there of the passion of people across Wales in terms of how much our national parks and our designated landscapes mean to all of us. And I think it's testament to that in this chamber, where I think nearly everybody that's got up and spoken has spoken about the designated landscape either near to their constituencies or what their constituencies are within. So we know what an amazing and cherished asset it is to all of us. And you mentioned Snowdonia Society. I've recently exchanged correspondence with the Alliance of Welsh Designated Lands, of which the Snowdonia Society are members, and obviously I look forward to working with them and others to take this forward. And I will be, if I get the dates right, on Monday, be at Penapas to launch the Snowdonia partnership there.
David Melby.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm most grateful for your indulgence, and can I also broadly welcome the Minister's statement, particularly the way she's listened on the Sanford principle and the more nuanced approach, I think, that we have heard compared to previous statements. Something's not been mentioned this afternoon, and here I do think we need greater ambition, and we need to push the natural parks and the areas of outstanding natural beauty, and that's around equality of access. These are wonderful environments. They belong to us all. We all pay for them in one way or another, and I do think there should be much greater access from groups that traditionally find that difficult. And this can also link, I think, into the general management of land post-Brexit, when we will be attaching whatever support we give to those that manage land more directly to public goods. And it does seem to me these areas of public policy could come together quite elegantly.
Minister?
Can I thank the member for your contribution? I think the points you made are absolutely eloquently made as usual and absolutely spot on. Thank you for your broad welcome and your recognition of the retention of the Sandford principle. Equality of access is, you're absolutely right. These national parks and areas of outstanding natural beauty belong to all of us in Wales, and it's actually, like I said in the statement, making sure we reach out beyond perhaps who traditionally we might perceive or might use our national parks. And I think it's something that's working with the parks and working in partnership about and learning from the examples like the walkability projects, which is bringing people on, as not only is it bringing access to the parks, people may not access it, but actually helping their health and well-being at the same time. And I think linking in more with schools. I mean, I see somebody who, and actually making sure we, I think working with the parks to link in with, build on the work they're doing and linking in with schools actually within the area, because I think what often you find is schools will come and visit from elsewhere, which is to be welcomed and to encourage, but making sure like schools within kind of on the periphery and the boundaries of the national parks are actually, and the AONBs are fully part of that and fully opened up to enjoy the parks and actually understand and see that it's for everybody. The parks are for everybody, and I think it's actually making them as accessible as possible and as relevant as possible to all the communities and people of Wales.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Item 4 on our agenda is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services on the update on the UK inquiry on infected blood. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services, Vaughan Gethin.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm making this statement following the written statement on the 8th of February this year made by the United Kingdom Government Cabinet Office. I welcome the appointment of Mr Justice Langstaff as Chair of the UK inquiry into the infected blood scandal. As we're all aware, the infected blood scandal of the 1970s and 1980s is a tragedy that should never have happened and must never happen again. Many of those affected in Wales have campaigned long and hard for a meaningful inquiry to take place. Haemophilia Wales and the Assembly cross-party group have worked closely together in supporting all those affected by hepatitis C and/or HIV here in Wales, and they are key stakeholders in ensuring that the voices of people affected in Wales are heard. I'm pleased to note that, in accordance with the wishes of those affected, the inquiry is to be judge-led. Mr Justice Langstaff will be the full-time chair of the inquiry from the 1st of May this year, following his retirement from the High Court. However, he has already begun his work in writing last week to those affected, their families and other stakeholders to consult on the inquiry's terms of reference. The consultation on the inquiry's terms of reference is now live on the inquiry's website. It is www.infectedbloodinquiry.org.uk. And everyone who is a bit affected or has a view is encouraged to respond. The closing date for the consultation is the 26th of April this year. It is important that the inquiry will lead to a full report within the shortest possible timescale, taking into account the need for appropriate care and diligence. There are balances and trade-offs to be made in both the terms and the length of the inquiry. I have written to Mr Justice Langstaff to reiterate my previous concerns and those of the cross-party group and Haemophilia Wales. I made it clear that I want those affected in Wales to be certain and feel assured the inquiry will take full account of their evidence and provide answers to their long-standing questions. It is our collective expectation that the gathering of information and the hearing of the evidence will take place at suitable locations within each UK country, and that the inquiry fully considers any Welsh language requirements to do so. Many of those affected are elderly and infirm, and travel to London, for example, could be difficult, inconvenient and stressful. I am therefore pleased to hear he has made contact with all scheme recipients in Wales. I've just received a copy of a letter direct from him as well. My officials and staff from our Wales Infected Blood Service will provide advice and support to the inquiry team to ensure that the needs of those affected in Wales are best met. While the inquiry takes its course, it is essential that we continue to support those affected. So it's timely for me to take this opportunity to update members on the Wales Infected Blood Support Scheme, or the WIBSS. Working with our stakeholders, we designed and implemented the WIBSS in November last year. The scheme is administered by Velindre NHS Trust through the NHS Wales Shared Services Partnership. Following my attendance at the cross-party group chaired by my colleague Julie Morgan, I heard firsthand the personal stories of those present. This, together with stakeholder events across Wales, proved invaluable in helping to gain a deeper understanding of the impact of the tragedy on people's lives and, in many cases, of course, their families. That was crucial in influencing the nature and the scope of our new arrangements. Our scheme provides assistance over and above financial support to both those affected and their families. And early feedback suggests that this is improving our beneficiaries' sense of security, quality of life and care, and they are treated with the dignity that they have the right to expect. Through the WIBSS advisors, they're able to receive support in accessing healthcare services and other appropriate financial benefits and public services. We've reduced the need for scheme recipients to apply for discretionary funding by including in the regular payments amounts towards additional expenses, such as increased winter fuel costs, costs associated with travel and any overnight accommodation required when accessing treatment, and help with insurance premium. That came from listening directly to people affected during the consultation. The scheme also provides support to those who are bereaved, especially during the early years when distress and financial difficulty are likely to be their greatest. Now that the scheme is administered in Wales, we should be able to gain a better understanding of the needs of the individuals affected. This will help ensure the arrangements can be kept under regular review. It was also very clear to me when meeting with individuals and the families of those affected that an inquiry was very important to them. They had been lobbying for many years, individually and through Haemophilia Wales, and our own cross-party group, and indeed cross-party groups across other parliaments in the United Kingdom as well, to get to the truth of what happened. I hope that they can now take some comfort that their efforts have paid off, and the inquiry they have long fought for is going to happen. I also want to reassure them that I will be following the inquiry's progress closely, and I will be seeking assurance that the views of those affected in Wales are being fully taken into account. I will, of course, update members further when more information is available and the terms of reference have been agreed.
Andrew.
Thank you, Presiding Officer and Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much indeed for bringing forward this statement today. It's very welcome, and I would like to also pay tribute to the campaigners who've worked so hard to bring this inquiry about, and particularly Haemophilia Wales and the cross-party group led by Julie Morgan. I just have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask you on the back of this statement, because it obviously builds on the topical question that we had last year. I'm so pleased about the Wales Infected Blood Support Scheme and what the staff who work for that scheme are able to provide. You may recall that last year one of the questions I asked was what support we will be able to give those who wish to give evidence to the inquiry. Will you be able to widen their remit so that WIBSS are also able to support those who go to them in going forward to the inquiry? Because I'm sure that actually just the whole business of giving evidence to an inquiry, even though it may be on our home turf here, is going to be quite traumatic and bring up all sorts of dreadful memories. So I just wondered if they'll be the ones who will be able to provide that support. In our joint letter of the 19th of July 2017 to Jeremy Hunt, a letter that you orchestrated, Cabinet Secretary, we asked what steps would be put in place to ensure that NHS Wales, NHS England, NHS across the UK will cooperate fully with the inquiry. And I just wondered if you'd be able to give us an update on what steps we can take here in Wales to ensure that NHS Wales cooperates in every conceivable way in terms of giving evidence, finding any paper trails that may be in existence, etc. I know that Mr Justice Langstaff has only recently been appointed, but are you able to say whether or not he will have the power within this inquiry to compel witnesses to come forward to ensure that there is full disclosure of documentation? And my final point is one that you've raised yourself about it being a timely inquiry. You'll be aware that the Lord Morris of Manchester inquiry took over 2 years, and I just wonder if you might be able to expand on what would you think is a reasonable length of time, especially as this whole scandal, one of the worst scandals the NHS has ever seen, is over 30 years old, and those affected, cannot wait endlessly for time to pass for the justice they so desperately require.
Thank you for those comments and questions. I'll start with your first one about how people can be supported to give evidence. The Wales Infected Blood Scheme wasn't particularly set up to support people to give evidence to the inquiry, but I do think we need to consider the needs of people who will need to give evidence and where that evidence can be given. What I'd like to see is that the inquiry operates on a basis where it will take evidence across different United Kingdom nations to make it easier for people to attend. And to be fair, indicated earlier, I've had a response from Mr Justice Langstaff to my earlier letter. And I think that is constructive. I think there's an indication there that they will consider how they meet not just the language requirements of people from Wales, but in particular ensuring how they hear from people in devolved nations, think about how they do that whilst going about considering the terms of reference. So it is, the letter certainly doesn't close the door to saying, no, everyone must travel to a central point. And I think we need to continue to pursue that. He's also indicated that he would wish to meet the cross-party group in this place. We think is a very helpful and constructive offer from the Chair as well. I hope the Chair of the cross-party group would I expect, welcome that too. So we need to consider with individuals, but also the Haemophilia Wales as the largest support group, how best we can work together to support individuals. So I don't want to cut anything off, but he could only give an open-ended commitment that I may not be able to meet. And actually, I think the best thing is to make sure that we get the inquiry to move around the country, make it easier for people to attend in the first place. You referred to the letter that had cross-party sign-off that previously went to Jeremy Hunt. I think that was helpful in reiterating this is a genuine cross-party attempt to get at the truth. And in that, we indicated NHS Wales cooperation. The position remains unchanged. I expect NHS Wales to cooperate. If there is any particular issue about information being made available, then I'll certainly consider the ability of the government to direct information to be made available. But I do not anticipate there being any organisational barriers to documentary evidence being made available. Indeed, that would include documents that the government holds. I think previously, for example, journalists have been given access to documents that exist that the government holds. They didn't find anything of particular interest, but the access is there and it is available. And that goes into some of the points about the terms of reference and what's a reasonable timescale. So I'll do the compelling witness act. My understanding is the judge-led inquiry has been set up under the Inquiry Act. That means they do have the ability to compel witnesses. But the terms of reference and the timescale are linked, because the conversation on what the terms should cover will help to determine what is likely to be a reasonable timescale. And there will be differences of views. Some people would rather see a short and sharp inquiry that focuses on a couple of issues to get to the truth quickly. After all, this has been going on for a long time, and some people may not wish to have a long time of re-going over history that is painful and difficult. Some people may wish to see an inquiry that concludes within their lifetime. And others will say you have to have the fullest inquiry possible, and if that takes a longer period of time, then so be it. That's why the consultation on the terms really do matter. And in setting out those questions, you may not have had an opportunity to look at the website. I think it's very helpfully set out about how to focus people's minds on what to ask for and why. And it gives people a steer that if it's a more focused inquiry, it can be shorter. If it's broader, then it will necessarily be longer. So people need to think about what matters to them most in responding to that consultation and then helping to draw up the terms of reference. But I think the fact that the inquiry chair starts off from that open-minded approach and asking people what they think is a good mark of the way we should expect the inquiry to be conducted.
Rhys Iorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn Dir Prylywydd a diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet am datganiad yna. A mi hoffwn i ddatgan fy niolch a'n edmygedd i'r grŵp o ymgyrchwyr sydd wedi bod mor ddygyn dros gyfnod llawer rhy hir yn cyflwyno i dadl efo penderfynoldeb ag urddas y dylid cael yr ymchwiliad rydyn ni ar fin i gael. Mi ydw i wedi dod i nabod sawl un ohonyn nhw drwy'r y grŵp trawsbleidiol. Mi licwn i dalu teyrnged i'r unigolion hynny sydd wedi siarad drwy poen oherwydd yr hyn maen nhw wedi byw drwyddo fo dros y digawdau diwetha. Mi na enwi Lynn Kelly yn benodol am y gwaith mae hi wedi bod yn ei wneud yn arwain a chydlynu yr ymgyrch. A dwi'n falch eich bod chi fel ysgrifennydd Cabinet wedi gallu dod i bosib y cyfarfod lle dath y mwyaf o unigolion iddo fo a lle yr oedd yr neges mor glir fel na allech chi wrth gwrs fel ysgrifennydd Cabinet ddim a ymuno a bod yn gefn iddyn nhw yn ei hymgyrch. A dwi'n falch yn bod ni wedi gallu gweithredu yn trawsbleidiol, nid yn unig drwy'r grŵp trawsbleidiol, ond hefyd chitha a ninna fel lleferyddion yn siarad ag un llais. A hefyd, mae'n werth pwysleisio bod y grŵp trawsbleidiol yma'r cynulliad wedi bod yn benderfynol o'r cychwyn oherwydd arweiniad yr ymgyrchwyr y dylid cael aelod o'r ddeddfwrfa, y dylid cael barnwr yn arwain yr ymchwil. Doedd eraill ddim yn meddwl bod hynny'n gwbl bwysig. Dwi'n siŵr bod yna resymau da iawn ganddyn nhw dros gymryd barn wahanol, ond mi oedd yr ymgyrchwyr yma yng Nghymru'n benderfynol, a dwi'n falch, neu mi o'n i'n falch o glywed y datganiad ynglyn â phenodiad Mr Justice Langstaff. Dau gwestiwn. Yn gyntaf, ydych chi fel Llywodraeth yn mynd i ystyried eich hunan yn randdeiliad yn y broses yn digwydd rwan, oherwydd mae eisiau i'r rhanddeiliaid i gyd yn cynnwys, dwi'n gobeithio, Llywodraeth Cymru a ninna fel aelodau o'r Senedd yma i drio cyfrannu at y gwaith fydd yn mynd ymlaen drwy'r ymchwiliad. A mi hoffwn i bod sut fyddwch chi'n bwydo mewn i gwaith o helpu y barnwr Mr Justice Langstaff i lunio'r cylch gorchwil. Ac o ran y cylch gorchwil ei hun, un cwestiwn penodol. Ydych chi'n credu y dylid edrych y tu hwnt i'r hyn ddigwyddodd nôl yn y 70au a'r 80au, sef gwraidd y sgandal? Oedd mi oedd yn sgandal be ddigwyddodd bryd hynny o ran heintio gwaed, ond mae wedi bod yn sgandal wrth gwrs sut ydym ni wedi gallu peidio dod at y pwynt yma tan y flwyddyn 2018. Felly mi fyddai gen i ddiddordeb mewn gwybod sut ydych chi am drio dylanwadu fel Llywodraeth ar ffurfio y cylch gorchwil yna. Ond unwaith eto, da ni'n symud i'r cyfeiriad iawn am yr ymgyrchwyr yng Nghymru yn cadw y maen i'r wal ac yn cadw y pwysau ymlaen wrth ydyn nhw chwilio am yr atebion maen nhw'n ei heiddi.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and questions. Indeed, I did attend the cross-party group with a large attendance of people recounting their stories, I indicated in my statement. I also met a number of stakeholders from Haemophilia Wales twice in my office in the discussions that led up to the creation of the Wales Infected Blood Support Scheme. So we really have listened to what people have said. And as I indicated, the scheme that we now have in Wales came from listening to people, because we had initial proposals and they changed during the course of that consultation because we listened and we shifted around the way money would be used in that scheme because the majority of you from state, the individual families affected, there was a more appropriate way to prioritise the use of money. So I think that's important about how the government expects to behave, how NHS Wales expects to behave, and how we also want the inquiry to behave as well, by actively listening to and acting on the views of families. And I guess this building slightly on what I said to Angela Burns about the government being ready to make sure that information, if it's sought from us, is provided, and that goes too for the National Health Service in Wales. But but also our contribution to the inquiry to try to make sure that the way in which the inquiry is conducted, to make sure that it really does give people real opportunities to take part in providing evidence, and also that we can be helpful comment for information that is provided to be understood and as widely disseminated as possible. But I think it is well worth members having a look at the consultation document. It's simple, but I think important. I think it's very well written, actually, in asking people about how they wish to contribute to the inquiry. And it deals with your particular point about the time period as well. And it asks people over what time period or periods of the inquiry focus. That goes into the length, the timescale of the inquiry. But if people want to get to the truth of the matter, not just what happened in the 70s and the 80s, but also what then happened when the government and the National Health Service, as there was a UK government at the time, we didn't have devolution at that time, what they knew or should have known, and what then happened when that knowledge that should have been there or was there, and whether it was actually what then happened at that time. That's clear, I think, that the inquiry will have to take account of that. That will obviously lead to an inquiry that isn't going to be done in a period of a few weeks. So it will take a significant period of time. And in the letter to stakeholders, Justice Langstaff has set out that even before oral evidence is heard, there will have to be a great deal of work undertaken already. They'll need to go through documents, understand what already exists and is available, as well as listening to stakeholders, as well as into people like Haemophilia Wales and individuals and the cross-party groups in the different parliaments and assemblies around the United Kingdom. From the Welsh Government's point of view, we expect to be consulted formally on the terms of reference. I'm interested in doing the right thing for people here in Wales, which is why when we've made our interventions on a cross-party basis, or indeed the government writing to the United Kingdom government, we've done so by listening to people in Wales first, as opposed to deciding for people this is what we think is right for you. We have such an obvious and directly affected group of families and individuals. It must be right. We do our best to be advocates for them and try to make sure we get to the truth of what happened. So I will listen. Before the Welsh Government responds formally to the terms of reference, I'd find it useful to hear from the cross-party group and indeed from Haemophilia Wales and other interested parties about what they think, and to see the answer given, and the government will of course then provide a comment. And as I said in my initial statement, I'm more than happy to update members on any information we have about the progress of the inquiry, but I sincerely hope that there is direct contact with this institution, not just at the terms of reference point, but through the life of the inquiry, so members are informed directly about timescales and progress.
Thank you. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Dr Llywydd. Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary, and thank you to the individuals who have suffered and campaigned avidly on this topic. I welcome the appointment of Mr Justice Langstaff and the fact that he will be a full-time chair of the inquiry. The contaminated blood scandal is one of the darkest periods in the history of our NHS. The fact that people sought help from the health service, were exposed to deadly viruses, is shocking enough, but the fact that they've been denied a proper explanation as to how this was allowed to happen is inexcusable. Mr Justice Langstaff clearly intends to right this wrong. He has promised a thorough examination of the evidence behind the major scandal. I also welcome the fact that he has indicated that the process needs to lead to a full report within the shortest timescales that such thoroughness can accommodate. This is very much welcomed. It's disappointing that it has still taken nearly a year to get the inquiry up and running after the government made the announcements. Victims of the scandal are still dying, and the longer this goes on, the more victims will be denied answers and justice. In fact, in the same time since the inquiry was announced, another 60 victims have sadly passed away. I am grateful that Mr Justice Langstaff acknowledges this and has started the consultation on the terms of reference before he takes up the full-time role on the 1st of May. I'm also grateful that he is consulting the victims and their families. Those like my friend Faye Denny, whose brother has now sadly passed away, means that Owen Denny will not get the answers or the justice he deserves. But I hope Faye will. I have just a couple of questions, Cabinet Secretary. We don't know how many others who receive contaminated blood contracted an infection but remain undiagnosed? What is the Welsh Government doing to help identify these victims? And have you discussed this with Mr Justice Langstaff? What assistance can the Welsh Government give in publicising the inquiry and facilitating evidence sessions in Wales? What can the Welsh Government do to assist the inquiry investigate the role of Professor Arthur Bloom and the Cardiff Haemophilia Centre in exposing haemophiliacs to HIV and Hep C? Professor Bloom was well aware of the risks of administering contaminated factor and said that it is therefore very important to find out by studies in human beings to what extent the infectivity of the various concentrates has been reduced. The most clear-cut way of doing this is by administering those concentrates to patients requiring treatment who have not been previously exposed to large pool concentrates. He is believed to have experimented on patients at the Cardiff Haemophilia Centre, which now bears his name. Professor Bloom cannot be called to give evidence as he passed away in 1992, but can you assure us that all his notes and records from the centre will be made available to the inquiry? Thank you once again, Cabinet Secretary. I appreciate all that you are doing to ensure that the victims and their families get both the answers they need and the justice they deserve. Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and the two particular areas of questions. With regard to the Cardiff Haemophilia Centre and its practice, again, I reiterate what I've said to both Angela Burns and Rena Bjornworth, that any records and information that NHS Wales holds will be made available to the inquiry. There's no attempt to try and hide away from any of this, and it must be for the inquiry and individual stakeholders who will give their evidence to place that in front of the inquiry then to reach conclusions. On the point about undiagnosed victims, given the length of time that would have elapsed from potential exposure, I would expect that it would be fairly unusual for people not to be symptomatic at this point and not to be diagnosed. You can't necessarily avoid the prospect, but given that we're talking about a specific community of people who will have had blood products, I would expect that people would be aware. If others do come forward, then we'll know. But there isn't a particular programme at this point to try and run through and look for undiagnosed victims. That's not a matter I've discussed with Mr Justice Langstaff. I actually think, given what we know has happened and the number of people affected, we have a significant job of work to do already. And any lessons from this inquiry would equally apply to anyone who comes forward at a later date who may have been affected but undiagnosed from the scandal that took place in the 70s and the 80s.
Thank you. Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary very much for this statement, which is very welcome. I've been campaigning for a public inquiry for 20 years, and the fact that it's actually happening now is a matter of, you know, I'm so pleased it's happening. And the key thing now is to make sure that something comes out of it so that it brings an end for all those people who we've listened to so many times in this building, and all the emotion that there's been that, you know, that makes you realise, you know, really almost with despair about what they've been through. And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for sharing that with the members of the cross-party group, because I think we have been able to work in a truly cross-party way. And it's very good, I think, that the government and the cross-party group and Haemophilia Wales, as I think Reen did say in his contribution, that we've all taken a united stand. And I do think we have been very instrumental in ensuring that it is a statutory inquiry and that it is judge-led. And I certainly do welcome the appointment of Mr Justice Langstaff. And already it's been mentioned that so many people have died during this period, 70 people in Wales. And Haemophilia Wales will be going up to Westminster tomorrow to meet Mr Justice Langstaff to put forward their case. And in looking back at the history of Haemophilia Wales, it was actually started in 2003 but in 2010 it had to end because the 6 founding members had all died. And that has been the history of the people that I've seen during this campaign who have died on the way. But then, of course, it was re-established in 2014 by Lynn Kelly, who has led it inspirationally since, I believe. So I think we're at a crucial point, and now we've got to do all we can to see that the right things come out of this this inquiry. I know that some of the issues that the Haemophilia Wales are concerned about, I mean, some of these have been, touched on already, but, very concerned about the role of the Welsh Office at the time, the Welsh Blood Transfusion Service, the Chief Medical Office of Wales, Welsh language considerations you've specifically mentioned must be taken into consideration, the missing documentation, medical records and the misconduct by responsible bodies and organisations, conflicts of interest and commercial interest held by responsible bodies. These are some of the issues that the Haemophilia Wales will be raising with the Chair, Mr Justice Langstaff. So I don't know whether the Cabinet Secretary has got any more to add about how those particular issues will be addressed. I'm pleased that we're going to have another cross-party group on the 24th of April, when I hope that we will get all the details of what the people who are most affected by this have got to say about how we should move forward in this inquiry. And I'd just like to end really by saying I think it's absolutely right that they are the people who should guide and lead us in what we do. And I think so far that's happened, and we want that to go on happening while this inquiry goes on.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
I completely agree with the point you finish on, Julie Morgan. It must be that we continue to listen to and be led by the views of those people directly affected. This is about what has happened with their lives, including the families that have been left behind, as well as what we do in the here and now. And I guess the point about the fact that people have already died is well made and understood. And it's something here about thinking about the terms of reference again. And in fact, in his letter to me, Justice Langstaff said, "I'm highly conscious of the need to balance a thorough inquiry against what can be achieved in a reasonable period of time. This is especially important for this inquiry, given the poor health of many of the people affected." And we have to think about that when actually putting forward views on the length of the time of the inquiry, on the breadth of the terms of reference. But the best way to understand how to balance those is to listen to the people directly affected. And if they would rather have a longer, more thorough inquiry, then that is what I believe we should be asking for. If their view is, though, and there will be variance in this view, as I said earlier, you can't expect everyone to agree on all aspects of the term and the length of time, but if the alternative view from the majority of our stakeholders here in Wales is the directly affected families, that they would rather have a sharp, focused inquiry that will take place over a briefer period of time, highlighting a smaller number of issues, then that's what we should ask for. But my own feeling is that we are likely to have a community that want to understand the truth, and having fought so long to get to this point, I think they're more likely to ask us to go and ask for a fuller inquiry rather than a shorter and sharper one. And I think that is an entirely reasonable choice to make. Again, I say the role of actors here in Wales will be part of this inquiry. We will make available information that we have and can make available to the inquiry. Part of what the consultation asks, it does ask about the potential risk of commercial conflicts in decision-making that took place in the past. So those are, as the inquiry is already seized of and aware of. And the challenge is how that goes written into those get written into terms of reference in a way that will again be meaningful, and the inquiry can then pursue. Because of course, anything that isn't within the terms of the of reference can't then be easily pursued. You have to amend the terms by agreeing again with the minister at a later date. And I think that's difficult. So we do need to take some care about it. And again, I'd reiterate to people the consultation on the terms of reference is something that I would certainly expect the cross-party group to be engaged with and to provide a submission on. The Government will make a submission to the inquiry as well. The cross-party group you're holding on the 24th of April, of course, the terms of reference consultation close on the 26th. So it may be that the cross-party group is able to agree a consultation response at its meeting on the 24th. That would appear to be appropriate to do, with a full number of people in attendance from parties and external stakeholders too. I reiterate my commitment to continue to be as helpful as positive from the Government's point of view, to continue to provide information on a regular basis to members, but in particular, as you said, Julie Morgan, to make sure we work alongside people who have done so much to make sure the inquiry we're now going to have is actually taking place in the first place.
Thank you. Finally, Jane Hutt.
Yes, I would like to also thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement and welcome the very positive outcome after years of campaigning. Indeed, I recall the campaigning starting when I was Health Minister all those years back. I've been supporting, as many have across this chamber, constituents, and I want to just mention Pat and Tony Summers, supporting them over the years following the tragic and untimely death in 2008 of their brilliant son, Paul. And, of course, their dignity through all their grief, but their commitment to supporting justice, not only for in terms of their son and his family, but for all of those who have been so tragically affected by this scandal. And I want to particularly thank Julie Morgan, now the Assembly Member for Cardiff North, but formerly MP for the constituency, which she served for the past 20 years, because she's chaired the cross-party group on haemophilia and contaminated blood. And I think, Karine Appiorith, you're absolutely right that the expectation was that it should be truly cross-party, and that's how Julie has led it. But with that important outcome, working very closely with Haemophilia Wales. I'm pleased that Tony Summers is part of the delegation with Haemophilia Wales, Haemophilia Cymru, tomorrow to meet Judge Justice Longstaff, who will conduct the inquiry into the infected blood scandal. And I do welcome your response today, Cabinet Secretary, that you're aware of the next cross-party group, that you want to consider, the feedback, and would ask you just to confirm again that you will want to meet to hear from that delegation and not wait until the next cross-party group, because I'm sure they will want to update you and write to you, and certainly they will be informing Julie Morgan and members of the cross-party group. But can I also thank you for mentioning in your statement all the other parts of the work that's been undertaken by that cross-party group, including the Wales Infected Blood Support Scheme, and perhaps you could also say something about how that scheme has supported bereaving relatives as well.
Yes, you're right. It has been a long campaign, thinking back to the days when I was an even younger man. Less grey, even younger. No grey hairs in my beard, and when this place was first created, the campaign has been going on for a very long time. And as Julie Morgan indicated, some of the founder members, when the founder members were gone, the campaign had to be restarted. And it's perfectly right that a number of people have mentioned Lynn Kelling, the work that she's done. And again, a good example of someone who has not been afraid to be difficult from time to time, to make sure that the issue doesn't get forgotten. And the incredible commitment of individuals to make sure that the issue doesn't get forgotten and overtaken by history and no longer matters. So a lot of people still living with what happened and living with the legacy directly as individuals, or their families certainly as well. And I know that most of us, if not all of us in this room, will have constituents who have been affected. I certainly do. And I think that almost everyone in this room would find someone as well. And again, so people like Julie Morgan and others who are still in Parliament now, who are continuing to campaign for this issue. And again, it is a strength that it is a genuine cross-party campaign that has been mounted. On the meeting with Haemophilia Wales, of course, I expect officials to continue to meet with Lynn Kelly and Haemophilia Wales. I expect to meet them again before the government responds to the terms of reference consultation 2. And that's consistent with the way that we have tried to behave over the last over a number of years, but in particular since I've been in post, we've tried to make sure that we talk to and listen with. It doesn't mean we've always agreed on every single issue, but we've listened, and bereavement support is a good example of an area where we changed original proposals in our scheme to make sure that people recently bereaved receive more support. That was a deliberate choice that we made because there was such a strong and a uniform view, including people who weren't directly affected. They thought that was the right way to try and make sure that the money was prioritised in supporting people. So supporting people is where we started from on that particular part of the journey. It's the way we want to continue to behave as we continue to move towards the formal hearings of this inquiry. But progress to date, and I'm sure we'll look forward to hearing more active progress once Justice Langstaff starts proper, once a term of reference has been agreed.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 5 on our agenda this afternoon is debate on the general principles of the law derived from the European Union Wales Bill. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to move the motion. Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipyn Newydd. Hoffwn i agor y trafodaethau hon ar egwyddorion cyffredinol y bil gyfraith sy'n deillio o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd Cymru drwy gydnabod yr her sylweddol oedd yn wynebu aelodau'r cynulliad wrth ceisio mynd i'r afael a darn mor gymleth o dderfwriaeth arfaethedig mewn cyfnod mor fyr o amser. Can I begin against that background, Dipyn Newydd, by paying tribute to the work of both Assembly committees who've had a chance to undertake some consideration of the bill. I was very grateful to David Rees, the chair of the EAAL committee, and its members for being willing to explore a series of very important issues in the bill on the basis of the draft bill that was published. I think that consideration will assist members this afternoon, and I was very glad of the opportunity to discuss it with them. Could I say, Dipyn Newydd, that I think this Assembly has been remarkably well served by the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee in relation to this bill. Not only did it undertake a detailed set of scrutiny yesterday, but it has managed to produce a report for the benefit of members less than 24 hours after those hearings took place. I'm asked in that report to respond on three matters in particular during this stage 1 debate. I'm very happy to try to do that. There are a number of other recommendations with officials and with Cabinet colleagues. I will be looking at those recommendations very rapidly. I will write to the chair of that committee setting out the government's response. Llywydd, having said that the bill is a complex piece of law, I should also say that in its broad aims, indeed in its general principles, I believe that it is clear and simple. It is intended to deal with the inevitable consequences in domestic law of withdrawal from the European Union by preserving EU law covering subjects already devolved to Wales. It will enable Welsh ministers to make necessary adjustments to ensure that legislation covering these subjects works effectively at the point of withdrawal. Now, Llywydd, the time available does not permit a detailed explanation of every provision in the bill, but in the interests of trying to inform today's debate, I will briefly outline some of the principal propositions laid out in it. Sections 3, 4 and 5 are critical to understanding the bill. Their collective product is referred to as EU-derived Welsh law, which would be the devolved Welsh equivalent to the EU withdrawal bill's retained EU law. Section 3 enables regulations to be made which contain provision corresponding to direct EU law. The power in Section 3 would, for example, involve taking EU regulations and adapting them so that they work in a domestic context, and then setting them out in a Welsh set of regulations. Section 4 provides for the restatement of domestic legislation which is derived from the European Union. For example, Part 5 of the Environment Wales Act 2016 makes amendments to the Sea Fisheries Shellfish Act of 1967 to ensure the continued protection of European maritime sites. Under Section 4, we would restate the relevant provisions of that Act which derive from the European Union. Again, there may be some necessary adjustments to be made as part of that process. And in response to Recommendation 1 of the CLAC report, I can confirm this afternoon that the power in Section 4 to make modifications or further provision can only be used to ensure the effective operation of the restated enactment. I could also say, Llywyd, that as far as recommendation 2 of the CLAC report, we carefully reflected on the views of the committee and the Assembly more widely in preparing our bill. This included narrowing the scope of the powers, taking specific account of the concerns raised on the breadth of powers in the EU withdrawal bill. So to answer directly the question posed in that second recommendation, in general, the powers in this bill are more restrictive than the powers in the EU withdrawal bill. Section 5 of the bill deals with legislation which has been made under EU-related powers, the main power used for implementing EU obligations being Section 2.2 of the European Communities Act of 1972. That Act is being repealed by the EU withdrawal bill. The power in Section 5 will enable all legislation made under Section 2.2 in devolved areas to be preserved. Sections 6, 7 and 8 of the bill then make provision in respect of EU-derived Welsh law created as a result of Sections 3, 4 and 5. They include provisions on legal challenges in respect of that law, interpretation of that law and rules of evidence to assist courts when considering that law. I turn now, to Section 11 of the bill. This provides a permissive power to enable us to maintain regulatory alignment with the European Union. Businesses have consistently told us how important continued access to the European Union market is to them. And our policy, set out jointly with Plaid Cymru in our foundational document, Securing Wales's Future, is well known, and that is to advocate ensuring continued regulatory alignment after Brexit in order to ensure full and unfettered participation in the single market. Section 11 of the bill will enable that to happen smoothly in the case of law within the devolved competence. Certainly.
Reading our... yes, I'll give you a voice arrest. It's a medical intervention. But referring to recommendation 3 of the excellent CLAC report, can I ask you to follow the wording in that recommendation 3 and ask you to justify during this debate why primary legislation cannot be used to deliver regulatory alignment on a case-by-case basis instead of the supported legislation currently envisaged under this Section 11?
Well, can I thank Dr Lloyd for that intervention? And I'll address that point directly immediately, Llywyd, because in terms of recommendation 3 of the CLAC report that asks for a justification of the powers in Section 11 of the bill, a major justification for needing these powers at this point in time lies in the volume of subordinate legislation that we are likely to face. This Assembly will be aware of the number of statutory instruments which are made each year in Wales to implement EU directives. If you then add the numerous EU regulations, EU decisions and EU tertiary legislation adopted each year at EU level, then we will quickly have a better picture of the large number of legislative changes that would be required each year if we are to succeed in our aim of maintaining full and unfettered access to EU markets for Welsh businesses. And in order to be certain that we can deliver that continuity and that continued access to EU markets for our businesses, I believe that the powers in Section 11 are necessary in the immediate future. I see further recommendations in the CLAC report about placing a time limit on those powers, and I can envisage a point in the future in which, as Dr Lloyd said, it may be possible through primary legislation to keep in line with those changes in EU law that we would wish to remain in step with in the future. In the immediate term, however, there will be a volume of work to be done where I think the powers in Section 11 are justified. Sections 13 and 14 of the bill, however, are intended to address the issue which has come to the fore in the EU withdrawal bill debate, namely the risk that ministers of the Crown can be given Henry VIII powers to alter legislation within devolved competence without any input from Welsh Government ministers or the National Assembly. These sections create a default position in which UK ministers would have to seek the consent of Welsh ministers when making subordinate legislation on devolved matters within the scope of EU law. As the EAAL committee correctly pointed out, we have been making this legislation over the past 20 years, and therefore the knowledge is held here to make the sensible corrections which will be required to EU law in devolved areas. Can I come finally to the issue of scrutiny, Llywydd? I think I am right in saying that Schedule 2 to the bill provides for the highest levels of scrutiny that has ever been contained in an Act of the National Assembly. Not only does this highlight the unusual circumstances that we find ourselves in, but it also demonstrates our continued commitment to the essential role that scrutiny plays in ensuring the best possible legislation is created here. Of course, there is another way in which legal certainty could be achieved and confusion avoided. This would be for the UK government to legislate in a way that provides legal continuity while at the same time properly respecting our devolved settlement. The Welsh Government has made it clear throughout that this would be our preferred outcome, but members will need no reminding that the UK Government's EU withdrawal bill currently falls disappointingly short when it comes to respecting devolution, and in conjunction with the Scottish Government, we have worked tirelessly to make the UK Government understand and focus on the importance of the devolved settlements and to agree the necessary amendments to the EU withdrawal bill, and we will continue to work in that way right up to the last possible moment. Llywydd, finally, in terms of this general principles debate, I wonder if I could simply read out for members who may not have had a chance to see it yet, just 3 paragraphs from the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee's report, which I think sum up the reason why I believe this National Assembly should be prepared to offer its support at this stage. First of all, the committee accepted that there is a need for the LDEU bill. It pointed to the fact that exiting the European Union has raised serious constitutional questions. It notes that in its current form, the EU withdrawal bill fails to protect the powers of the National Assembly in devolved areas, and against that background, the committee accept that there is a need for the LDEU bill to protect the powers of the National Assembly in devolved areas. Finally, the committee note that the LDEU bill provides a means of filling the legislative void in the event that the National Assembly does not provide legislative consent to the EU withdrawal bill. In our view, the committee say, in the absence of any alternative plan for dealing with the decision of the National Assembly to withhold consent, this bill represents a sensible and responsible approach. I hope members will be willing to support it this afternoon.
Galwaf ar gadeirydd y Pwyllgor Materion Allanol a Deddfwriaeth Ychwanegol, David Rees.
Diolch, Llywydd. Since the publication of the White Paper on the European Union Withdrawal Bill by the UK Government in July last year, the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee has undertaken some detailed scrutiny of the Withdrawal Bill and its implications for Wales. In our report on the White Paper, we concluded that the Welsh Government should prepare a continuity bill as a fallback position if the UK Government did not respect the devolution settlement in the bill itself. We did, at that time, hold a sincere hope that this would not be necessary. It is deeply regrettable that this fallback position has now become necessary due to the failure of the UK Government to actually draft the withdrawal bill in a way that respects devolution, and further, following the rejection of amendments to the bill as it proceeded through the Commons. The External Affairs Committee has previously set out 6 objectives for amending the withdrawal bill, which it considers necessary for the bill to receive consent of this institution. The task ahead of us this afternoon, of course, is to give consideration to the principles of the law derived from the European Union Wales Bill. And Clywedd, to assist members in the deliberations, I would like to briefly compare some of the objectives we identified and how the Welsh Government proposes to match those. The first, set by the External Affairs Committee, is that the bill should be amended to remove the restrictions on the Assembly's competence contained in Clause 11 of the withdrawal bill. And our second objective was to ensure that Welsh ministers and the Assembly are given responsibility for correcting EU-derived laws in all areas of devolved competence. The bill under consideration this afternoon goes some way to delivering these 2 objectives, in that any EU laws converted into EU-derived Welsh law by this bill will fall outside the remit of the withdrawal bill and the restrictions it imposes. However, as the bill is drafted, it does not automatically offer this protection to all EU-derived Welsh law. It's relying upon Welsh ministers choosing to use the powers provided to them by this bill to convert, retain or restate EU laws so that they're protected. And that's a different approach taken in Wales to that in Scotland, which is actually looking to devolve to areas of all devolved competencies would ultimately be transferred. And I'd be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary this afternoon could reassure the Assembly that the Welsh Government would use the powers provided by this bill to transfer all laws, EU laws in areas of devolved competencies in the EU-derived Welsh law, and I'll give a reason as to that shortly. The powers provided the UK and Welsh ministers by the withdrawal bill are extremely broad and far-reaching. For example, they include the power to amend primary legislation via subordinate legislation called the Henry VIII powers, as the Cabinet Secretary has identified. Whilst we accept the need for this broad regulation-making powers to be given to ministers, we also called for those powers to actually be more tightly drawn for Welsh ministers and controlled. And this bill does go some way to meeting those stringent requirements if they wish to change EU law when transferring to Welsh law, under sections 3, 4 and 5 of this bill, as the Cabinet Secretary has highlighted in his opening remarks. However, there remain ways in which these could be more tightly drawn, and I urge the Welsh Government to consider this issue a little bit further. The powers provided to Welsh ministers in section 9 and 10 of the bill mirror the powers provided to UK ministers in section 8 and 9 of the withdrawal bill. They would allow Welsh ministers to do anything they consider appropriate to implement the withdrawal agreement and to prevent breaches of international obligations. In the Committee's Objective 3 on the withdrawal bill, we concluded the language should be tighter and amended to do what is essential rather than consider appropriate, though I do recognise that many other experts also comment upon as necessary, but that still gives you tighter control than as appropriate. Now, Objective 4 of the Committee's report stated that the withdrawal bill should be amended to prevent UK ministers from amending EU-derived laws in areas of devolved competence. As with Objectives 1 and 2, this bill does go some way towards delivering this objective, but it is ultimately reliant upon the Welsh ministers choosing to convert all of the EU laws into EU-derived laws, because if it doesn't do all those, it doesn't do come under the remit of the EU withdrawal bill. And that means that they will then not have the powers to amend that later, because it's been passed over to the powers under the EU withdrawal bill. Now, I welcome the inclusion of sections 13 and 14 in the bill, which will require ministers of the UK Government to seek consent of the Welsh ministers before amending EU-derived laws in areas of devolved competence. However, as the committee has stated on many occasions, it would be constitutionally preferable if UK ministers required the consent of the Assembly and not that of Welsh ministers. Objective 6 of the committee's report called for the Assembly to begin responsibility for setting its own scrutiny procedures for subordinate legislation, emanating that from the withdrawal bill. Having this bill before us for consideration does not address that issue. However, it does allow the Assembly to decide on the scrutiny procedures for subordinate legislation under this bill. I welcome the fact that the negative procedure would not be used at all for the regulations within this bill, and believe it's a significant improvement on what is offered by the UK, which had many negative procedures which did not allow us an opportunity to actually scrutinise those aspects. I welcome the Government's inclusion of a super-affirmative procedure in the bill, and I'd be extremely attentive to the views of colleagues from the Constitutional Legal Affairs Committee on the appropriateness and otherwise of the proposal in that regard. And I can also put on record my thanks to that committee for the work it's done in a very short timescale on this bill before us today. Nonetheless, I note the requirements of providing the UK Parliament with additional information in explanatory memorandums to assist scrutiny of SIs is actually now stronger within the withdrawal bill. And in this bill, I ask the Welsh Government to consider emulating that point. Llywydd, I sincerely hope the UK Government takes heed of this Parliament's continued view on the deficiencies of the EU withdrawal bill and acts quickly to make the necessary amendments to that bill, though recent comments and actions do not give me much hope that that will actually take place. Then, if not, the bill we are debating this afternoon is critical to protecting the devolved competencies of the institution, and I ask members to support this bill.
Thank you, Llywydd. And thank you for the comments that have been made by the chair of the EEL. I do find, after the very detailed comments that have been made by the Cabinet Secretary and by the Chairman, it's a bit like being the best man at a wedding and you find the groom has stolen your speech and made all the points that you wanted to make. Can I say that with our committee that we treated this bill as we would any other, and that is to maximise the scrutiny and the focus on the attention in the bill and in terms of it achieving what it is intended to do. And for that, I'm very grateful to the considerable work that's gone in from the clerk and the members of support staff of the committee, and indeed the legislative drafters, because this hasn't been a matter that's been turned around within a very, very short space of time. But I do believe the report is detailed and deals with all the key scrutiny issues that we wished to raise. I should say at the outset that our report was not unanimous. One member did not agree to it, and I won't preempt any comments my fellow member wishes to make, so I won't say any more on that particular point. We've made 8 recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, and the report, as I said, I hope proves helpful to the Assembly members in taking the necessary decisions on this particular bill. Exiting the EU has raised serious concerns as to which legislature should exercise powers in devolved areas once the UK leaves the EU. Until we see changes to the EU withdrawal bill, we have accepted there is a need for this bill, as the Cabinet Secretary has already mentioned, and we see this bill as providing a means of filling a potential legislative void. In our view, the absence of any alternative plan for dealing with a decision of the National Assembly to withhold consent means that the introduction of this bill represents a sensible and a responsible approach. We agree with the Welsh Government also that the preferred option should be to continue to protect devolution via the EU withdrawal bill, and we do urge all parties to continue to work together to achieve an outcome whereby the National Assembly could be in a position to give its consent to the withdrawal bill. Should agreement not be reached, this bill becomes one of the most important bills ever to be scrutinised by this National Assembly. The same issues of principle apply to the regulation-making powers in the bill as apply in relation to the EU withdrawal bill, and these are that regulation-making powers must not be used to shift the balance of power excessively towards governments and away from legislatures. Henry VIII powers must be clearly justified and at the very least be subject to the affirmative procedure, and that regulation-making powers are considered in the context of how they could be used, not the intention of their use. And I'll just return briefly to some of the conclusions and recommendations we have made. The Cabinet Secretary has referred to some of those, and we will consider carefully his written response in due course over the course of the coming days. Sections 3, 4 and 5 form the heart of the bill by giving Welsh ministers broad powers to make regulations that retain direct EU law, restate EU-derived enactments and ensure that provisions made under the EU-related powers continue to have effect. We raised a number of questions with the Cabinet Secretary around the use of these powers, and in the light of his responses, we recommended that he confirms our understanding of the use of the powers under Section 4 of the bill is correct, and he has done that. Whether the self-limiting ordinances contained in the bill are more restrictive than those contained in the EU withdrawal bill, and he has given assurances in respect of that. And turning to Section 7, we welcome also that the Charter of Fundamental Human Rights influences the interpretation of all regulations made under Sections 3, 4 and 5 of the bill. I'm grateful for the clarification that has been given there as well. Section 11 contains a very wide power, allowing the Welsh Ministers to mirror EU law after exit day, using subordinate legislation subject to the enhanced affirmative procedure. Section 11 therefore gives the Welsh Ministers powers by regulations to mirror EU law that is passed by both the European Parliament and the EU Council, which will no longer be subject to influence by the UK. Section 11 is arguably a constitutionally novel approach, and one that we had concerns about as to whether or not it was satisfactory. In the circumstances, to first justify and then strengthen the approach, we made recommendations. First, that the Cabinet Secretary justifies why primary legislation cannot be used to deliver regulatory alignment on a case-by-case basis, instead of the subordinate legislation envisaged under Section 11. And, of course, these were the points that were raised by Di Lloyd, and there has been a response, which, again, we will give further consideration to in due course. Secondly, the Cabinet Secretary should consider an amendment to Section 11, if retained, to narrow its scope solely to matters which maintain regulatory alignment with the European Union, as set out in the explanatory memorandum. And I'm grateful for the comments that have been given, and again, we'll give further consideration to that. Finally, the Cabinet Secretary should table amendments to the bill to provide a sunset clause requiring that Section 11 is repealed with effect after 5 years from exit day, unless regulations subject to the affirmative procedure provide otherwise. And before such regulations are made, we recommend they are informed by a review undertaken by an Assembly committee. Sections 13 and 14 do not provide a consent for the National Assembly, even where UK ministers are amending primary legislation, including acts and measures of the National Assembly, and for that reason we recommended in our report that he justified this approach and explains how the consent role fits with the statutory instrument consent process set out in Standing Order 30A, that's recommendation 6. All recommendations made under the bill are subject to the scrutiny framework set out in Schedule 2, which provides for 3 different scrutiny procedures: the standard affirmative procedure, the urgent procedure and the enhanced affirmative procedure. We recommended that the Cabinet Secretary should table amendments requiring explanatory memoranda accompanying regulations made under the bill to be clear and transparent in explaining, for example, why the affirmative and urgent procedures should apply, what changes are being made by the regulations and why, and the impact of the regulations may have on equality and on human rights. And we look forward to the written, the detailed responses in due course, but I'm also grateful to the extent to which the Cabinet Secretary has been able to deal with some of those matters in advance at this particular plenary session.
David Melding.
Presiding Officer, there is no emergency. There is no need for this bill, and it's the opinion of us on this side of the House that this is in fact a bogus bill. I have to observe that when the Cabinet Secretary was making his speech on the principle of this bill, 7 members of the Labour group were here in the chamber, or 6 apart from him. There's been a vast influx since of 1 additional member coming in. I mean, perhaps this is an emergency bill after all. I mean, the evacuation of the Labour group from the chamber was certainly comprehensive and efficient. But I think this really does show you what's going on here in an pale attempt grandstand. The Minister,
Cabinet Secretary, you can't just turn around and speak to the member when he's on his feet.
First. The Cabinet Secretary turned round and said, well, you've not got much to say, have you? Look how many of your colleagues are here. We realise this is bogus. I've given my colleagues time off because I didn't want them to have to sit through this parody produced by the Welsh Labour government. Can I thank the Chair of the CLAC Committee for acknowledging that the report they made was not unanimous. Let me say, it's the first report of the 5th Assembly not to be agreed on a consensus basis, and in the 4th Assembly, every CLAC report was agreed by consensus. And I do not agree that there's been full or proper scrutiny by CLAC. There was as adequate scrutiny as could be made in the available time. But really, to just have the Minister in for an hour and then to spend half an hour on a report that is then not digested in draft and considered over several weeks, which is what we do to routine legislation. And we are proposing to pass fundamental constitutional law in this manner. We are not going to have any part of this. And anyway, the constitutional protection we have in this delicate procedure, I acknowledge exiting the EU causes many constitutional challenges within the United Kingdom. But the protection we have is the LCM process, and the government has made a great mistake in shifting from that and shifting on to the ground of the Scottish Government, where nationalism is their primary concern, not the integrity of the United Kingdom. I did see David first. I mean, I will attempt to give way to Simon later.
I'm sure you can give way to my colleague immediately after myself. But you identify that, and I think it's in the intervention, you identify the fact that you said that you don't see the need for this bill, that it's constitutionally not appropriate. You talk about Scotland and you fear for Scotland. But isn't then the reality is, if an LCM is defeated in this House, then what is the alternative you're suggesting to happen? Because if I understand it right, LCM and the UK government accepts the LCM, we could be leaving with any protection for our laws whatsoever. So what is your recommendation we do afterwards?
Look, the fact of the matter is, if an LCM is rejected in the National Assembly for Wales, and presumably at the same time in the Scottish Parliament, the United Kingdom will be in a constitutional crisis. That's why the LCM process is a proper protection of our rights and our position. What you are engaged in is a negotiation tactic, and we should not be part, as the legislature, of these games. Can I just say, the EU withdrawal bill is the appropriate UK legislation to proceed with this matter. It is the UK state that is withdrawn from the EU, not the home nations individually. And as I said, this legislation at a UK level requires an LCM process. So we do not believe that the Welsh Government's bill can be effectively scrutinised. We will obviously vote against the motion this afternoon. And can I just say, Presiding Officer, we have decided to take the extraordinary step of not proposing any amendments should this bill proceed to its next stage, because we do not want to engage in the parody that inevitably would then follow. Does Di Lloyd want to intervene?
I'm disappointed by your contribution, really, because obviously legislative committees down the years in this place, we've just been scrutinising the process. Regardless of what you think about the legislation, lots of us have been involved in scrutinising a process of a bill that we don't actually agree with. I was disappointed that actually you withdrew yourself from that scrutiny process because of this preordained decision that you don't like the idea of a continuity bill.
Can I just say, Presiding Officer, I did not withdraw myself from any process. I attended all the public session of CLAC and all but the last 2 or 3 minutes of your deliberations. I withdrew when I said that in principle I could not support the report. Therefore, I was leaving so that the other committee members could then proceed and agree to the parts that they then indicated in their report, and which was quoted by the Minister. I did not intervene on him to undermine perhaps some of the points he was making, that was a report that was unanimous, because he had not made that clear, though he didn't need to, so I'm not accusing him of anything inappropriate. I have cooperated effectively. We all know this bill cannot be scrutinised in anything like a proper, full fashion, and we should not be playing with legislation, certainly not constitutional legislation, in this way. I also fear, Presiding Officer, that this emergency bill risks undermining the negotiations that have been ongoing for several months with the UK government. Now, I'm not naive about what goes on, and I'm sure there's great resilience both sides of the M4, and I hope that does genuinely continue, because we do need an agreement at the end of this, and let's hope that we will forget this afternoon's sad episode when we get proper agreement in the future. But at the moment, the UK government is seeking agreement on UK frameworks and that process post-Brexit. It's very important the Welsh Government's case is heard fully, because establishing shared governance arrangements over common frameworks is a fundamental principle. and it's one that we do accept here. And we realise that you've had some struggles in winning those particular battles, and I do not think what you're engaged in here is particularly helping. And there have been some real successes. I'd have to say the Welsh Government has already achieved a lot in terms of the amendments that were laid in the House of Lords yesterday. Now, I realise they don't go as far as you would like, and some of what you want has not yet been delivered. But it's an ongoing process, which indeed continues tomorrow with the First Minister meeting with the Prime Minister. And that's the appropriate time to take things forward and see if we can reach a full agreement. So our position, to conclude, as I'm rapidly running out of time, is that a UK bill is the only way to proceed, the only way we can have proper clarity in this process. And we have the protection afforded by the LCM process. To have two competing statutes governing Brexit would create wholesale confusion. We need clarity, not confusion. This serves no one's purpose. I regret that the Welsh Government has allied itself so closely to the Scottish Government. I fear this may deflect the Welsh Government from pursuing the interests of Wales to secure a clear Brexit, which will strengthen the governance arrangements of the UK. I also fear that if the Welsh and presumably the Scottish bill proceeds, then the success of the EU withdrawal bill in Westminster will be threatened, and it's likely this matter will then appear before the Supreme Court. Confusion, confusion, confusion. Let's stop this nonsense and vote against this motion.
Leanne Wood.
I'm again encouraged to speak this week on the general principles of the Continuity Bill following its introduction last week. Plaid Cymru will of course be voting for the general principles of this bill, and we've been consistent in calling for this bill. We've been calling for this bill since at least last summer in anticipation of a Westminster power grab. In terms of content, the emergency procedure will now move very quickly, so any amendments will have to be considered over the next few days. I note the report laid by the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee, and I hope that the improvements to the bill can be made on issues like including a sunset clause, whilst maintaining the need for this bill to become law. Since last week's debate, where the bill was introduced, the UK Government has admitted in an internal memo that it has been unable to rebut the claims of a power grab. In effect, UK Government officials have conceded that the argument that there isn't a power grab has been ineffective. And we know that the UK Government's amendments, which have been tabled without the agreement of the Welsh and Scottish Governments, facilitate a power grab. They do so by giving the UK Government a power to impose restrictions in areas which are devolved. When imposing those restrictions, the UK Government will have to consult with devolved administrations. The devolved administrations and parliaments, including this Assembly, would have no final say over the UK Government's use of those powers. The UK Government would use those powers to create new UK frameworks. Those frameworks would not be co-produced to be truly multinational frameworks, but would be made in Westminster with some devolved consultation, and that is not good enough. Yeah.
I'm grateful, and she will have heard, as I did, David Melding say that the LCM process, which relates to the bill, would be a protection in here. But of course that gives us no protection with all these regulations made by Henry VIII powers, which only have to be consulted with the Welsh Government, not even the Assembly. And this bill before us today is not bogus at all. It's a fundamental constitutional act of protecting our devolved settlement here, which will strengthen the government's arms, hopefully for negotiation, but if not, we are setting out very clearly how we will protect Welsh devolution. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have turned their back on that.
Absolutely correct. And the frameworks designed in this way could cover areas of critical importance, of course, to the Welsh economy. The UK Government's analysis of EU law also suggests that frameworks would be required in a host of areas related to food, farming, the environment. They could also include state aid, public procurement and geographical indicators. These are the real bread and butter issues at stake, on top, of course, of the issue of democracy. The need for a continuity bill is therefore growing rather than receding. It's critical that we develop a strong and effective bill to protect our two referendum victories and to keep control over our own devolved powers. And in the coming days, it is vital that the Welsh Government does not back down. The position here has overwhelming Assembly support, and there should be no concession which turns back the clock on devolution. This is a debate about where power lies in this state after Brexit. Will UK frameworks be set centrally from Westminster, or will they be co-produced by equal governments, by equal nations? Plaid Cymru hopes that we in Wales continue to hold the line, because this issue is far bigger than any single political party. This continuity bill has seen our country, with the support of at least 3 of the 4 parties, become relevant in a UK debate. And it's worth pointing out this isn't about whether you support Remain or Leave. Otherwise, it would not have secured the support of UKIP. This is about Wales. It's essential that the Welsh Government does not throw that supported position away, and that this National Assembly stands up for itself and for our nation.
I listened in some perplexity to the speech of David Mellon, and he seemed to be speaking in a kind of vacuum, as though the reason why we're here today has nothing to do with the United Kingdom government. This is not a bogus bill, and if there is a constitutional crisis looming, it comes about because something which was entirely predictable has happened because of the neglect of the United Kingdom government to take this process seriously. We've been waiting for 3 months for amendments to this EU withdrawal bill, and nothing has arrived until the last few hours. Of course, in these circumstances, the Welsh Government and indeed the Welsh Assembly must provide against the possibility that an LCM does not pass this Assembly, and there is then a legislative void. It would be absurd if it were to behave otherwise. We are an Assembly which is here to pass laws and to repeal them, not to allow legislative voids to come into existence. And Theresa May and her administration have, of course, achieved the most remarkable feat of uniting parties as diverse as Plaid Cymru on the one hand, the Labour Party and UKIP in this Assembly. And as the leader of Plaid Cymru pointed out a moment ago, this is not about Remain or Leave, because we come from the polar opposite in our views on the desirability of remaining within the European Union. And the last time that this was raised in the Assembly, just a week or 2 ago, both the leader of Plaid Cymru and I made the fundamental point that this is not just about the EU referendum, it is also about the 2 referenda which established devolution and brought this Assembly into existence. And my position has always been that referenda are to be respected, or the results of those referenda are to be respected, whether they refer to internal United Kingdom matters or indeed external. And it's respect for that process which goes to the very heart of what this bill is about. It is a bill about democracy, again, as the leader of Plaid Cymru said a moment ago. And the reason why overwhelmingly I've always been in favour of leaving the EU, indeed opposed going into it in the first place, was because the processes of legislation within the EU are democratically deficient. As a result of repatriating these processes to Westminster or to Cardiff or Edinburgh or to Belfast, the opinion of the people, as represented by those who are elected by them as proxies, will be fundamental to the creation of law or the repeal of law in future. The European Union, as it has developed, created a corpus of law which was immune from the democratic process. The European Court itself in judgments going back as far as 1963, gave itself the power to override democratic processes. And in a case in 1970, the Internationale Handelsgesellschaft case, it gave itself the power even to override national constitutions, which has never been accepted by the German Constitutional Court or the Dutch, but which the European Court of Justice has always held to be fundamental to the internal workings of the EU. As a result of that, as far as the United Kingdom is concerned, whether it's a constitutional measure, which is what David Melding was concerned about, or whether it's any other form of legislation, then those who are elected to represent the people will be able to provide the scrutiny which presently cannot be applied to the laws which we have to observe, because they're made either by bureaucratic processes, because the European Commission has the sole right of legislative initiative in the European Union, or as a result of cases in the European Court of Justice which cannot be amended or repealed by any straightforward process. And therefore, as a result of the European Union withdrawal bill, we will be repatriating those powers to the parliaments of the United Kingdom, and by that I mean the devolved parliaments as well as the UK Parliament at Westminster. I see that as a wholly benign process. There are, of course, short-term constitutional difficulties that this process brings about, and Clause 11 of this bill is one of them. The issue of Henry VIII clauses. I am prepared to accept for the short term that this clause is necessary in order to provide ourselves with the legislative certainty that we need for the future. But it is an undesirable principle to set generally, and I hope that there will be a sunset clause or something akin to it, which will ensure that this will not be perpetuated for longer than is necessary. The legislative task before us to consider or reconsider 45 years of legislation is vast. That cannot be conducted in a meaningful way without these extraordinary powers. And over the course of many years ahead, we'll have the opportunity to repeal, amend as necessary. But I consider this to be a vitally necessary bill to protect the interests of the Welsh people as well as of the British people. I see no contradiction or conflict between the two, and I regret that the United Kingdom government has created a wholly unnecessary degree of friction in what otherwise I should have thought would have been regarded by most Conservatives as a wholly beneficial process of restoring democracy to the British people and the Welsh people.
Local Government and Communities Committee. We have been considering the human rights implications of leaving the European Union over the past year. In December, we outlined a number of core principles that we identified. Our overriding priority is that there is no regression in equality and human rights protections once we have left the European Union. We called for the Charter of Fundamental Rights to be preserved in some form after withdrawal, and note the Equality and Human Rights Commission's legal analysis published earlier this year, which refuted the UK Government's claim that all Charter rights are already protected by UK domestic law. Therefore, Llywydd, I am pleased to see the inclusion of Section 7 in the bill before us today, requiring EU-derived Welsh law to be interpreted in line with the Charter of Fundamental Rights. It is also important to us that, as well as preserving the rights that currently exist, Wales continues to be a global leader, and that the level of protections continue to keep pace with developments across the EU after we have left. We called for a formal mechanism to track future developments in human rights and equality in the EU to ensure Welsh citizens benefit from the same levels of protections as EU citizens. I am therefore pleased to see the inclusion of Section 11 in this bill, which would allow Welsh ministers to make regulations introducing new legislation or to modify existing legislation to enable Wales to keep pace with any new EU legislation following our departure. And further llywyd, we would call on the Welsh Government to use all available levers to ensure continued protection of equality and human rights in Wales, including considering commencing the duty in the Equality Act 2010, which requires public bodies to make decisions in a way that tackles the inequalities arising from socio-economic disadvantage, and looking to incorporate international human rights treaties into Welsh law. As we are all aware, this was successfully achieved with the Rights of Children and Young Persons measure. Llywyd, I am pleased that the Welsh Government has used this bill to help provide protection of equality and human rights. Going forward, as a committee, we will continue to follow keenly this element of the negotiations and withdrawal process. Diolch yn fawr.
Jane Hunt. For the Finance Cabinet Secretary's statement on the JMC European negotiations last week, I thought was very helpful. And we realised how important, in fact, the JMCP will be tomorrow. The Cabinet Secretary said in his statement there was a positive spirit on all sides of the JMCN, but that the UK Government will still be tabling the amendments, their amendments, and it's in that vein that we are debating the law derived from the EU Wales Bill, the Continuity Bill as we're calling it, here today. And it was very helpful to again have those provisions, those recommendations from the CLAC report spelt out, giving the case for supporting the bill, taking into account, of course, David Melding's reservations that he's expressed today as a member. But I also noted that Geraint Talvin Davis said this week, and I quote, "The Continuity Bill is designed to ensure that a huge legislative sinkhole does not emerge under the Government of Wales if the National Assembly for Wales is not able to give its consent to the EU withdrawal bill going through Westminster." So, Llywyd, although I accept the political backdrop to the Continuity Bill and hope, like the Welsh Government, that the UK Government will see sense and support our amendments of the Welsh and Scottish Governments, so favourably received in the Lords, I would also like to follow John Griffiths and welcome Section 7 of the Continuity Bill, which sets out how the body of the EU-derived Welsh law created by the bill should be interpreted by the courts. As Section 7 states, the Continuity Bill makes similar provisions to the EU Withdrawal Bill, but with one notable difference, and that is it allows for EU-derived Welsh law to be interpreted in line with the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is not being transposed into UK law by the EU Withdrawal Bill. And as is clear, our Continuity Bill does not purport to transpose the rights contained in the Charter into Welsh law as freestanding rights, but it would ensure that where the courts in England and Wales are considering provisions of EU-derived Welsh law, they continue after Brexit to interpret those provisions in line with the rights and principles set out in the Charter. And we recently took evidence in the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee, as John Griffiths, your committee, did. We took evidence on the equality impacts of Brexit, and expert witnesses drew attention to the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. One of the main concerns about Brexit's impact on human rights and equality is the potential loss of the Charter. If the EU withdrawal bill goes ahead as planned, the UK will not have to comply with the Charter when making laws and administrative decisions in areas previously within EU competence, such as consumer protection or workers' rights. The Charter rights go beyond those in the Human Rights Act and the Equality Act, including a range of social and workers' rights, such as the right to fair working conditions, protection against unjustified dismissal and access to healthcare, social and housing assistance. And in giving evidence to the EAL committee, Professor Simon Hoffman said he couldn't see any reason why the EU Charter can't be incorporated into UK law, as was suggested by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, with any necessary amendments to make it relevant to the UK post-Brexit. And in his evidence to the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee, I note that Professor Thomas Glyn Watkin described equality and human rights protection in the UK on exit day as a freeze frame, while protection in EU countries could increase at a faster rate than in the UK. So we must work to avoid that, and I'm grateful that John Griffiths has highlighted Section 11. We must continue to progress with equality, protection and enhancement in Wales, and I'm sure that our human rights and equalities witnesses, but the people of Wales will welcome those provisions in our bill today. And I'm also clear that raising these issues is in line with the spirit of the clauses in our Government of Wales legislation in terms of abiding by equality of opportunity. So I support this stage of the bill. I'm grateful for having the opportunity to make these points in support of Section 7 of the bill.
Mandy Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance addressed the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee about this bill. I would like to thank him for his very open and constructive engagement with the committee. I too have very strong concerns about Section 11, and I do hope the Cabinet Secretary will clarify why primary legislation cannot be used to deliver regulatory alignment on a case-by-case basis, instead of the subordinate legislation envisaged under Section 11 as it currently stands. One of the recommendations in the report released today by the committee is that Section 11 is repealed after 5 years from exit date unless regulations, subject to the affirmative procedure, provide otherwise. The committee also recommends a review as to the continuing need for the powers provided by Section 11. This review to be conducted by a committee of the National Assembly and involve full public consultation. I support this bill in principle, but I do suggest that we, as an Assembly, have not had an opportunity to discuss this bill and its implications in enough depth. Overview and effective scrutiny should never be compromised and are a vital part of our decision-making processes here in the Assembly.
Clywaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr. Llywydd, can I thank the three committee chairs who've taken part in this afternoon's debate. It's immensely helpful to the Assembly to have the expert view that the different committees bring to this subject, and I think all three committee chairs were able to set out the positions established by their committees. John Griffiths drew attention to the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and we have been very glad to be able to make reference to that charter in our bill. But the real answer is for the UK's EU withdrawal bill to be amended to make the charter applicable to all domestic law. And there was a real push in the House of Lords on this matter, and the UK Minister has had to concede that he will come back to the House of Lords at report stage with further proposals on that matter. There is absolutely no legal reason, as Jane had said, quoting Professor Hoffman, why that cannot be done. And if it was done in that way, then not only would EU-derived Welsh law benefit from some of the Charter's protections, but the whole of domestic law, transposing EU law into UK law, would all go on benefiting from the Charter. David Rees and Mick Anthony both reiterated what has long been the position of the Government, that this bill is our second best choice. It's not what we want to do. We want to have an agreement with the UK Government, a neglectful UK Government, as Neil Hamilton said, who have just failed to put the necessary time and energy into coming to an agreement with us. It could have been done, it should have been done before now. We will go on making every effort we can to secure an agreement while the EU withdrawal bill is still alive in front of the Houses of Parliament. And if we do reach an agreement, then at whatever stage this bill has reached, we will rely on that bill rather than this fallback protection. It is nevertheless a fundamental protection, as Leanne Wood confirmed in responding to Simon Thomas's intervention. And I'm grateful for the continued and consistent support of Plaid Cymru in the development of this bill. Look forward to some further discussions on some of the points that Leanne would raise, particularly in relation to recommendation 5 of the CLAC Committee and a sunset clause in relation to section 11 of the bill. I thought you heard a pretty compelling case from Jane Hutt as to why section 11 is necessary in the short run, because of the way it will allow us to make sure that social protections available to EU citizens that otherwise would be denied to Welsh citizens can go on being afforded to them in the future. But I will think carefully about what CLAC have said about the length of time that we should rely on this action, and I'm happy to have further discussions with those who have an interest in this matter. I should turn to what David Melding said. I imagine he was relying on that old political mantra that attack is the best means of defence, and if you have a particularly weak case to make, so long as you make it with sufficient brio, some people will think that there must be something in what was being said. I believe he is wrong. Many of the points he made today were not relevant to today's debate. They were very relevant to last week's decision on whether or not to take this bill through an emergency procedure, but we had that debate, and the National Assembly, by a very significant majority, agreed that with all the compromises that involves, it was necessary to take this bill as an emergency bill. I don't believe it's a bogus bill for a single moment. What it does is to fill the legislative void, to provide fundamental protections, to provide certainty to Welsh businesses and public services, and I hope that members will support it this afternoon.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu. Felly, gohiriaf y bleidlais ar yr eitem yma tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw y cynnig I gymeradwyo'r penderfyniad ariannol ynghylch y bil cyfres sy'n deillio'r Undeb Ewropeaidd. A dwi'n galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet Drosgyllid I wneud y cynnig, Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Members will have noted from the regulatory impact assessment the current uncertainty regarding the administrative and other costs of the bill. The bill operates to preserve EU law by way of regulations made by Welsh ministers. It is simply not possible, in the uncertain circumstances in which we find ourselves, to quantify accurately the volume of the secondary legislation required, the costs of the corrections of the deficiencies, and the nature and impact of new UK legislation and frameworks. We have therefore decided to follow the position on uncertainty regarding costs taken by the UK Government in relation to the EU Withdrawal Bill and the Scottish Government in relation to its Continuity Bill. There will be administrative costs that fall to us, Llywydd, that arise irrespective of whether it is the EU Withdrawal Bill or the LDEU Bill that delivers legal continuity in relation to Wales. These costs are an inevitable outcome of the decision to leave the European Union, and I think we have no choice but to bear them if that decision is to be implemented in an orderly way, and I hope that members will support the financial resolution this afternoon.
It's very generous of you, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. Because it's just this point. You've set out that these costs would happen whether we take the Westminster route or this route. There are administrative costs for the Welsh Government in preparing for what people have voted for, so that's fine. But have you been able to ascertain at all whether the option in this bill is actually a more expensive option or a different costed option so that would arise from the EU Withdrawal Bill? And in terms of, I'm sure the Conservatives want to save public money, would it not be more appropriate, therefore, for the cheapest and most effective option using public resources to be followed in all cases?
I think that's a principle we'd be happy to endorse. Llywydd, the answer takes me back to a point that David Rees raised in his original contribution, which is that while this bill allows us to transpose the whole of EU-derived Welsh law through the vehicle of this bill, it doesn't require us to do that. And if there were examples where it was more cost-effective to allow the UK to legislate on our behalf because it was uncontroversial and we had no difficulty with what was being proposed, I could imagine coming back to the floor of this Assembly to seek people's agreement to that. Where that is not possible, however, we would then have a vehicle that would allow us to do things. We would do it in the most cost-effective way possible.
Does dim siaradwyr eraill, dwi'n cymryd nad yw'r ysgrifennydd cabinet eisiau ymateb iddo fe hunan, ac felly gan fod y bleidlais ar egwyddorion cyffredinol y bil yma wedi gohirio dan y cyfnod pleidleisio, byddaf yn gohirio'r bleidlais hefyd ar y penderfyniad ariannol tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, sy'n dod yn ni felly at y ddadl ar egwyddorion cyffredinol bil iechyd y cyhoedd, i safbris am alcohol Cymru, a dwi'n galw ar ysgrifennydd y cabinet dros iechyd a gwasanaethau cymdeithasol i wneud y cynnig yma, Fawn Gethin.
Thank you, Llywydd. I'm pleased to open today's debate and move the motion on the general principles of the Public Health Minimum Price for Alcohol Wales Bill, which was introduced to the National Assembly last October. We've been working on this particular bill for a number of years. We first consulted on a minimum pricing for alcohol in 2014 as part of the Public Health White Paper before the last election. As the Deputy Minister, I published a draft bill on minimum unit pricing. I would like to thank my ministerial colleagues Mark Drakeford and Rebecca Evans for their work in helping to shape this piece of landmark public health legislation. I'm grateful to members of the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee, the Finance Committee and the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee for their scrutiny of the bill. And I won't attempt to address each of the recommendations the time I have this afternoon, but the Government will consider each of them carefully as we move towards stage 2. And in particular, I will listen carefully to what people have to say today, because it may well affect my response to the Government's response to the recommendations. I'll also make clear that I'll publish a response to recommendations before Easter recess, so members can see those before we are too far into stage 2, should the Assembly proceed in any event. It should be no surprise that we'll vote against the UKIP amendment. We believe this bill will have a positive outcome on reducing hazardous and harmful drinking and the associated harm that that causes to communities across Wales. This is not a bill which seeks to punish drinkers by making alcohol punitively expensive. This bill takes a sensible and targeted approach to a very real and evident problem in Wales today. Like so many other Western countries, we have a problem with cheap, strong and readily available alcohol. The impact of alcohol-related harm makes for difficult reading. In 2015-16 alone, there were 54,000 hospital admissions attributable to alcohol here in Wales. Those admissions are estimated to cost the NHS £120 million a year. In 2016, 504 people died because of alcohol, and every one of those deaths was preventable. This bill is about helping to reduce those harms, but it is not a panacea or a magic silver bullet to all of the challenges. It is one more way that we will have of tackling and preventing alcohol-related harm. And there is significant evidence from around the world on the relationship between the price of alcohol and alcohol consumption. We also know there is a strong relationship between the amount someone drinks and the harm that they experience. People who drink hazardous and harmful levels of alcohol are also much more likely to consume cheaper alcohol. So despite the UK Government's ban on below-duty plus VAT sales of alcohol, we continue to see alcohol sold for pocket money prices. Some drinks cost less than a bottle of water. And we see the effects of harmful drinking every day in our NHS, in our workplaces, in our communities and in our families. We believe that introducing a minimum unit price will reduce the harms associated with hazardous and harmful drinking and further strengthen our existing harm reduction measures. There are a number of issues that will require further consideration, and I'm grateful to the committees for highlighting that during their scrutiny of the bill. One of these relates to the potential impact of a minimum unit price on dependent drinkers, as highlighted by the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee. Dependent drinkers will be affected by the introduction of a minimum unit price. They are among the hazardous and harmful groups of drinkers this bill specifically targets. And I recognise some concerns that dependent drinkers may not be able to reduce their levels of consumption without help, or alternatively, if they reduce drinking, it may tip them into withdrawal. I've noted calls made for additional resources to be allocated to substance misuse services in anticipation of a potential increase in demand as people seek access to treatment or support. And so the Welsh Government will continue to work with area planning boards to ensure that when this legislation is introduced, subject to the will of the Assembly, these services are there for those in need. Because we've maintained our investment of almost £50 million a year to support people with substance misuse challenges. Almost half this money goes directly to the 7 area planning boards, which commission substance misuse services for their region. A further £17.1 million is currently ring-fenced for substance misuse services within health boards. That will increase for frontline services to £18 million a year from this April. And we're also working to bring down waiting times for treatment that I've highlighted in previous debates in this chamber. The Stage 1 scrutiny of the bill raised concerns whether the bill will have a disproportionate impact on moderate drinkers and those from low-income families. And some ask whether heavy drinkers will choose to spend income on more expensive alcohol, overheating and food. The updated modelling work from the University of Sheffield shows that moderate drinkers will be largely unaffected by the introduction of a minimum unit price. That's because moderate drinkers don't drink large amounts of alcohol on a regular basis and are less likely to drink cheap alcohol. We do expect there to be an impact on people in low-income households who drink at hazardous or harmful levels, but that is also where we anticipate making the greatest health gains. People with the least resources drinking at harmful levels are much more likely to experience alcohol-related illness, requiring long-term and significant health care, and frankly, they're also much more likely to die from their drinking. The statistics on this are striking. So we can't ignore that level of health inequality. And the Health Committee's report highlights the potential risk of substitution from alcohol to other harmful substances. The evidence base for that is limited, but I recognise the concern. That's why I'm happy to reconfirm that I have asked the Welsh Government's advisory panel on substance misuse to look at that issue and report in the coming weeks. And obviously that report will be published and made available for members and the wider public to scrutinise. I also want to deal with the context of cross-border issues. Some people have argued that a minimum unit price could be ignored in large parts of Wales because of proximity to the English border, or that people will turn to illicit alcohol. Some people have talked about booze cruises to Bristol. But introducing this legislation would mean different pricing regimes between Wales and England. But we also know that costs of travel of any distance and the cost to a person's time are likely to outweigh potential savings. I remain hopeful that the UK Government will follow our lead and Scotland's lead and introduce minimum unit pricing, just as they followed our lead on the smoking ban and carry bag charges too. We'll work with partners to identify any impacts of a minimum unit price around the sale or consumption of illegal alcohol, again an issue raised in the Health Committee report. In the past few months, there has been discussion whether the level of the bill, of the minimum unit price, should be on the face of the bill. The Government's view remains the same. Specifying the level in regulations gives us the opportunity to remain flexible and respond to changing circumstances. That position is supported by the Health Committee and external stakeholders, including Public Health Wales, although I recognise the CLAC Committee came to a different view in their recommendations. So we'll continue to proceed on the basis of specifying the level of a minimum unit price in regulations to be agreed by the National Assembly under an affirmative procedure. In terms of how that will be specified, we'll look at the modelled impacts of different levels of a minimum unit price and then make a balanced decision. I again wish to reiterate that I would consult on the proposed level and publish a regulatory impact assessment with a thorough financial assessment of the impacts alongside the draft regulations. And the CLAC Committee asked me to set out our justification, including illustrative examples on the face of the bill. And these are exactly that. They explain how to calculate the applicable minimum price for alcohol. In particular, members asked for clarification on how we intend to avoid confusion if the level of the minimum unit price ends up being different to that included in examples in the bill. This is part of trying to make the legislation accessible and easy to understand. They involve mathematical calculations, and we felt examples on the bill would help people to understand. That's also been broadly welcomed by stakeholders in the response to the draft bill. So the bill and its supporting documents make it very clear that the minimum unit price will be whatever price is specified in regulations made by Welsh ministers with the positive agreement of this Assembly, and we will also make that clear in future guidance and communications. want to know the issue about a voluntary levy that has been important to at least 2 committees. So some of the additional revenue that we expect to be raised could be put aside to be invested in public health. And I'm open to exploring this issue. I don't think we have the powers for a mandatory levy, but I'm happy to look at exploratory work to get a fuller understanding of the outcome introduced in the legislation and better understand any increase in revenue for retailers and where the supply chain those would fall, to try and understand if a voluntary scheme would produce a real return to invest in public health. As I say, minimum unit price is not a silver bullet, Llywydd. It must be seen as part of our wider approach to reduce alcohol consumption and to have a healthier relationship with alcohol. So policy here in Wales requires that variety of approaches taken together that can generate real and meaningful change and real and meaningful health gain. So we look to use all levers of support available throughout Wales to develop healthier relationships with alcohol and end the sad spectre of people who die from drink.
Galwaf ar Gadeirydd y Pwyllgor Iechyd Gofal Cymdeithasol a Chwaraeon, Dai Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, a dwi'n falch iawn i gyfrannu at y ddadl yma, y prawn yma fel Cadeirydd y Pwyllgor Iechyd Gofal Cymdeithasol a Chwaraeon. A hoffwn ddechrau drwy ddiolch i fy nghyd aelodau ar y Pwyllgor. Mae'n gwaith craffu ar y bil wedi bod yn hynod drylwyr ac rydym wedi llwyddo i ddatblygu argymhellion clir ar gyfer ysgrifennydd y Cabinet. Hoffwn hefyd fanteisio ar y cyfle hwn i ddweud ein bod yn ddiolchgar i bawb a gymerodd yr amser i ysgrifennu atom a chyflwyno tystiolaeth i ni mewn un o'n cyfarfodydd ffurfiol. Rydym hefyd yn ddiolchgar iawn i'r bobl a roddodd o'i hamser mwyn caniatáu aelodau a staff y Pwyllgor siarad â hwy mewn lleoliadau llai ffurfiol. Nawr, dyma'r ail fil ar iechyd y cyhoedd a gafwyd yn y cynulliad hwn, a'r ail fil y mae ein Pwyllgor ni wedi craffu yno. Ei fod yn ymdrin efo materion polisi gwahanol i'r rhai oedd wedi cynnwys yn y bil cyntaf, mae gan y bil hwn hefyd y potensial i gyfrannu at y nod o wella a diogelu iechyd pobl Cymru. Gweithio sylwadau hynny, credwn fod angen rhoi ystyriaeth bellach i'r bil a'r polisi ehangach. Mae'r dystiolaeth y gyflwynid i ni yn awgrymu bod angen cymryd camau pellach i wella'r bil, i baratoi ar gyfer ei gychwyn ac i gefnogi'r broses o'i weithredu. Mae angen cymryd camau pellach hefyd i sicrhau bod effeithiau safbris uned yn cael ei monitro a'i deall. Da ni wedi gwneud nifer o argymhellion a fydd yn ein barn ni yn cryfhau'r ddeddfwriaeth a'r broses o'i gweithredu. Byddant hefyd yn fodd o osgoi rhai canlyniadau anfwriadol posibl, yn enwedig mewn perthynas ag yfwyr dibynnol. Yn sylwadau, byddaf yn canolbwyntio ar rai o'r pethau yma. Ein bod yn cytuno efo'r cynnig i bennu'r safbris uned drwy reoliadau eilaidd, credwn y dylid rhoi cyfleoedd craffu mwy helaeth i'r cynulliad yma a'i bwyllgorau. Mae lefel yr safbris uned yn ganolog i lwyddiant y bil wedi'r cwbl. Credwn y dylai'r rheoliadau gael ei gwneud gan ddefnyddio'r weithdrefn uwch gadarnhaol, a hynny mwyn caniatáu digon o amser i'r pwyllgorau graffu arnynt, gan gynnwys gwahodd sylwadau gan branddeiliad a holi'r gweinidog perthnasol cyn ei bod yn ofynol i'r cynulliad bleidleisio arnynt. Da ni wedi clywed amheuon ynghylch y grwpiau y bydd y ddeddfwriaeth yn cael yr effaith fwyaf arnynt. Mae ysgrifennydd y Cabinet wedi datgan y bydd yr safbris uned ar gyfer alcohol yn cael yr effaith fuddiol fwyaf ar yfwyr peryglus a niweidiol. Fodd bynnag, cawsom dystiolaeth glir y bydd cynnyddu'r pris gwaelodol, sef y pris nad oes modd gwerthu alcohol islaw iddo, yn cael effaith andwyol ar yfwyr sy'n ddibynnol ar alcohol rhad a chrif fel seidr gwyn. Felly, da ni'n pryderu ynghylch argeiliedd gwasanaethau triniaeth a chymorth ddigonol i'r rhai sy'n camddefnyddio alcohol. Da ni'n argymell bod Llywodraeth Cymru, cyn cychwyn y ddeddfwriaeth, yn cynnal asesiad cadarn o'r angen presennol am wasanaethau triniaeth a chymorth yng Nghymru i sicrhau bod darpariaeth ddigonol sydd wedi diogelu ar gyfer y dyfodol ar gael. Dyna argymhelliad 7. Da ni hefyd yn credu y dylai Llywodraeth Cymru fonitro effeithiau'r gyfundrefn sydd ar fi'n cael ei gweithredu yn yr Alban mwyn sicrhau bod unrhyw wersi a ddysgur yn gallu lliwio'r modd y cyflwyno'r y gwasanaethau hyn yma yng Nghymru. Dyna di argymhelliad 8. Da ni hefyd yn pryderu mae un o ganlyniadau anfwriadol y ddeddfwriaeth fydd peri rai bobl a chanfod broblem yfed ddefnyddio sylweddau mwy peryglus ac anghyfreithlon yn lle alcohol. Credwn y dylai Llywodraeth Cymru gomisiynu gwaith ymchwil annibynnol i ddarganfod faint o broblem i'w defnyddio sylweddau eraill yn lle alcohol yn debygol o fod, pe bai i safbris uned yn cael ei gyflwyno. Dyna argymhelliad 9. Argymhelliad nifer o randdeiliad fod Llywodraeth Cymru yn codi ardoll ar fan werthwyr, neu'n cyflwyno cynllun cyfraniad gwirfoddol, mwyn cyfeirio cyfran o unrhyw gynnydd mewn elw o gynlyniad i safbris uned at wasanaethau gofal iechyd a chymorth. Credwn y dylai Llywodraeth Cymru ymchwilio i ymaferoldeb cyflwyno ardoll orfodol neu gynllun talu gwirfoddol i fan werthwyr. Dyna argymhelliad 10 a nath nifer o bobl sôn am hynny. Dyli defnyddio'r arian a godir gan yr ardoll yn gyfan gwbl at ddibenion, mynd i'r afael a niwed sy'n gysylltiedig ag alcohol a chyfrannu at y nod ehangach o wella a diogelu iechyd pobl Cymru. Wrth graffu ar y bil hwn, roedd yn ymwybodol iawn bod llawer yn amheus ohono. Da ni hefyd yn ymwybodol bod llawer o gamsyniadau ynghylch yr effaith y bydd y ddeddfwriaeth yn ei chael ar rai grwpiau. Yn sgil hyn, credwn y bydd cyfathrebu pwrpas y ddeddfwriaeth i'r cyhoedd a'r busnesau ar effeithiau'r arnynt yn holl bwysig i'w llwyddiant fel mesur gwella iechyd. Da ni nodi sylwadau ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ynghylch dyrannu arian ar gyfer cynllun cyfathrebu, ond da ni ddim yn credu bod 100,000 o bunnau yn swm digonol i ariannu'r gwaith yma. Felly, rydym wedi argymell bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn adolygu'r amcangyfrifon o'r costau sydd wedi cynnwys yn yr asesiad effaith reoleiddiol ar gyfer y gweithgarwch cyfathrebu arfaethiedig, gyda'r nod o gynyddu cyfanswm y cyllid sydd ar gael i roi cyhoeddusrwydd i'r newidiadau ymysg busnesau ac i godi ymwybyddiaeth y cyhoedd. Dyna argymhelliad 2. Mae gan y bil botensial mawr i helpu i fynd i'r afael a rhai o'r pryderon iechyd hir sefydlog ynghylch effaith yfed alcohol yn ormodol yng Nghymru. Fodd bynnag, mae safbris uned yn parhau i fod yn theori, yn ddamcaniaeth, sydd heb ei phrofi, ac rydym wedi clywed rhai amheuon ynghylch ei effaith debygol. Yn sgil hynny, mae gwerthuso effaith cyflwyno safbris uned yng Nghymru yn elfen hanfodol ac angenrheidiol o'r ddeddfwriaeth yma. Credwn y dylid diwygio'r bil i gynnwys darpariaeth fwy manwl ynghylch y gwerthusiad sy'n ofynol, ac rydym wedi argymell bod yn rhaid i'r gwerthusiad gyfeirio at nifer o bethau, gan gynnwys effeithiau safbris uned ar yfwyr cymedrol, yfwyr dibynnol, y defnydd o gyffuriau eraill yn lle alcohol, trais yn y cartre a masnach draws ffiniol. Dyna argymelliad 13 ag 14. Mae'r dystiolaeth a gawsom wedi pwysleisio na fydd i safbris yn effeithiol ar ei ben ei hun, a bod angen ystod o fesurau i fynd i'r afael a cham ddefnyddio alcohol. Credyn ni bod yn werth Cymru camau mewn perthynas â rhai o'r mesurau ychwanegol a nodwyd gan randdeiliad. Gan gynnwys i gwneud yn ofynol bod rhybuddion iechyd yn seiliedig at dystiolaeth, gan gorff rheoleiddio annibynnol yn cael ei roi ar labelu pob cynnyrch alcohol, a chyfyngu ar hysbysebu alcohol. Da ni'n annog ysgrifennodd y Cabinet i ymchwilio'n llawn i'r holl gyfleoedd, gan gynnwys pwyso am gamau gweithredu ar lefel y Deyrnas Unedig, i sicrhau bod set gynhwysfawr o fesurau ar waith i leihau niwed oherwydd alcohol. I gloi, yn gyffredinol, rydym fel Pwyllgor yn croesawu'r cynigion yn y bil, ac rydym o'r farn y bydd y bil yn cyfrannu at y dull strategol ehangach o fynd i'r afael a niwed sy'n gysylltiedig ag alcohol yng Nghymru. Am y rheswm hyn, rydym yn argymell bod y cynulliad yn derbyn yr egwyddorion cyffredinol. Diolch yn fawr.
Gan wyfer gadeirydd y Pwyllgor Materion Cyfansoddiadol o Deddfwriaethol, Mick Antonif.
Diolch, Llywydd. Let me just first of all just remind members, of course, that the purpose of the Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee report is not to deal with the specific policy and the related evidential issues around policy, but rather to look at the technical and the legislative cogency related to the bill and the balance of powers and the way those powers are exercised within the bill. So we reported on this bill on the 5th of March and made 6 recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services, and I hope our report proves helpful to Assembly members in taking decisions on this bill. The consideration of human rights is an important requirement when assessing matters of legislative competence. In light of this consideration, our first recommendation relates to human rights issues in the context of Section 16 of the Bill, and this section enables authorised officers entering premises under Sections 13, 14 and 15 of the Bill to take such other persons as the officer considers appropriate. During our scrutiny, we consider the breadth of this phrase, and in particular to ensure that the power in Section 16 is not misused. We noted that the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, PACE, Code B, requires an officer entering premises to introduce themselves and anyone they have with them. Conversely, under Section 16(2) of this bill, the officer must only inform the occupier of the officer's name. We see no reason why such a requirement should not apply to such other persons as the officer takes into the premises. For that reason, we have recommended that the Cabinet Secretary tables an amendment to Section 16 of the Bill to require the occupier to be informed of the name of the persons accompanying an officer when entering premises. We believe there should be a duty on the officer to have regard to Welsh Government guidance. Our second recommendation, therefore, suggests that the Cabinet Secretary tables amendments to place a duty on the Welsh Ministers to issue guidance about the exercise of all powers and duties under the Bill and to ensure that the Bill includes appropriate duties to have regard to that guidance. As with our scrutiny of all bills, we consider the balance between what is on the face of this bill and what is left to subordinate legislation. Members will be aware, as the Cabinet Secretary and the Chair of the Health and Social Care and Sport Committee have already said, that the minimum unit price for alcohol is to be set using a regulation-making power that is subject to the affirmative procedure. By putting the minimum unit price in regulations, it would mean that Assembly members could not table amendments to the bill to set a higher or a lower price than suggested. The only option available to Assembly members would be to accept or reject the minimum unit price as set out in the regulations, because they cannot be amended. And as such, we believe that this approach actually restricts the power of the legislature. We therefore believe it would be better to place a minimum unit price on the face of the bill and to provide Welsh Ministers with the power to amend that figure using regulations subject to a super-affirmative procedure. In our view, this would lead to a much more thorough debate on the central principle of the bill, which is what the minimum unit price for alcohol should be. Recommendations 3 and 4 of our report reflect our position on these points. In making recommendation 3, we noted the comments of the Cabinet Secretary regarding the amendments of primary legislation by secondary legislation, the so-called Henry VIII powers. This committee has consistently expressed concern at the excessive use of such powers. We've accepted there are circumstances where they represent a sensible and appropriate compromise, provided they are subject to the affirmative procedure. We therefore do not consider it appropriate to argue that significant matters of public policy should be consigned to regulation-making powers, because there may be a need to change policy in the future, and because legislatures do not like Henry VIII powers. Whether a matter appears on the face of the bill should be determined by its policy significance, rather than whether it may or may not need to change in the future. And I'd like to conclude, therefore, by briefly just summarising our views on the inclusion of illustrative examples on the face of the bill and on the inclusion of a sunset clause. We can see merit in including illustrative examples of calculations of the applicable minimum price of alcohol on the face of the bill. However, it was our view that it may prove confusing if the minimum unit price is contained in regulations and differs from the value used in the illustrative example. It is also unclear why no illustrative example is actually included in respect of Section 7. I know that the Cabinet Secretary, of course, raised and dealt with this issue in respect of his references to accessibility, and, of course, the balance between the interpretation of accessibility as opposed to the concerns that arose with the CLAC considerations with regard to potential confusion. Overall, we do not consider that the Cabinet Secretary has explained with sufficient clarity why it is necessary and best to place illustrative examples on the face of the bill, as opposed to an alternative option. Sorry, yes.
I agree what you say about the importance of having figures on the face of the bill in the first instance. Would you say that there is a wider issue with the Welsh Government, certainly a development of the recent taxes, LTT and land disposal tax? There was an unwillingness there of the Government to put the figures on the face of the bill as well. for the aid of transparency, wouldn't that be beneficial in the future in all these matters?
Well, I think there are differentiations between that. I think there was a very specific circumstance here, because the actual minimum price being on the face of the bill, which I think is the issue that you're raising, goes to the actual root of how effective the legislation actually is in itself, and that in the absence of that, that will determine how this Assembly might wish to consider what that level is and what the impact would be on the actual consumption of alcohol and all the things that the legislation wishes to actually deal with. We think an alternative with regard to the illustrative examples, though, would be to use the guidance and update it as required. This would ensure a consistent approach between actual minimum unit price and the figure used in illustrative examples. So our recommendation 5 asks the Cabinet Secretary to address our concerns in this debate. I understand the points the Cabinet Secretary has made, so I'm really outlining the concerns as they were expressed in the committee, and we look forward to consideration of your written responses. Finally, we've recorded our agreement with the use of a sunset clause as set out in section 22. We've noted the regulations under section 22(3) may make provision as may be necessary or expedient, and the Cabinet Secretary will be familiar with these issues and being raised consistently by this committee. If the bill was to be repealed, in our view, the power to make necessary changes would be sufficient. Consequently, our recommendation 6 requests the Cabinet Secretary to table an amendment to the bill to delete the words "or expedient" from section 22(3). Thank you, Clwydd.
Gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Neil Hamilton.
I formally move the amendment tabled in the name of my colleague Neil Hamilton. Following our report in committee, I have been written to by many organisations, along with constituents, all opposing the minimum unit pricing. Therefore, I cannot share the premise that introducing minimum unit pricing is the correct way to address alcohol-related harm. Making alcohol more expensive will not stop people drinking to excess and is perceived to be unfair and penalises those who drink responsibly, particularly those on low incomes. There is growing evidence that the largest group of binge drinkers are middle-aged, high earners, and according to the Welsh Health Survey, 47% of the least deprived in Wales drink more than the recommended amount, and 28% of the least deprived in Wales are binge drinkers. 34% of men and 28% of women drank more than recommended limits on at least one day during the last week. Adults living in households in the highest income bracket are twice as likely to drink heavily as adults in the lowest income bracket. Evidence on purchasing behaviour presented to the Scottish Parliament's Health and Sport Committee showed that harmful drinkers in the highest income quintile are predicted to be buying 80 units a week of cheap alcohol. Increasing prices will do little to deter these people. Those in favour of minimum unit pricing for alcohol often point to Canada as a shining example of the policy working, but evidence from British Columbia show that between 2002 to 2011, alcohol-related deaths actually rose, as did hospital admissions attributable to alcohol. We should have learned from tobacco control measures that increasing prices does not deter heavy smokers, it just makes them poorer. And my concern here has always been the plight of children in a family where parents drink quite heavily. Often alcohol price increases, the children often go without and have a much poorer quality of life, therefore increasing inequality. I am afraid that minimum unit pricing will only lead to an increase in profits for the supermarkets and do little to encourage responsible drinking. There are concerns highlighted by the Huggard Centre that such legislation could lead to those struggling with alcohol addiction could be pushed into cheaper and readily available illegal drugs like spice. There is also concern that this legislation could fuel a move into black market alcohol, as we have seen with the tobacco trade, which has seen the trade in fake cigarettes containing very harmful chemicals explode. We also have to consider the fact that there are health benefits from responsible alcohol consumption, and more than 100 studies have shown that drinking 1 or 2 units of alcohol a day can actually reduce the risk of developing cardiovascular diseases by as much as 45%. However, I acknowledge drinking more than the recommended intake increases your risk of liver disease, can damage your heart and increase your chances of developing certain cancers. It is a balance that the majority of us manage, but sadly many do not. I agree with the Welsh Government that we have to do something to tackle the hundreds of alcohol-related deaths and tens of thousands of alcohol-related hospital admissions which occur each year. Minimum unit pricing, I feel, is not the way. We have to better educate the public about the harms of alcohol and better help those addicted to alcohol, but not penalise those who drink responsibly. Thank you.
Angela Burns.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to begin my contribution by indicating that the Welsh Conservatives will be supporting this bill at stage 1. However, we do so with a very long list of caveats and concerns that we would like to see addressed over the coming stages and in the amendments that we would be intending to put forward. We believe that government should be wise in legislating. You don't just legislate for legislation's sake. We have to be crystal clear as to what the gains will be of passing legislation that is targeted at a very, very small number of people. And we should remember in all of our conversations that alcohol in itself is not a problem. It is perfectly legitimate and it is perfectly well used by a great many people throughout the world. The issue is that some people have a problem with how they deal with alcohol, and we need to be laser-like in our focus as to how we can support those people and put them back into a way where they can have a much better outcome for their health in the long term. Whilst reviewing this during the stage 1 debate, one of the concerns that came to me, and I was very pleased to note that the Finance Committee also reiterated that, is actually there is a lack of statistical evidence as to what the benefits will be of a minimum unit alcohol price. When I listened to the evidence before us, Cabinet Secretary, I had 2 thoughts. There was one group who have based a very large and very opinionated set of parameters, if you like, totally on modelling. And there was the opposite group who were actually putting forward why we shouldn't do it, why we shouldn't go ahead. But they were very subjective in their evidence. And what I didn't get any sense of was a real clear, here is the evidence, you make your decision. It was so opinionated, either one way or the other, throughout the whole of the evidence session, that I would like to try to flesh out in the next stage a much clearer sense of real hard empirical research that shows where minimum unit pricing can really help to bring people off of a disastrous path in terms of their complex relationship with alcohol. The Finance Committee actually said, there is no, and I'm quoting, there's no statistical evidence that introducing an MUP will lead to a reduction in alcohol consumption. And given what I said at the very beginning about when you make legislation, you have to make it responsibly, and you have to have a very clear view of what it is you are trying to achieve. That, I think, Cabinet Secretary, is one of the clear responsibilities that you as a government must fulfil in the next stage of this bill, We must be absolutely crystal clear as to what we're going to achieve and make sure we've got the evidence for it. And if that evidence isn't there, we need to think long and hard about whether or not we should sit back and wait and see what the experiment in Scotland does before we follow it. And I do understand that there are a lot of other reasons why the Welsh Government wants to process this because of the timescales connected with Brexit, etc. But I think that it's our responsibility to look at that. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I do think that we absolutely agree, the Welsh Conservatives, with the I have water, thank you, with the response from CLAC, and about the necessary, about how we should look at putting on the face of the bill certain key parameters as to how we will move forward with this, and I'd like to see that explored in stage 2 as the government goes forward. I would like to, us to have a very long, hard look at the substitution effect. I think that this is something that has been glossed over, and again, when we look at the evidence base that we had coming before us, we asked as a committee, time and time again, that we should be able to find evidence from drugs charities, from other groups who deal with people who have substance misuse, as to what the journey might be for somebody who has an addiction issue. And there wasn't that evidence out there. It's something that people haven't done research on, which I personally did find quite extraordinary. There just wasn't enough hard-hitting stuff that could say that if somebody is addicted to alcohol or has a complex relation with alcohol that enables them to go out and do binge drinking or any other harmful exercise with it, that they won't necessarily go on a journey that might bring them to another substance. And I think that during stage 2, the Welsh Conservatives would like to see an awful lot more work done on that whole substitution theory. You know, we went out and we talked to the Huggard Centre. We have talked to some of the other charities. The evidence must be there. Welsh Government, it is incumbent on you to go out and dig out that evidence so that here in this legislature we can make a really clear decision about whether or not this is going to actually target the people who most need it. Finally, there's lots of points I'd like to make, but I'm very aware I'm running out of time. But, Presiding Officer, I would just like to talk about the impact on family incomes for all those just about managing. Because we talk about, as I've discovered, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't realise that the word cider I always thought meant it had to have an apple in it. And we discovered that there are ciders out there that have never seen an apple, never been near an apple, and are just pure chemicals. And these are the kind of things that you're trying to eradicate through this bill. And, you know, I think that's a very worthwhile aim. However, there are a lot of people who are only just managing who will go out and buy value brands. They're drinking responsibly. It's, you know, one of the enjoyments they have in life. But a value brand will also be really badly hit by the minimum unit alcohol pricing bill. And you could look at perhaps an older person who goes out and buys a 4-pack of cider, not the ones, I don't think I'm allowed to mention them, but the ones who've never seen an apple, but the ones just above that, but are value brands. Their drinking bill would be increased by about £150 a year. These are people for whom they don't have very much money. It's a very small pleasure. They're not doing anything wrong. They're not being irresponsible. And I think, as Caroline may have mentioned in her contribution, we must make sure that this bill is equitable and fair. And it doesn't mean that those who've got money but drink irresponsibly can carry on doing it, and those who don't drink irresponsibly but for whom a little drink is actually a necessary part of their life, they end up being penalised unfairly, because I think that that would defeat all the objects of equity that I would hope that the Welsh Government wouldn't want to, you know, to step against. I do forgive you, I do ask your forgiveness for my inability to deliver this in a more quickly and timely fashion. We will support it at this stage, but there are a lot more questions to be asked. And Welsh Government, it is incumbent on you to provide some of these answers if you wish the Welsh Conservatives to continue to support this bill to fruition.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd, ac egwyddor ydy y gair pwysig heddiw. Mi ddechrau ei drwy gadarnhau mod i yn cytuno efo'r egwyddor sylfaenol yn y bil yma, sef bod yna le i edrych ar gymhelliadau ariannol mwyn ceisio lleihau defnydd peryglus o alcohol. Mae alcohol yn costio yn ddrud iawn i ni fel cymdeithas. Mae'n costio bywydau. A pan mae tystiolaeth o'ch blaen chi yn awgrymu y galla bil yma, pe bain ddeddf arbed 65 o fywydau y flwyddyn, da chi'n cymryd y math yna o dystiolaeth o ddifri. Mae yna sgil effeithiau positif posib ar gyfer tafarndau yma, efo prisiau mewn tafarndau ddim yn mynd i godi. Mae hynny'n apelio. Dwi'n gobeithio hefyd i gallu fo annog cynhyrchwyr i greu diodydd efo cynnwys alcohol is. Hynny hefyd yn beth da. Mae'r nod yn anrhyderus felly, ac mi fyddwn ni felly fel Plaid Cymru yn pleidleisio o blaid yr egwyddor heddiw. Ond, fel dyn ni wedi clywed gan sawl un yn barod, mae angen cryfhau yr ddeddf, y bil, mae'n ddrwg gen i, ond hefyd cryfhau, dwi'n meddwl, y sail tystiolaeth sydd yna yn gefn i'r hyn sydd o'n blaenau ni. I raddau helaeth, da ni wedi bod yn dibynnu yn llwyr bron ar waith ymchwil gan grŵp ymchwil alcohol Sheffield. Does gen i ddim rheswm i ama dilysrwydd y gwaith hwnnw o gwbl, ond mae'n anallu ni i astudio modelau eraill yn ddigonol, dysgu gan brofiadau eraill o'r hyn da ni eisiau wneud yn anfantais. Does na ddim dianc rhag hynny, ac mae'n bwysig iawn yn bod ni'n parhau i herio y dystiolaeth yno yn ystod taith ddeddfwriaeth yma drwy'r cynulliad. Mae'n rhaid perswadio y cyhoedd o effeithiolrwydd y ddeddfwriaeth a thegwch y ddeddfwriaeth. Hefyd, mae eisiau edrych yn fanwl. Certainly.
I'm very grateful, Reen, for your taking my intervention. But I just wanted to reiterate again what you've just said. Modelling is not the same as evidence. Evidence is based on what has happened. Modelling always has assumptions in it, and assumptions can always be skewed one way or the other.
And both are actually useful, and we're slightly lacking on both fronts, either theoretical modelling or evidence. Fel o'n i'n dweud, mae angen perswadio'r cyhoedd am effeithlonrwydd a thegwch ar hyn da ni eisiau ei wneud. Mae eisiau edrych yn fanwl ar y casgliad yma, y bydda cyflwyno'r mesur, ond yn costio £2 y flwyddyn i yfwr cymhedrol. £2 y flwyddyn. Allwn ni ddim anwybyddu senarios y galla y ddeddf daro mwy o lawer ar yfwyr cymhedrol sydd ag incwm is a sydd o'r herwydd ar hyn o bryd yn dewis diodydd rhatach, fel da ni wedi clywed yn cael ei grybwyll gan aelodau eraill. Yn ychwanegol, efo canolfan Sheffield yn awgrymu, mae dim ond 2.4 uned yn llai fydda'r yfwyr cymhedrol yna yn ei yfed mewn blwyddyn. Mae angen i'r Llywodraeth brofi bod y gost ychwanegol i wertho iddyn nhw o ran i iechyd. Mae'n amlwg serch hynny bod y ddeddfwriaeth yma wedi lunio'n benna i dargedu yfwyr peryglus a fwy felly yfwyr niweidiol. Ac mae yna dystiolaeth gry iawn heb os y gallaf arwain at ostyngiad sylweddol yn y defnydd o alcohol gan y grwpiau yma. Mae hynny yn beth da. Dwi'n siŵr y gallan ni gytuno ar hynny. Ond, ac mae yna ond yma eto, mae yna ofna y gallai rhai o'r defnyddwyr alcohol hynny droi at gyffuriau eraill. Eto, mae angen i ni fod yn gwbl eglur am y dystiolaeth. Mi fyddwn ni angen sicrwydd y byddai'r rhagor o adnoddau'n cael i buddsoddi mewn helpu y defnyddwyr yna, i helpu nhw i frwydro yn erbyn i camddefnydd o alcohol, a'r effaith mae hynny'n ei gael ar eu teuluoedd nhw, ar eu plant nhw. Allwn ni ddim edrych ar gyflwyno cymhelliad ariannol i drio cael pobl i yfed llai heb ystyried yr holl ystod o wasanaethau cefnogi sydd angen i datblygu a buddsoddi ynddyn nhw hefyd. Sy'n dod â ni at fater arall. Drwy godi prisiau rhai diodydd, mi fydd cynhyrchwyr a manwerthwyr yn rhydd i wneud rhagor o elw. Dwi'n credu bod rhaid i'r Llywodraeth amlinellu llwybr tuag at sefyllfa lle gellid dal gafael ar yr arian ychwanegol sydd yn newid dwylo mwyn gallu gwneud y buddsoddiad angenrheidiol mewn gwasanaethau taclo camddefnydd a helpu'r bobl hynny sydd yn yfed gormod o alcohol. Y gwir amdani, dwi'n meddwl, ydy mae'r ffordd mwyaf effeithiol i wneud be da ni'n trio i wneud yn fan hyn, fydda i ni yng Nghymru gael pwera i drethu alcohol. Ni allan ni wedyn ail ddiffinio'n llwyr os ymynwn ni sut mae trethu alcohol yng Nghymru yn gweithio, helpu tafarndai o bosib os da ni isio, trethu a targedu diodydd foliwm uchel sy'n yn uchel i canran alcohol, fel yr seidr di-afal da ni wedi glywed yn cael ei grybwyll, tra'n cadw'r arian yn y pwrs cyhoeddus. Ac efo'r ddadl yna, ynglyn â'r angen i ni yng Nghymru gael y pwera i weithredu fel da ni wir angen ei wneud y gorffennau llywydd. Deddfwriaeth yn erbyn y cloc ydy hwn, a hynny oherwydd yr hyn rhybuddion ni ar y meinciau yma ynglyn ag o ar y pryd, sef bod Cymru, Deddf San Steffan, ddath i rym yn erbyn yn ewyllus ni, yn tynnu y pwera sydd ganddo ni i ddeddfu yn y maes yma oddi arno ni yn y dyfodol agos. Os am weithredu, da ni yn gorfod gweithredu rwan neu golli yr hawl. A da ni yn cefnogi yr egwyddor. Be da ni angen bod yn sicr ohono fo ydy'n bod ni yn cymryd y cama cywir i warchod iechyd a buddianna eraill yn dynasyddion ni yma yng Nghymru. Senedd Prydain sydd wedi'n rhoi ni mewn cornel.
John Griffiths.
Diolch, Llywydd. I want to speak briefly in support of the general principles of the proposed legislation. I do believe that the ill effects of excessive alcohol consumption are well documented, and their effects on people's health, the ill health that results in, again, is well established and accepted. And of course, it also impacts on the wider family as well as the individual who drinks too much. There's a relationship with damage to the economy in terms of time lost from work, and a lot of evidence that excessive alcohol results in violent crime, violence against women, and a considerable amount of other crime. So anything that reduces abuse of alcohol, I think, is very valuable indeed. And I think there is a lot of evidence that price is closely related to consumption and indeed overconsumption. So I think the rationale behind this legislation is very strong indeed, Llywydd, in recognising that there's a problem with cheap, strong alcohol, and if we increase the price of that cheap, strong alcohol, we will do something significant and important to address these problems and issues. As the Cabinet Secretary said, we are aware, all of us, I think, that this isn't the single solution to the problems of overconsumption of alcohol in Wales. There's a range of approaches that will help us achieve the necessary progress, but this is a significant and important part of that. And the only other thing I'd like to say, Clywyd, the other thing I'd like to say is that, as others have mentioned, obviously an important part of making necessary progress will be to ensure that we have the right support services available right across Wales to help people address their overconsumption of alcohol problems, given the focus that this legislation will bring to those issues. I'm very familiar with the work of Kaleidoscope, for example, and the Gwent Drug and Alcohol services, which I believe are very important and beneficial in my area. And I know there are other similar services right across Wales, along with a range of other more general approaches through our health sector. It will be very important to ensure that those services are adequate to deal with what may well be an increased demand for the services if this legislation is, as I hope it will be, implemented. And again, I know the Cabinet Secretary is very much alive to those issues also.
Neil Hamilton.
UKIP will be opposing this resolution today. I'm sorry to see that none of the other parties in the Assembly will do so as well. In his introduction, the Cabinet Secretary said that this is a targeted measure. It is in one sense, because it targets the many without actually benefiting the few who drink irresponsibly, whereas most people like a drink and they drink responsibly. There is a very small minority that cause problems for themselves and for the rest of society. The key question is, nobody doubts the ill effects of excessive drinking, which John Griffiths has just alluded to, but the question is whether a measure of this kind is likely to be effective in targeting those people. The evidence, such as it is, proves the opposite, in fact. And this comes out in the report of the Health Committee, and indeed the evidence that we received on the Finance Committee as well. I'm afraid that Angela Burns is seeking the Holy Grail if she thinks that econometric studies or any mathematical study is likely to shed a great deal of light on this issue. International comparisons are almost impossible to compare with the situation in any other country, because the cultural assumptions of different countries differ enormously, and the institutional world in which people drink is very, very different from country to country. The Sheffield study, which was referred to earlier on, actually makes the rather surprising assumption that it's the heaviest drinkers who will be most responsive to an increase in price, whereas that's really counterintuitive. The people who are least likely to be affected by an increase in price are those who are most dependent upon alcohol. So they will carry on drinking. Yeah, sure.
So when the price of cigarettes was increased, did that increase or decrease the actual consumption of tobacco?
Well, that's not the question. The question is amongst those who are really addicted. Addicts. Well, and we don't know, of course, what the minimum price is going to be. Of course, if you increase the minimum price of alcohol to £5, by £5 rather than 50p, it would have a dramatic effect. But until we know what the minimum unit price is going to be, we can only talk in general terms. But what we can say, I think, with reasonable confidence, is that the people who are least likely to change their behaviour as a result of a moderate increase in price are those who are most dependent upon alcohol. They will actually spend less on other things in order to feed their addiction. I mean, that is the nature of addiction, I would have thought. There's been a study done of British Columbia which did introduce minimum pricing, which has been cited as justification for this bill, but actually that also suffers from all sorts of methodological flaws. For one thing, the sale of liquor in British Columbia is entirely a state monopoly, and that's very different from the situation in this country. And a fall in crime was attributed in British Columbia to the introduction of a minimum price for alcohol, without, of course, saying that similar falls in crime were experienced everywhere else in Canada, which didn't have a minimum price for alcohol. And indeed, these are global trends as well. We've seen a dramatic reduction, actually, in levels of alcohol consumption generally in this country in recent years, a 12% fall between 2004 and 2011. So disentangling all these different effects from a single cause is almost impossible to achieve. So I think we should argue about this in general terms, rather than trying to introduce some kind of bogus mathematical exactitude which is likely to shore up or undermine the prejudices with which we come to the debate. We know that in some countries there are much higher levels of alcohol consumption than in this country, and yet they have fewer problems of excessive drinking. France is one of them, which is referred to in the Health Committee's report in paragraph 73. In paragraph 75 in this report as well, it states that in the United Kingdom, alcohol consumption has gone down in recent years, but there's been no parallel decline in alcohol-related harm. So these two things are not necessarily connected. If this is going to be a targeted measure, it has to target the people who are the problem, not the overwhelming majority of people who drink alcohol, who are no problem to anybody at all, even to themselves. There will be ill effects which the introduction of a minimum price for alcohol will have upon the poor and those who are on lowest incomes, as many people have pointed out in the course of this debate. You know, the champagne drinkers are not going to be affected by this measure, but those who go and buy a few cans of lager at Aldi or Lidl or wherever will be affected, and it, I think, is an unfair measure which cannot be anything other than regressive. I'd like to draw attention also to paragraph 178 of the Health Committee's report about the likely impact upon the homeless and those who are problem drinkers who live on the streets, and what is likely to happen to those, because that shows that, in fact, their problems could actually be made worse as a result of measures of this kind. I haven't time to go into the details of it now, but we'll have plenty of time in the course of this bill's process through to explore these things in detail. And I certainly think the point which has come out of almost everybody's speech today is that we need to have an evidence base to any decision which is ultimately made.
Vicky Howells.
I want to speak in support of this bill. It's an important bill designed to tackle a social evil which has been with us for far too long. It's also a bill to which commitment was made in the 2016 Welsh Labour Manifesto, a manifesto which I was proud to be elected on. I want to thank the members of the Health, Finance and Constitutional Affairs Committees. I think they've done an important job in scrutinising the Welsh Government's proposals and also suggesting areas where the bill could be strengthened. The principles underpinning the case for a minimum unit price are quite clear-cut, but it is a fact that excessive alcohol consumption causes harm. It's a fact that in 2015 there were 463 alcohol-related deaths in Wales, and it is also a fact that in 2015 to 16 there are over 50,000 hospital admissions attributed to alcohol misuse. Alcohol abuse causes crime and antisocial behaviour. It damages our economy and, moreover, it is corrosive to family life. The Westminster All-Party Group on Children of Alcoholics have done some work on this, which has been really crucial in showing its impact. They suggest that around the UK, 1 in 5 children lives with a parent who drinks too much. That's over 2.5 million children. The All-Party Group notes that these children are twice as likely to experience difficulties at school as their peers, 3 times more likely to consider suicide, 5 times more likely to develop eating disorders, and 4 times more likely to become alcoholics themselves. We must take action to deal with this problem, and the Welsh Government has clearly set out why a minimum unit price is the way forward. It has also set out a few of the beneficial impacts of a 50p minimum price. Annually, this could lead to 53 fewer deaths, 1,400 fewer hospital admissions, and be worth, in effect, £882 million worth of savings to the Welsh economy. However, there are a couple of issues I want to flag up today. Firstly, while I was conducting my research for today, I came across another interesting statistic. Last year, 51 million bottles of gin were sold in the UK. That's nearly 10 million up on the previous year. Now, I don't want to get drawn into a discussion around craft gins, but by presuming that this is linked to more middle-class patterns of consumption, this helps me illustrate my first point. The bill's measures seem focused on the cheapest, strongest forms of alcohol. If people can afford to pay more, won't they just spend more money on alcohol? Will minimum unit pricing help us to tackle more affluent problem drinkers? Or will it just hit those who can afford least to pay the price hike? Secondly, I want to mention an issue that was raised during the Supporting People workshop held by the Public Accounts Committee. Concerns were raised there that minimum pricing could, as an unintended consequence, fuel antisocial behaviour, as desperate people, addicts, resort to desperate measures to fuel their addiction. I would be keen for the thoughts of the Cabinet Secretary on how we can make sure that this is not the case. Going forward, I would hope any minimum pricing is kept under annual review. I know this is something that committee scrutiny of the general principles has suggested.
As you mentioned, the Public Accounts Committee, and clearly we were both involved with that evidence session on supporting people. Would you agree with me that I think everyone in this chamber is united in wanting to deal with the problems which you've identified very clearly in your speech? The question is, will this particular measure really deliver that change? Because I think at the moment the sense I'm getting is that there's not a conviction in this chamber that it does.
I think that the bill has to be seen as part of a suite of measures, really, to tackle that, which we wouldn't have time to go into today. But placing this under annual review would also help to reassure those of my constituents who have contacted me about the bill. It would enable us to monitor its effect. It would also allow us to keep an eye to see if there are any problems caused by our porous border with England. and it would allow us to review if the monies raised by the minimum pricing could in time revert to the Welsh Government. The Health Committee has recommended the Government explore whether compulsory levy or voluntary payment scheme for retailers could be set up. The monies raised would be solely for tackling alcohol-related harm, and if this was possible, it would certainly be something that I would be very supportive of. To close, I want to again repeat my support for the bill. Arguments have been marshalled in this chamber against the bill, but I don't think that they are any more convincing than those that were used against the smoking ban, and that has succeeded in reducing the number of adults who smoke. I hope that this bill has similar success on problematic alcohol consumption.
Mandy Jones.
Diolch, Clywyd. I'll keep my contribution short because most points have been already made. Alcohol addiction is a serious illness that has devastating effects not just on the individual but on the wider family and friends. I welcome the fact that the Government is looking to try and address the problems in society caused by this illness, but I do find that the idea of legislation on the price of alcohol rather misguided. The Assembly's Health, Social Care and Sport Committee claims the measure is, and I quote, not a silver bullet that will address all alcohol-related harm and actually could have unintended consequences, and it is those that I wish to address now. There is a potential danger of driving heavy drinkers towards other behaviours which will negatively affect their health, including diverting money away from food, the home, in order to purchase alcohol, or substituting alcohol for unregulated illegal substances. This may also affect their children and the wider family. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the Government, as many others have previously, to look at other ways of tackling this addiction, like education and support, instead of, and certainly alongside, the minimum pricing of alcohol.
Galwaf ar y gweinidog yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Thank you, Clywyd, and thank you to members who have contributed to today's debate on the general principles of the bill. There have been long calls for Wales to change its relationship with alcohol across political parties. And I expect this bill to make a real and material contribution to reducing hazardous and harmful drink and ultimately to save lives. I want to thank members from a variety of different parties, the Conservative Group, the Plaid Cymru Group and indeed the Health Committee for indicating their support for the bill today. And I recognise there's more to do as we move into stage 2 to see some of the detail of some of the points and, of course, the written response of the Government to the recommendations that I've indicated. I do want to try and outline summaries to deal with some of the issues raised in the debate, and in particular some of the points made by both in Di Lloyd's contribution but also in Vicky Howell's and I believe at least in part in Angela Burns' contribution as well. And that's the point about the end point at which we have more evidence. That's why we recognise this is an innovative approach to public health legislation. It's based on modelling that helps Scotland to take this step forward as well for their own minimum unit price bill, and they've used a range of statistical evidence to model the potential impact of this. And I think that's an entirely reasonable basis on which to proceed, and I do have confidence in their modelled evidence. But we recognise it is innovative. We want to understand the impact of it. That's why in the Government's bill we have proposed a sunset clause. We propose that we must have an evaluation at the end of that 5-year period to understand the impact of minimum unit pricing before or if the Government then asks the Assembly to agree that a minimum unit pricing regime should continue into the future. So there's something here about whether we're prepared to take the step to have this regime introduced. But in any event, even if we do, and I hope we do, we'll get to a point where we'll have an evaluation of the real impact here in Wales in our context. And I recognise some of the comments made by both the Health Committee and indeed the Constitutional Affairs Committee about what should and shouldn't be on the face of the bill. I'll think again about some of the comments made about what should be on the face of the bill, in particular about the evaluation. I think I'd want to have some care, though, that trying to prescribe on the face of the bill matters that must be in the evaluation at this point in time, as opposed to running through what should be in the evaluation in more than 5 years' time after that experience of the bill in practice, I'd be nervous about prescribing a range of matters on the face of it at this point, but I think I would be able to give some confidence to members about the approach the government would take on what to include in any evaluation to make sure it is real and meaningful for members who will then be asked to, potentially asked to, continue with a minimum unit pricing regime. That's something we will need to discuss through stage 2 and, I hope, beyond. I recognise some of the technical points made by the CLAC Committee, in particular the point about named officers. I'll reflect on that, in particular the analogous provisions that you referenced from PACE. I still don't agree that the minimum unit price should be on the face of the bill, and again there's a disagreement between the Constitution Committee and indeed the Health Committee as well on that point. I tried to address that in my opening remark, but with respect, I don't accept that having the price on the face of the bill would help to determine its success, and there's more to it than that. On UKIP, we have a straightforward disagreement that I don't think there's much point in spending much time on outlining again today. We understand that we understand that we disagree. On the point about responsible legislation, Andrew, and again, I recognise the point that you're making, in particular the points made by yourself and others on substitution. That's why I've asked the Advisory Panel on Substance Misuse to undertake an evidence review in this area and to publish that as well. So members will see that as we proceed through stage 2. That should be within a matter of weeks, not months, for members to see. And I think there's something here about, in some of the countries, about both the principle of setting a minimum unit price, but then what the level should be, and then to understand the impact of that upon moderate drinkers as well. Right, there again is more for us to do as the bill proceeds on how that could happen, on the evidence that is available from the modelling and the store which members should set by that when being asked to actually approve this piece of legislation. I recognise the points that Reen made about the potential life-saving impact of this legislation. Again, points made both by Vicky Howes and Ron Griffiths too. I've indicated that we will look to have more money going into frontline services. We want more people to engage in frontline services to help them with alcohol and other substance misuse challenges. We'll need to always have to think about the level of need coming into those services and making sure they are well managed but also properly funded. With respect, I do disagree that taxation is the answer. This is part of what went through the court cases, where the alcohol industry said taxation should be the answer. The problem is that retailers can get around taxes, and they do at present. They avoid the impact of taxation that they should have on the price that is paid, and they run alcohol as loss leaders. A minimum unit price sets a floor below which you cannot proceed, and that is where you ensure there has to be a minimum unit price. Otherwise, we simply be left with a situation where we wouldn't have moved much beyond where we are today. But I do recognise, as Vicky Howe said, the scale of our challenge and our relationship with alcohol. This bill is supposed to be part of the answer, but not a silver bullet. It does not replace the need for further education and understanding of the choices that we make as citizens, but part of our wide range of approaches to try and have real gain for every community across Wales and a different relationship with alcohol. And I hope that members will support this bill here today.
Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 1? A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf bleidlais ar yr eitem yma tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, ac felly dyma ni'n dod i'r cynnig I gymeradwyo'r penderfyniad ariannol mewn perthynas â bil iechyd y cyhoedd safbris am alcohol. Dwi'n galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet I wneud y cynnig Vaughan Gething. Galwaf ar gadeirydd Pwyllgor Cyllid, Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Wel, bod y doddiad y Pwyllgor Cyllid wedi cael ei crybwyll yn ystod y drafodaeth a bu'n ni cael yr egwyddorion cyffredinol y bil, nid oes gan y Pwyllgor Cyllid llawer I ddweud am bolisi fan hyn, ond mae gen I nifer o bethau I ddweud ynglyn â costau a manteision y bil, a dyna pam dwi'n sefyll I siarad ar y penderfyniad ariannol. Wedyn mae'n cydnabod, wrth gwrs, bod cyflwyno isaf bris fesul uned a gyfer alcohol yn gysyniad newydd, a nad oes eto lawer y gynsail o fan llefydd eraill a allwai syniad cadarn I ni o gostau a manteision polisi o'r fath. Wedyn mae'n deall felly pam fod am cyngyfru y costau a buddion sy'n gysylltiedig â'r bil yn seiliedig a fodelu. Ond roedd hynny'n golygu bod yn anoddach I ni ystyried goblygiadau go iawn ariannol y bil. Dim ond fagda bieitha a roedd y modelu yn gallu fwy I ni ynghylch sut y bydda isafbris yn effeithio ar eich ymddygiad defnyddwyr. Does dim sicrwydd mae taw dyma'r sut y bydd pobl yn ymddwyn mewn gwirionedd, felly nid ydym yn gwybod a fydd y costau buddion gwirioneddol yr un fath ar amcangrifon. Mae'n anffodus bod yr amcangrifon yn yr asesiad effaith reoleiddio yn seiliedig a fodeli a gyhoeddwyd mo bell yn ôl a 2014, a nid yw'r modeli, ac nad yw'r modeli sydd wedi ei diweddaru a gael tan gamau ola ein cyfnod craffu. O'r herwydd, nid yw wybodaeth ariannol yn y memorandum esboniadol wedi diweddaru i adlewyrchu'r costa a buddion diwygiedig. Felly, byddem yn disgwyl i'r fersiwn wedi diweddaru gael ei gyhoeddi yn dilyn trafodion cyfnod 2 i gynnwys y newidiadau hyn. Wedyn mae'r gymell felly bod hyn yn cael ei wneud cyn y terfyn amser ar gyfer cyflwyno gwelliannau yn ystod cyfnod 3. Honni taw nod y bil hwn yw lleihau defnydd o alcohol ymhlith yfwyr peryglis a niweidiol, ond nid nhw yw'r unig grwpiau a gaiff ei effeithio drwy gynyddu cost alcohol cryf. Bydd yfwyr dibynnol yn arbennig yn gweld cynnydd sylweddol yn y pris a byddant yn ei talu am alcohol, ac y gallai grwpiau hyn flaenoriaethu gwariant ar alcohol dros fwyd a rent a allweithygu problemau cymdeithasol yn y pen draw. Ac mae i'r problemau cymdeithasol hyn ei goblygiadau cost eu hunan wrth gwrs. I rai gallai isafbwys fod yn ysgogiad i ofyn am gymorth ar gyfer dibyniaeth ar alcohol, felly dylai fod adnoddau digonol y gael i wasanaethau cymorth i ateb i gynnydd posib yn y galw. Bydd cyfrifoldebau ychwanegol yn cael ei fwoi awdurdodau lleol wrth orfodi darpariaeth y bil, felly mae angen i safonau masnachu awdurdodau lleol defnyddio'r arian a ddifennir ar gyfer y cyfrifoldebau ychwanegol, sef rhyw 300,000 dros 2 blynedd, yn y modd mwyaf effeithiol. Wrth gwrs, mae'r gost amcamgyfriedig i lywodraeth leol yn seiliedig ar isafbwys o 50 ceiniog yr uned. Ond os yw'r isafbwys gwirioneddol yn uwch, gallai o goblygiad ariannol i awdurdodau lleol fod yn llawer uwch yn ogystal. Mae'r amcamgyfrifon yn rhagweld y byddai gostyngiad mewn gwerthiant alcohol yn arwain at gostyngiad o 5.8 miliwn y flwyddyn mewn trethu ar alcohol, bod hyn wedi diwygio i lawr i 1.9 miliwn yn ôl y ffigurau diweddaraf y gawsom. Wedyn yn arbennig o bryderus, nad yw goblygiadau gostyngiad o fath mewn revenue wedi cael ei ystyried yn briodol yn goleuni y cytundeb fframwaith cyllidol rhwng Llywodraeth Cymru a Deyrnas Gyfunol. Byddem wedi disgwyl y byddai swyddogion Llywodraeth Cymru wedi trafod effaith y gostyngiad posib mewn trethu ar alcohol gyda trysolus ei mawrhydu. Yn y bôn, dyn ni ddim yn meddwl bydd y trysolus yn anwybyddu'r ffaith bod nhw'n colli arian drwy'r bil hwn. Byddem yn disgwyl felly bod penderfyniad ar y effaith ar y fframwaith gyllidol wedi ei wneud cyn pleidlais dyfynol y cynulliad ar y bil yng nghyfnod 4. Wedyn mor fan y bydd isafbwynt pris yn cynyddu refeniw manwerthwyr yn y hir dymor, a pwllgor yn ymhais ar bosibiliad o fanwerthwyr yn ywedig y rai sydd â elw uchel eisoes yn elwa ymhellach o gyflwyno mesur iechyd y cyhoedd. Credwn felly fod digon amser i Lywodraeth Cymru weithredu mecanwaith lle gellid ailgyfeirio refeniw a gesglir a adoll ar fanwerthwyr mawr at ddibenion gwella iechyd y cyhoedd, enghraifft i elusennau alcohol neu gamddefnyddio sylweddau. Dywedodd ysgrifennydd y Cabinet wrth ddim nad oedd yn disgwyl i'r bil gael effaith sylweddol a gynhyrchwyr alcohol yng Nghymru, nac y byddai llawer o gwsmeriad yn croesi'r ffin i brynu alcohol yn Lloegr. Hynny, y bydd y ddau fater hyn yn dibynnu ar pa lefel y gosodir yr isafbwys. Yr ucha y bwys, pwy fwyaf bydd yr effaith a gynhyrchwyr alcohol a masnach trawsffiniol. Bydd lefel yr isafbwys yn holl bwysig felly, ond bydd hynny yn cael ei osod drwy reoliadau yn ddiweddarach yn hytrach nag arwyneb y bil. Bydd bynnag yw'r resymau am hynny, wedyn yn credu y dylai asesiad ariannol cadarn gael ei gynnwys gyda reoliadau a bod y destun craffu trelwyr gan y cynulliad. Credwn taw cyhoeddi reoliadau drafft gyda digon o amser i rhain gael ei chwilio gan pwyllgorau perthnasol y cynulliad yw'r ffordd mwyaf effeithiol o sicrhau hynny. Felly wedyn wedi'r argymell bod y drefn ar gyfer gwneud y reoliadau yn cael ei newid i waith drefn uwch gadarnhaol i ganiatáu i graffu ddigwydd.
Galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet i ymateb.
Thank you, Llywydd. I'm happy to indicate that we will, of course, update the regulator impact assessment. A number of the points made by the Chair of the Finance Committee I tried to do in the general principles debate, in particular the points about the voluntary levy and the cross-border issues as well. On your point about a revenue decrease, officials from the government have already raised this issue in discussion with Treasury, and there's not been thus far concerns raised by Treasury, but I will of course make sure the Assembly kept up to date. I expect further scrutiny through the process. I look forward to dealing with these points again as we test amendments at stage 2 to try and make sure that we deal with what I think is a broadly accepted policy rationale for the state of the bill, make sure we get the detail of it right in practice.
Gan fod y bleidlais ar egwyddorion cyffredinol bil iechyd y cyhoedd y safbris am alcohol wedi gohirio tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, dwi hefyd yn gohirio'r bleidlais ar y penderfyniad ariannol tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Ac felly dyma ni'n cyrraedd y cyfnod pleidleisio ac oni bai fod 3 aelod yn dymuno i mi ganu'r gloch, dwi'n symud yn syth i'r cyfnod pleidleisio. Lle ohonoch chi? Felly fe ganwn ni'r gloch. Dyma ni'n cyrraedd felly y cyfnod pleidleisio, a mae'r bleidlais gyntaf ar egwyddorion cyffredinol y bil cyfraith sy'n deillio o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd Cymru, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Mark Drakeford. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 40, 1 yn ymatal, 13 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig. Y bleidlais nesaf ar y cynnig i gymeradwyo'r penderfyniad ariannol ynghylch y bil cyfraith sy'n deillio'r Undeb Ewropeaidd, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig yna a gyflwynwyd yn enw Julie James. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 40, 1 yn ymatal, 13 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig. Y bleidlais nesaf ar yr egwyddorion cyffredinol y bil iechyd y cyhoedd, isafbrys am alcohol Cymru. Dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Neil Hamilton. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 5, 13 yn ymatal, 36 yn erbyn, ac felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 1. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio a gyflwynwyd yn enw Fawn Gethin. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 46, neb yn ymatal, 7 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Y bleidlais ola ar y cynnig i gymeradwyo'r penderfyniad ariannol mewn perthynas y bil iechyd y cyhoedd isafbrys am alcohol. Ac felly galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Julie James. Agor y bleidlais. Yes, it is. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 47, 1 yn ymatal, 6 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig, a dyna ddiwedd ar yn trafodion am y dydd.